recording. Uh, all right, that seems to be working. You guys don't need to act any differently, even though I have a thing rolling. The whole point of this is that it's a casual between friends game, and I'm going to be coupling what comes out of it with the initial notes that I took as sort of like an interesting, or like, oh, here's how this evolved based off of what Gotta set up.
That
Um,
sounds like fun.
as opposed to like we're doing this for not for an audience. This is for us. So like just pretend it's
We
not there.
are the audience.
Um,
Y'all are my audience, and I am playing a fairy to entertain you.
precisely.
Y'all are my audience, and I'm playing a dumbass so that I'm relatable.
There is one thing that I did want to discuss because I am a party pooper who is obsessed with game mechanics, and it's not a you've been doing this wrong thing. Like, please don't get me wrong.
It is a difference in DM style.
It's a difference in DM style because I am all about mechanics, and
You are. I like it.
I'm very much about mechanics. And there's a couple of things in the Steel and Spirit rules that we have been ignoring. I think to the betterment of the games we've had so far, but especially as this is going to be like a combat heavy session, I'd kind of want to reintroduce them just to see how they work. If we end this session being like, no, let's go back to what we were doing before, then obviously,
Never do that again.
That's-
Gotta.
I have pulled up the rules so that I can see what you are
That's a good idea.
referencing.
It is specifically on page 3, well, the very bottom of page 2, the action section, and then the rolling the dice section. So one of the things that we have been doing is there is a list of skills from D&D 5e, and that separates them into either being steel or spirit. I think this is a good tool for people who are introducing to the people who have only ever played 5e as sort of like a vine to swing to. This is like an in-between between the 5th edition and Lasers and Feelings as sort of like testing the water, see it's not too bad in the shallow end thing. But in our previous games, a decent amount of time has been spent referencing this directly and saying, oh, well, that would be a nature check, so that would be spirit, which isn't always actually the case. Lasers and Feelings hacks are... basically, this comparison to 5e falls flat in a lot of scenarios where, like, if I had been DMing them, I would have said, well, no, your action, while pertaining to nature, feels more like a steel roll than a spirit roll, even though nature is listed as spirit, because, not to get too far into it, but basically all skills in 5e would count as a skill roll, except for a steel roll, except for maybe, like, wisdom. Like, what 5th edition wants you to do, all the stats reference your mechanical ability, except for maybe willpower, which references your spiritual ability. So, like, this comparison, this little chart here in Steel and Spirit is a little misleading, and we've been relying on it a lot. So I kind of want to jettison it. So all you need to think about is when you're determining if it's going to be Steel or Spirit is if you go to page 2 on the action section, it says Steel actions are cold and calculated, and Spirit actions are warm and emotional. I would like us, if we can, to go by those specifically. Yes.
You're making me choose whether or not I'm being vulnerable in a moment.
Exactly.
Ugh, gross.
I know, right? It's terrible. I'm a terrible, terrible person.
I don't have feelings. This is gross.
The flip side of this...
I was kind of referring to the, like, steel if planned, spirit if reactive, myself, and, like, for my own...
That's what
sorts of yeah. So making it a step into like this action says cold and calculated and warm and emotional is not that far removed. And I didn't like that, like, as you say, they're split up so in almost indifferently. Like it doesn't really make sense. The actual steel actions are cold and calculated, and spirit actions are warm and emotional. Like, quote unquote part is the more, I think, more mechanically interesting.
Right. I understand why the people who wrote this game included them. especially with people who have only ever played 5e, not having the sort of granularity that 5e skills give you, it like takes away some of like the backbone of what those people are used to using when they role play. So I understand why it would be included as sort of like to ease them in to a lasers and feelings hack. But I don't feel like this group necessarily needs to use it. I feel like we would get better. I think we would have a better time. Oh yeah, no, 5e had nothing on skills compared to the amount that 3.5 had. Yeah, absolutely not.
The fact that like looking and listening were separate perception skills was fucking annoying.
I like
I had to decide if I could see something or if I was hearing the thing that I was seeing instead.
I very much liked that.
Yeah, no, to each their own. But for at least today, I would like us to focus. I would like us to go in the mindset of this is a lasers and feelings hack instead of a 5th edition hack. Because I feel like this group in particular, with how we've been playing the game so far, I think freeing ourselves from the 5e skills would actually give us more creative freedom than you would initially think. So I just want to see how that goes.
Sounds like fun.
The second thing, there's only 2 things, so this is the second thing. On page 3, rolling the dice, these past few sessions, we have been treating a single success as just, bam, you've done it. But this game comes with rolling successes included, where the number of successes alter how successful the action is. Only 1 success, you barely do it. 2 successes, you do it exactly as you intended. 3 successes, you do it exactly as you intended, and the DM also gives you something extra for it. There's nothing...
You're gonna have fun with that.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with the way we've been running it. It makes the game snappier, because we're not stopping to, like, count the exact number and then having the DM, like, come up with 3 different potential results because of that roll. But at least for me personally, I would like to give this a whirl. With that, another thing...
That's fair.
Another thing attached to that is that we've not been rolling enough dice. And this is because the system as written is a bit weirdly written. So technically speaking, you can be rolling up to 4 dice per attempt. You roll a dice just for doing it. You always roll at least 1 dice, right? You roll a dice for each of your expertises, and each character has 2 expertises. So if you're doing something that both of those apply to, you can get up to 2 extra dice from your expertise alone. You also can get another dice from being prepared, and this is not like very clearly listed anywhere in this document, but being prepared is separate from just trying it and separate from your expertises. If you have like an item, or if you have like a tool on your person, this is where like your inventory comes into play. So for example, like Oriana, if she wants to like go up and over something, she would get a dice just for trying it, and then an extra dice if she has her broom on her, and then if her expertises came into play, she'd get dice for those as well. So you can be rolling up to 4 dice.
Would that also be relevant in a situation where like you're searching for something, but you have time to do so you can spend a little bit of extra time to be more thorough?
As a DM, I would say yes. If you are prepared, as in you have the time, you prepared the time to do this, then yeah, I would say absolutely go ahead and roll an extra dice. Fuck it, God's dead and time isn't real. Like, so
yeah, because then you could.
I could have used that in the Tempora Garden and been like, great. You wasted like 6 extra hours. Good job.
Pardon me.
Yeah, in comparison, Nebula, I think your example is like you have time to look for something. What if you didn't have time? Then you don't have like
Gemini.
Gemini, do you have time to scrounge through all of these offices and paperworks without being caught? Nope. AKA throw everything.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, those are the 2 big changes that I want to mess around with. And again, if we find that these things slow down the pace of the game, or if you as a DM are like, I don't want to fuck around with counting successes, or I really liked having the backbone of the skills, like, obviously when you guys run, you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to be like, you're playing the game wrong. I'm
I
not.
think part of that is us
Lazy
not
shit,
like
no?
not being new DMs essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think what's fun about this is that we all are trying our own hands, and it's not that any of our ways are wrong, they're just different
No.
and new. And
Definitely
I'm
not.
really excited to have you run because I think this is what this kind of
Can aspire to be? Or
the
something like
the structure will be suited for us as like our regular group, which is usually Gata DMing. But of course, we wanted to make sure that Gata had fun too. So
I will be clear. I have been having a fucking blast. I've been having a grand time. Do not think that me critiquing anything is a sign of me disliking. You guys have been doing an amazing fucking job, and I'm so blessed.
I would like my soul goal as a DM. I'm gonna tell you this right now. My soul goal as a DM is to make everyone's character as stressed out as Oriana was during my.
oh
my
my
run.
god,
At
that's so exciting for me.
At one point, I want all of you to have that level of like character panic. And I have no idea how I'm gonna do it. But
I have to figure out.
That's
what
my dream.
How are you gonna get that for Gemini?
Oh, the fun thing is I know exactly how to do that, and I get to do that next session.
Oh. Wait, with your character, or with our characters?
With your characters.
Oh.
Or do you mean you know how to make Oriana just be total stress again immediately?
Well, yes, that too.
That's also fun. I can't wait. I'm hype.
God.
Hell yeah.
Oh dear. All right. Well,
don't worry. My next session isn't going to do that to anybody, I don't think. I'm just going to do a fun chill time.
Oh, I was going to say, I was just expecting 3 sessions in a row of everyone just
Beach
panicking.
I'm sort of,
it's every character panicking.
I am sort of doing a beach episode, so.
It's funny because I'm also doing a beach episode.
But you're doing a beach episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing a beach episode.
By the way, Tegan, here's your hint for how to stress out Gemini.
Okay, hang on. Let me get in my notes.
You ready?
Hang on. No,
I'm
not
gotta
ready.
write this down.
I gotta open my personal secret note taking thing that I have separate from everything else. Okay, now I'm ready.
Oriana refusing to chill out was starting to stress Gemini out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Interesting.
So if we stress out Oriana,
we have our gods that we decided one of them is the fun, mischief, good times one. That one's Gemini's, and along with most fairies and pixies and all them. And so to be unable to chill out everyone and like all that stress, they're just gonna take that in and just be like,
Okay.
So to stress out the pixie, we got to stress out the elf. I see.
I don't want to stress out Oriana anymore.
You gotta stress out whoever is with them.
Yeah, you just gotta stress out the party.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
Neb and I were discussing because Neb was like preparing for the next session, and they were like trying not to like get me to give spoilers, but be like, "You're not actually gonna kill us all, right?" Because like I'm planning a beach episode next, and that's gonna really harsh the vibe if we come off of a TPK. And I was like, "Yeah, no." Everyone's wearing like leis around like a beach fire, but they're like all disassociated in different directions. One person in the back is like drinking a mimosa with their one remaining arm.
Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
Loop's like half a skeleton, you know.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's
well, you know, it's modular, so lose an arm. What's the problem there?
A modular arm. We'll get him a new arm.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Pertaining to your mechanics, Gata, if so in Monster of the Week, if you get 0 rolls, not only do you not succeed, but also on top of that, there's like a problem because I can see the disparity between 0 successes and 1 success in the Steel and Spirit. Do you have any ideas for how you want to even that out, or is it just like a non?
If there are no successes, then it falls back to the yield rule of the DM says what happens next. If I'm gonna go off of vibe, honestly, like if what you fail,
I really wanna win though.
If what you fail at, like if you fail at leaping across a gorge to avoid a boulder, the consequences of that are going to be dire. But if you fail at like throwing a rock at someone, it'll just land, ineffectively somewhere in the space between.
Hilariously.
It'll just plunk down, nowhere near close to its target, and we'll just steer it awkwardly for a second before moving on.
But I was also thinking we should do like not that you should, but that one of my favored ideas is that if like you said, the consequences should be dire if you miss like the gorge, but don't make it so that we die instantly. Make it so that
no.
Matthew Caulfield.
Don't you worry. Don't you? I am not going into this.
I trust you.
I am not going into this intending to kill your characters. Okay, I'll put it that way.
Didn't seem like that before.
I can't wait to die.
Many games with Daddy. He hasn't killed us yet. I think we fine.
Well, we haven't started the game yet, so I mean, there is
Michael
that.
has Gen Z energy, just like, I'm ready to die. Let's go.
Rigel, no. This is why love needs to be a bear form, so that they could just keep Rigel from like just big bear hug from behind, so that they can't.
Don't do it. Like... I mean, on the plus side, you'll be able to find Rigel in the dark because he lights up like a nightlight. Oh yeah, that was my question. How? So like, I know Oriana has like faint stars that like she like they glow and change color a little bit while she's like embarrassed and shit, but like. When she just straight up, like, lights up, how bright is she?
So her glowing freckles replaces the mechanical bonus for choosing an elf in Steel and Spirit, which is a dark vision. So so she can see in the dark, but it's not because she has eyes that allow her to see in the dark. It's because when her freckles glow, she casts enough light to be able to see. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, so she's pretty bright then.
She can get pretty damn bright, yes.
She's a glow stick.
She is an actual glow stick.
She's an actual glow stick. And it gets worse when she's flustered.
That's cool as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that's so cute. Also, I had another question. How I know I asked in the group chat, like, how long does Oriana live? Because elves like live a variety of lifespans. But I wanted to be is Oriana's specific light force time tied to a star?
That would be cool.
Is she going to be as old as a star at some point?
That would be cool.
Millions of years?
But I have no thoughts on that at the moment.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
At this moment, I have no thoughts on that.
That's right.
Valid. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering if star elves were like tied to stars and like their lifespan dependent on the lifespan of their star.
I mean, Oriana is from space. That much we know.
Is she?
I think.
You say that, and then you're like,
I remember Gata mentioning something along the lines of, "Is this what I came from space for?" last time, and I'm just like, "Oh, so she's from space."
Star elves are formed from falling stars that land on the Earth. Where they come from initially, because not every falling star becomes a star elf. It's like only specific ones. Where those specific falling stars come from initially is unknown. So Oriana has no biological parents. She literally fell from the sky and was adopted.
That's fucking cool as hell.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Damn. All right.
Yep. I did have a thought on that one. Haha. All right. So
that's a cool thought.
Are we all ready to begin now that we're an hour into our play session? Whoops.
Yes. I told you if we're saying that we're starting at 4, then we're actually going to be
I'm sorry. I had to feed my wife. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying.
Feed your wife.
She had a double cheeseburger, and she's very happy now.
Ooh, good for her.
I've also... Okay, sure. I also painted my nails and put on a skirt, and I've been pretty today. So she's also very happy because my wife is a big lesbian. So she's been fucking living her best goddamn life today.
Good for her.
My wife is so fucking gay. It's almost not funny. Love her to pieces, though. Okay. Do you all have your... we're waiting on Nebula, but do you all have your numbers in front of you?
I have my character sheet up.
Numbers? Yes.
Yeah, we all have our characters.
Because I do not... I do not intend to remember what your number is. So when you roll, you're going to have to look at it and then tell me... That's 1, 2, 3 successes. I'm not going to do that math for you. So, pretty please.
I have a question. Does inspiration carry over?
I would respect inspiration from previous sessions. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, no, I have no
Keeping
problem with
track
that.
of that?
I mean, okay. I mean, when I DM, I'll probably be like, I have no idea, so no, start clean, fresh.
I put it on my sheet. That's why I was
haven't even
asking.
been keeping track of that.
I personally believe that like none of you are gonna try and metagame to like win. That's not the kind of game we're playing. So if you say you have inspiration from previous that you've like stored up, then yeah, sure, go for it. I trust you.
Well, I don't remember, but Tegan does, so.
Yeah. But also, like, I feel like inspiration should carry over because, like, the chances of it happening are literally 1 in 6, and it would feel bad if your final roll of the night was Inner Spirit. So you had the inspiration, you're like, oh, well, I just get fucked, I guess. Sure, great. That's fun for me. So, yeah, if you have inspiration from previous sessions, I would respect you using it.
Oh, I'm back.
Hello, welcome back. Okay. So.
Wait.
What?
I forgot that I wanted to clarify something about Gemini with everyone. Yes. I decided that salt, just imagine someone eating a really hot pepper and getting the juices all over their hands. That's what it's like with salt for Gemini. It burns. Like that.
Oh no.
Like, why did I eat this? It tastes so good.
Oh, like if she like seasons her food with salt, it's like really spicy pepper.
Yes.
Nice.
Everyone else adding hot sauce. Gemini, get a little salt on there.
Oh hell yeah! I love Mexican food. Up chucks an entire salt shaker onto her taco.
Oh my god.
All right, so welcome everyone to tonight's session. Tonight's adventure is titled "Beware the Bufflewhump." Yes, beware the Bufflewhump. It has been at least a few days since your last adventure, helping find the missing little child and the mother's elven boots. And in that time, things have kind of returned to normal. The little kid has kind of acclimated to the culture. Once the child stopped worrying about like going home immediately and realizing that, oh, this place is fun and people are nice to me and it's not as scary as I thought it was, they kind of got lumped in with a group of friends pretty quickly, and they're acclimating pretty darn well. And so everything has kind of sort of gone back to normal, just with, one more new face. However, this morning, your early rituals have been disturbed by a very loud occurrence, voices all talking at once in the main guild hall, the eating space where you all go down and have your breakfast. You never get to enjoy your mornings. No, you do not get to enjoy your mornings because things have to happen in the morning, so you have the day for the adventure to take place. Leave me alone. All right, fuck off.
Well, this happens right before dinner. We're all settling down, and then
no, that can't possibly happen. That can't possibly happen.
Already tired. Imagine that. We're already tired from the day. We sit down for dinner. Something happens.
And then adventure.
I just got in my PJs. God damn it. Let's start with Kite. Kite, what are you doing this morning that gets interrupted by this loud and noisy crowd in the main foyer?
I think if Kite isn't already downstairs, then they're probably just kind of relaxing in their personal space, just kind of taking care of anything that they might be left over from the previous nights.
Mm-hmm. So like
before that, Kite likes to read in the library.
Yeah. Maybe just reading up on some historic notes.
So in the library, like the walls are like magically cushioned to like block some sound, not all sound, because that would be a safety hazard, but some sound, because like with the amount of children that are in the guild, getting a place to read is like naturally impossible without there being some loud noise going on. So, like, you will hear the bustle outside, but muffled, until someone opens the door to, like, enter the library, and you get, like, a blast of sound as, like, the spell is, like, temporarily broken, and you're like, oh, that's more noise than normal. And a lot of the voices sound like they're actually adult voices. This isn't the kids making a ruckus. There's a loud group of grown people who you would naturally assume to be a new group of adventurers having found their way to the guild. Rigel, what are you doing this morning that gets interrupted by this noise?
Oh, like, it's not... Rigel's done most of his morning routine, I feel like, by now, so he's, like, awake and alert.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was probably in, like, the like eating area,
Okay,
kind of like on his way further into the shoe, and he hears the voice and he goes, hey, that's not right this early in the morning. And so he like turns around and goes back out.
the camera temporarily cuts back to the training field that Rigel just left, and you just see like Oriana's blue corpse, like flat, like she's on her stomach, butt in the air, exhausted from joining Rigel for his training sessions. She's just down for the count.
Yeah, he was like, okay, I'm gonna go back in. I'm gonna get an apple and some water. You good? She's like, you stay here. I'll be back. And he's just not gonna come back.
Is like thumbs up from her hand, and that's it.
Yeah, so she's out for the entire adventure. That's why she's sleeping off for the first day of training. Okay. Well, in that case, Loop or Gemini, what are you guys doing this morning? Would you be around the main foyer to see all whatever is going on go on?
Yes. Gemini is just kind of hanging upside down from the rafters, just looking at everyone and
watch it with their sunglasses and
yep,
some sip water, some drink or something.
Holding a fantasy Starbucks upside down.
Really.
Yeah.
It's already spilled on someone's head, but she pretends to keep drinking from it.
It's a fantasy blizzard.
There's a straw somehow, and it just works.
We don't question it.
It's magic. Don't worry about it. All right. So what was Loop doing this morning then?
So I've been thinking about Loop's monthly cycles, and I think when I started the DMing, the reason that she might not have come is because she was transformed, perhaps. And I think it's been not a complete month just yet, because I think by the next time I will DM, it'll be like her turn again. But while you were talking, and while you guys were talking about your morning routines, I think it would be interesting if Loop in bear form kind of sleeps in more heavily, especially during the winter months. And as they become more human, they tend to wake up a little bit earlier or get more things done. So
okay.
Their mood ring, it trends red when they're human and blue when they're bear. And I think it's a purplish. It's becoming more like redder by the day, but not completely red. And I think it might be the hue that tells if it's her gender or something. But I've just been using her for her pronouns for now. And so I think she's gotten up earlier than usual, but she's still like a little sleep ruffled.
Okay. All right. So, Loop, you would have entered into the foyer, ruffled and like awake, but not really. You know, you got that.
Yeah,
like,
I think she kind of like sleepwalks and gets herself like some coffee or something.
Yeah, no, the pre-coffee haze. I know it very, very well.
Exactly.
Very, very well. Yeah, so you enter into the foyer, and the first thing that you notice in your sleep-addled haze is the fact that Gemini is hanging upside down from the rafters with a fantasy blizzard and a pair of sunglasses. But that's, like, not out of the usual for you at all.
No, not at all. And I'm sure that the fantasy blizzard lands on her head, too.
Essie, has Gemini been waiting for Loop to show up to drop the fantasy blizzard on her head?
No.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Okay, well then Loop's very suspicious.
No, Gemini just kind of drops onto Loop's head. and off the blizzard.
The blizzard's too good to pass up.
But yeah, the second thing that you notice, Loop, and what Gemini has been staring at this entire time, is the fact that near the front, the main open doors that lead into the foyer, which is where they put all the job postings for the adventurers that come through. It's kind of like the front desk area that connects to the kitchen area. There is a tall, muscle-bound, buff, and shirtless human man surrounded by a small entourage of significantly less physically intimidating people. But they are still all kitted out in like adventurer gear, and they are all kind of like surrounding and like talking to each other and focusing their attentions on this tall man as he speaks to Brother John, who is manning the front desk. And you hear the tall man's voice cut across louder from all the other voices, though they speak together as one. And he says, well, what he says is part of the conversation with Brother John, but what you catch is aha, no need to fear, for I, Bestacles, shall best this beast.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's where you're at.
His name is Bestacles?
His name, apparently, is Bestacles. And he and his entourage...
Bestacles speaks in the third person. Good.
Yes. He and his entourage are apparently talking about a beast that they're going to slay. Which is, you know...
Do they resemble what we outside of this world might understand as, like, Club Scouts?
Club Scouts?
Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts?
Oh, Cub Scouts.
Cub Scouts? That's
No.
what I said.
No.
No, you said club with a
No, I don't know what you guys are
C-L-U-B.
talking about. No, gotta run the tape back.
Yeah, no, our ears are wrong. Don't worry, everyone. It's just all four of us misheard Jun. That's what happened.
You know what? I believe
I
it.
don't know what you're talking about.
I heard Cub Scout.
Oh, shut the fuck up,
see there.
Estelle. No, it's not as though it is a man with children. It is a bunch of adult men, and one of them is just significantly taller and buffer than the rest of them, so they appear childlike in comparison. If Brother John were not there, you would, like, seeing him from a distance, you would think, ah, yes, that is a scoutmaster with a bunch of small boys. But no. No.
Are they wearing like matching armor, or is it all like mismatched but like appropriate for their form?
It's mismatched but appropriate for their form. This appears to be less like an organization. They're not the boot. They're not like the police of the nearby city. These look like just a bunch of erratic adventurers that are all traveling in a group. Like this is the D&D party your mother warned you about.
Hell yeah.
When Bestacles says something about besting the beast, Loop slams the rest of her coffee and then mingles with the group like she's going to go with them.
Okay. As you enter,
definitely like approaches from the other side and like hangs out on like Brother John's side. Like, what's up?
All right.
Gemini's still on top of
a beast. There's a fight.
I'm gonna.
So about this party, this adventurer party. Is one of them short with blonde hair, a red cape?
No. The only so first of all, Bustacles is blonde. I didn't specify that, but he is blonde. He's got like short, curly blonde hair. Think like Roman gladiator Hercules kind of guy.
All I'm thinking is Armstrong from Full Metal Alchemist.
That's give him more hair up top, and yes, that's how I'm envisioning Bustacles. The only blonde head that you see from your perch on top of Loop, you see a blonde person on the opposite end, and then you're like, oh no, wait, that's just Regal. So,
Here he is.
Despite
somehow not surprised he's here.
Despite the rest of the entourage being like a mixture of races, you have some humans, you have some tieflings, you got an elf or two. One of them just like looks like Boromir because of course he does. There's a very number of races, but when Loop joins the group, like the people in the back who see her first kind of jump and like their hands go for the weapons and they stop and they realize like, oh no, this one's like on 2 legs at the moment, and there's a fae sitting on their head like, no, okay, they're good. But they part ways for you because, like, you're weird to them. They weren't expecting you, so you can actually reach Besicles pretty quickly. And from your...
Me?
Yeah. If you want to, like...
I was just gonna, like, sit in among the adventurers, like, yeah, no, I'm part of the gang.
Oh, okay.
Like, they look at me like I'm weird, and I look at them like, what's wrong? And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm still a bear.
Can I have?
Oh yeah, there's a fairy on my head.
Can I have
Ignore
Kite
the
just
fairy.
pop up in the middle of them and just be like, "Greetings, adventurers. How may I help
Oh,
you?"
like, just appears, like, teleports into instant transmission is just, pew, and there's a kite there.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like Enderman appears.
Like, everyone was so focused on Besticles that they just didn't realize Kite's presence at all.
The camera pans over from Loop as the adventurers, like, kind of shake it off and look away. But then there's this other small child just there, and they jump again because, like, holy shit, where'd that one come from? And the adventure...
Where did you?
The human adventurer that like direct your inquiry to, Kite, is a little shaken. Says, no, don't. Thank you, child. But we will not be here for long. We are simply waiting for Besicles to finish our business, and then we shall be heading off on a hunt. So thank you, but we're good. We are all good right here.
Do you want some snacks? I could get some snacks.
There's a moment's pause. Another voice says, I'd like some snacks. Shut the fuck up, Jim.
Kate scurries off to grab some fruit snacks.
What was the name of the one that said they want snacks?
Jim.
Jim.
Obviously.
Love Jim.
Yeah, sure. There's, like, a little, like, gnome fella with, like, armor that's slightly too large for him. It's as ramshackle as the rest of them, but it was obviously, like, sourced from the same locations. So his helmet, like, slightly covers his eyes because it's a bit too big. And he's just kind of, like, a little, I'm making his NPC on the spot, by the way. He didn't exist until just now. So I beg you, leave my Boblin the Goblin alone.
I do appreciate Boblin the Goblin. And Jim.
Yeah, Jim kind of, like, awkwardly, like, averts his eyes, like, I'm just saying, I wouldn't mind some snacks. Rigel, as you come up to Brother John, you can see that the brother is not enjoying this conversation. He's not angry. He's not stressed. He's just, like, it's really awkward for him, and he would really rather not be here. He's trying to get a word in edgewise around this warrior, but Besicles keeps doing things like when Brother John opens his mouth to say, but the problem is, no problem at all, good man. Why, my band and I are 15 strong. Between the lot of us, we can make sure this scourge never threatens our fair city ever again. All we need is directions to its cave of sin and madness, and we'll be on our way. And Brother John's like, well, okay, listen, the thing about he goes, no, don't worry. We do not require any sort of reward. All of that has been taken care of by the boot. We are on commission from them. Your guild need not worry itself one bit.
Rigel's gonna puff up his chest and like position himself just like a little like on par with Brother John, but maybe like a half step in front. And be like, gentlemen, as you are aware, any hunts that proceed through our forest you have to file out the correct paperwork so that we can ensure no one accidentally attacks you in misunderstanding. Will you please go to the front office and file the correct paperwork?
Loop calls from the back, Narc!
Shut up!
Nerd.
And Gemini's just gonna
He's
be
using
like
the same authoritative tone he used to use with the boots.
I am
with both the paperwork and the fruit snacks.
Oh God!
It's a stick of paperwork.
Rigel is all so that no one gets hurt. Gemini's just like, or kidnapped.
Yeah, or kidnapped by the Fae.
I'm going to ask you to roll. You can choose either seal or spirit if you want to. Like, are you actually like yelling out official rules, or are you just coming up with jargon to like make your yelling seem more official?
I'm gonna say that it's like
semi-official at least.
Yeah, it's semi-official rules. Like there probably is some paperwork that they're expected to fill out if they're going on any sort of official hunt, but it's probably not actually required for them to go through the forest. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So that's what?
I say you get
2?
+1 because Gemini is chiming in helpfully.
You roll
So-
at least 1 dice. I would say that Rigel is prepared. You mentioned that he's using the authoritative voice he uses with the boot. I would count that as being prepared. Like, this is something you've done before, having to bluster with adventurers and people who come through.
Well, and also, like, he looks like an adventurer, too.
True, exactly.
Like, you know, he's in his little tunic, he's got a little sword and shield and adventurer pack now. Like,
I'd say that gives you up to 3 because not only are you prepared in terms of being a paladin and knowing the rules for the boot, but you've asserted yourself in a way that's like, even though you're kind of bullshitting, you're kind of like, I don't know, that feels like 3
I'm
things.
bullshitting in a way that I've probably bullshitted before.
Yeah.
As I go, it's probably, like, I would assume he uses it a lot to, like, deter people from, like, hey, I get you're passing through, but, like, are you really well-equipped to go on this adventure? Like, let's fill out these forms, make sure you have enough inventory, and if not, like, we can lend you some stuff from, we can organize, like, a rental fee or something from, like, what we have, or you can commission some of us to go along with you as a protective sort of thing, like, that kind of stuff.
Okay. I'm going to say that you roll at least 2 for just your build, unless your expertise also plays in. I don't remember what your 2 expertises are, but
my expertise is insight.
Okay.
I'm an expert at judging motivations of others as a paladin. My other expertise is swordplay, which I don't think fits here.
If you think your insight as a paladin would make it easier for you to, like, have this conversation to convince people, then go ahead and roll 3d6. But since the rest of the party appears to also be helping you, Kite showed up with the paperwork. Both Loop and Gemini have chimed in. It kind of gives more validity, so you can go ahead and roll a full 4d6 if you want.
Ooh, okay, I'm gonna do it.
Ooh.
Just remember, you got to tell me how many successes that is. So
yeah.
do that math in your head.
So since it's a I gotta figure out if that's a steel or a spirit thing. Cold and calculated. Yeah, that sounds like spirit, or that sounds like steel to me.
Okie doke.
I hit 2 inner spirit. I got 4 successes.
You got a full 4 successes, and
I got 2 inner spirit hits.
2 inner spirit hits.
Yeah, my number is 4.
Oh shit!
Whoa. Yeah.
That's why I picked 4, baby.
Hot fucking damn. Okay, yeah, sure.
I'm no good with magic, but I'm great at, like, people.
So you speak up, and you immediately assert yourself as, like, the force in the room. Like, Besticles was, like, controlling the conversation, but when you come up, little blonde boy wonder, and start going on about paperwork and whatnot and how, like, there's an official order, Besticles turns to you, and you see his face goes from... He wasn't, like, belittling Brother John, but he, like, looks at you and sees a fellow warrior. Like, he sees an equal as opposed to, like, a pencil pusher or someone who doesn't understand his profession. So his eyes kind of light up, and he goes, "Oh-ho!" and, like, claps you on the shoulder joyfully. And he says, "Of course."
I, like, do that thing where I bring like my arm up and I smack him on the shoulder, but, like, on the outside.
Oh.
You know? So he's got the one arm and I got the other.
Oh, you're bros now. You're just bros.
No.
Yeah.
Every other adventurer in the entourage turned to look at you with almost the same reverence that they've been looking at Besticles with, as they realize, oh, another like alpha male has joined the group.
I'm officially adding alpha male to Rigel's document.
Okay, good. You have been given the title of bro at this point. Besticles slaps you on the shoulder and you slap him back, and he says, "Of course, my good man. We've made sure to keep everything on the up and up. We will, of course, fill out any paperwork required. However, I will note that our mission is sanctioned directly by the heads of the city nearby," which I've forgotten the name. It's called Boot nearby, right?
Yeah. Bootin'.
The city of Bootin, that's what it was.
City of Bootin, and everybody calls it the Boots.
The Boots are what we refer to as the police of Bootin. Right, that's what.
Yeah, because they're the boots on the ground.
I was like, I don't need to have the world document open. I got this. It's fine. But
immediately pulls up Word document.
Does Rigel kind of fall a little under the pressure of this big hulking guy clapping his back?
No way. Rigel might be
he's
tiny,
buff.
but he's
strong.
He's drunk.
The fact that Rigel doesn't buckle under the pressure of the hand only makes him look more impressive, because Besicles is not a small person.
Why do you think Rigel trains every day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you even lift, bro? Like, God.
I mean, you, Gemini, have seen Boudica. You know how those go.
Yeah.
Have
you guys looked at the other NPCs? No, not yet.
Not yet, no.
That's okay.
They
Boudica's big and buff.
They do not currently feature in this adventure, so I haven't given it a shot.
That's fair.
Moving forward, I probably will. But yeah, Besicles says that their mission is sanctioned directly by the city of Bhutan, which is weird to you, Rigel. Specifically because even when there are missions sanctioned by Bhutan directly, for example, like when Brother Thatch came in to like talk to Brother John about the murderers in the first session that we ran, like that was technically that wasn't a guild mission, that was like a city mission, but that information still came to the guild first before people were assigned to undertake it, right? Mm-hmm. You have not heard anything about a beast in need of slaying, much less essentially a posse being formed to take care of it. And that's the kind of thing that you would be informed of. Brother John gives you this look, which kind of like, it matches up with your immediate realization that like, oh, this is news and it shouldn't be news. Brother John also thinks this is kind of weird.
Nice. Excellent.
And Besicles reaches into his loincloth and produces...
Oh, gross.
Oh, God.
Into his fucking jockstrap.
And he pulls out a bunch of papers, and he, like, holds them up, like, not close enough for you to, like, read all the print, but you can see that it does, in fact, have, like, the seal of the city of Bhutan. And Besicles is like, all we simply need is directions towards the villain's lair, and we shall be on our way, good gentlemen. As a matter of...
I want to roll to steal.
To do what?
I want to steal the paper.
You want to roll to steal, not for steal.
That's what I heard.
You want to thieve the papers as opposed to roll the steal stat that is part of this game.
I wish to take the papers. It is also technically...
The rogue wishes to perform a thievery.
True,
yes.
They are rogue, yes.
And I have an expertise in juggling, aka sleight of hand, so I would say I get 2.
Okay.
I'm gonna switch out my blizzard for the papers.
And you're rogue, so...
Are you prepared to steal these papers?
No, you can't.
Is Gemini at any moment prepared to snatch something out of the air when it is suddenly thrust into the air? That sounds like a potential yes.
Yes.
As someone who is a prankster.
I mean, I switched out the sugar and salt in the first game.
So if you want, you can go ahead and roll 3d6. And I see you in chat, Neb. We'll get to you in just 1 second.
Okay.
My number is 4. Sleight of hand would be under... No, hang on.
No, it's either steal or...
Are you going... Is your stealing you failing to control your impulses, which would be spirit, or is it you doing a calculated, I'm a thief kind of move?
Either way, you would get 2 successes.
I mean, either way, it's 2 successes.
All right. So with 2 successes...
one of which is my number.
Rigel watches, well, everyone watches, really, as Besicles is talking about the paperwork and directions as, without him even recognizing it, like, the papers are gently removed from his hand and replaced with, like, a Dairy Queen Blizzard. And he continues talking as though he's still holding the papers. But eventually, one of his entourage does kind of poke him in the side. He goes, huh, what? And they point to his hand, and he looks at it, and he turns around, and he sees Gemini with the papers, and looks back at the Blizzard. And he starts laughing, like full body, like chortling. He goes, oh, a merry jest. Oh, what fun. I didn't even notice. Amazing. What skill you have in your thievery, young fairy. Ha ha, amazing.
And Gemini's just gonna pass the papers along to Loop and Kite, like, yeah,
I'm really great at stealing. I mean, juggling. Juggling.
You start juggling the papers.
Don't be so modest. Thievery is a skill, albeit a little illegal, but I'm no cop. Ah ha ha ha.
No, he's the cop.
And turns to Rigel.
Not a
cop. Kite, you look at these papers, and I'm not even gonna have you roll. Kite is meticulous when it comes to paperwork, and being helpful. So like you look at all the paperwork seems in order. Like, had this request properly come to the guild, like, this is all the information that would have been needed. And as you're reading, the lines that specify, what the quarry is, what the reward is a sizable amount of gold. And the quarry is a creature that you have never heard of before. Granted, you have amnesia, so, like, there's a lot of things you haven't heard of before. But with regard to the local area, you've never heard this before. It lists the quarry as being a murderous Bufflewhump. I'm going to type that in chat so you have... There we go. A murderous Bufflewhump. And
sure is a name.
Brother John, at this point, now that the flow has been interrupted by the blizzard, interrupts and says, "Gentlemen, please, I must stress that this creature you have been tasked to hunt, it's a religious relic. It may as well be a cryptid. No one even knows it exists. Like, if it did exist, killing it would be seen as a terrible, terrible strike against mysticism and possibly the Fae. You can't just waltz into this forest with the intent of killing a creature that rightfully lives here. We're going to need more information than just some papers from Bhutan to allow you access to our forests." And at this moment...
Okay. I feel like I want to do something with Loop. I feel like she'd raise her hand and be like, "I'll go look."
Paw?
Her paw, yes.
Everyone turns to look at Loop, and Bestacles says, I'm sorry, I did not catch your name. I am Bestacles, and you are?
Is he talking to me?
Yes.
Loop.
Greetings and well met, Loop. And he hands out puts out a big hand out to shake your paw.
My paw's actually almost like either as big or bigger than his.
Yes. He doesn't squeeze too hard because he's not quite sure of your bone structure, but like he is thrilled at shaking hands with someone whose hand is like comparable to his.
It's like that scene in Full Metal Alchemist when the two like manly dudes shake hands.
Yes. Actually, that GIF was also in the...
I couldn't find it quick enough.
That one. Bestacles says, "Are you a member of this guild, young Loop?"
Yeah.
I see. And he like thinks. He says, "If you are willing to scout out the location of the beast to verify the claim, I suppose my men and I could hang around here for a few hours. As long as you don't tell the members of Bhutan that we did so, of course. We are being paid by the hour."
Of course, I see. No, just, if you want, there's, like, training grounds, have, you could use this time to, hone your skills in preparations.
Wonderful! And he, like, slaps Loop on the back in a friendly manner as well. Says... "Very well, then.
Mostly fur, so.
It is settled. If the guild," he turns back to Brother John and says, "if the guild verifies the claim, will there still be an issue on your end?" And Brother John, who still looks stressed, is like, "I mean, technically, no. It would still be bad, but we wouldn't be able to stop you?" And Bestacles nods and says, "Very well," and turns to Loop and says, "Gather your fiercest warriors and go out in search of this Bufflewhump. I will give you the information given to us by the Bhutan officials so that your quest may be fruitful. But remember, we will only delay our advance by 3 hours. That is as long as we can afford to wait before it becomes suspicious."
Are you sure you can't, like, get an extra day? Like, it's gonna take me an hour to get into the forest, by itself.
And
you'll need like a whole day for provisions and rest. And
Bestacles gets this gleam in his eye, and he says, "My men never take more than 24 hours to hunt a foe. That is the legacy upon which we were hired."
Kite looks over and says, "Oh, but don't worry. You're not taking more than 24 hours to hunt a foe. If you're starting, like, if you start tomorrow, that's when the 24 hours starts, right?"
Yeah. What the simulacrum said.
Bestacles goes to give a third pat on the back to Kite, but then stops when realizing that how slight Kite looks, and is like mentally does the math of the trajectory.
Fly across the room.
So he
launched. And it's like, well, now we have to charge you for assault.
No, now we have to like go into the woods and find the kite, you know?
Yo, yeah, I know.
Kite becomes their namesake and flies in the air.
Exactly.
There's a kite-shaped like Kool-Aid Man hole in the wall, and they're like, okay, well, this delays the adventure by however long it takes to find the tree that Kite landed in. So,
wow.
Yeah, Bestacles like stays his hand and then gives Kite like a genteel pat on the head, and is like, "How clever of you! But alas, no. Our time started this morning when we first set out from Bhutan. Again, we will allow you 3 hours to hunt down the beast yourself to verify the claim before we ourselves head out towards the den." And he turns back to his men and says, "All right, men, to the cafeteria!" And they all kind of shuffle in, their armor clanking as they go.
To the cafeteria!
But instead of the bat logo, it's Bestacles' face.
Did what's his name go? Did what's his name grab the papers back? No, right?
Kite still has the papers.
Yes, good.
Right, Kite will pass them along.
No, don't give them back.
I meant to you if you wanted them.
Oh, yes.
I wanted to talk with Brother John before we left.
Likewise.
Brother John like collapses over the front of the desk with like his holding his head with one hand, like rubbing a temple. He's like, "Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Oh God."
Roger just like looks at Brother John like, "So you're gonna tell me or what?"
Gemini's gonna be looking through these papers now that Kite is done. Like, what is all this?
Brother John, as you shuffle through the papers, you're looking through them all. I'll tell you if you find anything interesting at the end of this Brother John conversation. Brother John is like, "Okay, so there's just a lot of red flags about this. I don't think Bestacles and his entourage fully understand what they've signed up for and what it could do for this guild." And he looks at all four of you and says, "Are all four of you willing to go on this commission to handle this?"
Of course.
Or,
yeah, but brother,
I
was kind of assuming that they like you say, if this is a living being, we can't just off it. Either we'll go and come back and say it's not real, and she says it behind a paw, and or we go and find this creature and tell it that some men are coming after them, or we come back and say that we fought it and beat it. So any of those.
Or if it is murderous, we handle it.
Brother John looks pained. He says, "It's a little more complicated than just explaining. Even if we convince Bestacles and his entourage that there is no beast or that they are mistaken, the fact that Bhutan is sending men into the forest without alerting the guild," he looks around and he leans forward and says, "You all understand that the guild's position in this forest is held together with a series of political and magical agreements between Mother, the city of Bhutan, and the various Fae that live here. Bhutan circumventing the guild and sending all these warriors in to kill something that they accuse of murdering citizens goes afoul of enough contracts that it could cause the entire web to break. Like, this isn't just about a single band of men. This is essentially Bhutan ignorantly declaring war on the Fae that live here."
Isn't that
Well,
like a large scale enough that we should get Mother involved on this?
And he nods like profusely, he's like emphatically, yes, yes, yes.
So here's what we do. You make sure they fill out, and he grabs like the stack of paperwork from Kite that normally would have been filled out in advance. You make sure they fill out all of these forms and give them to Mother, and we'll go find out what the heck's going on with the Bufflewhump.
We should also trace back who specifically sent that request if we can.
Agreed.
Brother John.
I think that's on page 98, subsection B, is request your information.
Oh, right.
And
it's that far down the line. Ryko, we need to make this streamlined.
I mean, that's the last place. That's at least the third place it's in. You know, you got to fill these out in triplicate. There are rules and regulations, and stuff keeps getting thrown in the fire. And he like looks up at Gemini.
This time?
Yeah, not this time.
Also, I hope they get trapped into a temporal veil.
Wow. Besticles has been nothing but nice to you this entire time. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Thanks, Vesticles. Vesticles and I are bros.
Please keep in mind what Vesticles is hunting and what I am.
Can someone get an explanation for the little metal man who doesn't really know anything about this?
Gemini's just going to be like, the Bufflewhump, that's one of my guys, technically. It's Faye.
Brother John. Brother John looks at Kite and like blinks. Is like, "Oh, right, you're new. I'm so sorry." Before Mother created the shoe, before she made the agreements and trades required to allow us to plot out this space of land for our purposes, this entire forest was essentially a subsection of Feywild. Allowing us to build a home here required us to have multiple agreements with multiple forces that lived in this forest. Back when the city of Booten was simply the village of Booten, there was a creature called the Bufflewhump that ruled this forest as its guardian and protector, and the people that settled in the nearby city viewed it as sort of a patron deity. The worship of the Bufflewhump as like a godlike creature, of course, faded over the years, and it hasn't been cited in like 1,000 or so years, long before we joined. As a matter of fact, and he kind of like makes a gesture back towards where Mother's garden is, says the glen that Mother keeps her exotic plants in had a shrine to the Bufflewhump in it previously. The structure still exists, but is because of the magic in the area from that shrine being there that allows the more rare species to grow properly. The location that these adventurers want to go to is like what was the major shrine for the Bufflewhump back when the worship of it was more well known among the villagers before the city expanded. And they plan on going clanking in there with their armor and weapons with the intent to kill. That's even if the Bufflewhump
to try fighting a god.
And he kind of winces and says, "Well, the Bufflewhump was more of a god in how they treated it. It was a fey creature. It had magic, but it wasn't like an actual god of anything. It was more of like a patron deity, if that makes sense."
If the Boots want to mess up everything that we have, carefully that Mother's carefully concocted here, then that's on them. They're gonna get themselves in trouble. We're just gonna try and mitigate the situation.
Brother John says, the thing with Fey bargains, when you agree to the Fey, they collect if that contract is broken, no matter the situation. I think if Booten messes this up badly enough, if the guild does not handle this situation carefully, then it could come crashing down on us whether we want it to or not. He takes.
Do we even go to do this quest, or shouldn't we just go to where whoever gave it? Like that's the real root of the problem, isn't it? Then,
Brother John reaches out to take the paperwork from Kite for a moment, or no, from Gemini. Gemini has the paperwork.
One of them.
Yeah, one of them.
Gemini has the paperwork.
Yes,
And
Gemini, Kite, and Rigel all have a copy of the paperwork.
no, multiple copies have been made already.
Yes, we made copies. There's a spell for that.
In that case, Brother John...
Nigel just had, like, the forms that they needed to fill out. I don't think he had the official, like, the actual request from Booten.
Yeah.
He just had, like, guild paperwork.
Brother John takes the Booten request, or a copy of the Booten request, and in one arm, and all the paperwork from the guild in the other, and says, I will get this information to Mother immediately. I will get this paperwork to Besticles to try and delay them further. I think you need to at least go and inspect the shrine to verify that the Bufflewhump isn't there before these warriors go trampling on what is essentially sacred ground. If you do find the Bufflewhump, and it does attack you, if this murder allegation, and he waves the paperwork around, is legitimate, and this creature has gone mad and seeks to destroy, it is the guild's duty to put it down. So verify whether or not it's there, and if it is there and it is hostile, do what you need to do to protect yourselves. It's better that we handle this than Booten do without our involvement.
Who gives a thumbs up?
And
Gemini's just gonna be like, Brother John, could you send one of the cousins over to Booten to, find out where this came from?
And Brother John gives you a wide-eyed stare, and he says, "Oh, trust me, there will be multiple cousins sent to figure out what happened here." It's like, I fully believe that none of the Fae here in the shoe want these arrangements to fail any more than I do. We will get to the bottom of this.
Kite turns to both Gemini and Brother John and asks, would it be in our favor to send someone to notify the Fae as well on the off chance that they might know something?
Brother John says, I will first share this information with Mother, and if she has a contact that would allow us to mitigate this damage before anything happens, she will send along to them. Don't worry. Once Mother gets on this, we'll figure out a game plan pretty quick. But time's a ticking on those warriors, so you lot should probably investigate quick.
Einsel knows the secret way. If you need to, just tell Einsel. Einsel will tell whoever they need to, and there you go.
Of course.
And Gemini's just gonna reach into the wall and pull off one of the random swords that are just lying around.
Of course, I have swords.
Yes, because of course we have random things lying all over the place.
Yeah, it's like a goddamn Applebee's in here with various shit just hung up on the wall. It's decorative, but also it's not. So.
Yes.
It's an appropriately sized sword, though.
They
definitely picked up a Fae sized sword.
There's a big sign that says Fantasy Route 66 on it.
Hell yeah.
But brother,
all right, I'm ready.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said, all right, I'm ready.
All right.
Got my sword, I'm ready.
The lot of you quickly collect whatever it is you need for your adventure, your weapons and your gear and your items and all that jazz, whatever's on your character sheet. And Brother John quietly gives you directions to the cave with the shrine. And the camera cuts to the four of you standing in front of this overgrown glen. It's out in the forest, not terribly far. It's like a 45-minute walk. Which leaves it far enough away from the shoe that no small children would accidentally find it, but still close enough that you can get to it pretty quickly. Do you want Kite to go to the library to get a book on Fae powerful beings?
Yeah, just so that during the walk, maybe Kite can learn a little bit more about it.
I'm going to ask you to do a quick steal roll, because as you are on a rush, see if you're able to figure out where such a book would be in the times allotted that you have.
Sure.
How well can Kite maneuver around the library to find the book?
So my only thoughts on that are Kite might have a little bit better expertise with it, only because they've been in the library. It's one of their more common rooms, so they kind of know where things are sorted. They just might not know where the books are.
I would say that counts as being prepared, so that would give you an extra d6 on top of the initial d6.
Okay.
And if any of your expertise
Lack of
is
exact Dewey Decimal System knowledge is really fucking him up here.
So I've got one exact, and I've got a spirit. I think it would be more of a steel roll.
I would think it'd be more of a steel roll. But if you did get an inner spirit, an exact number, then that's at least one success. So you look for books on Fae being something that could like inform you. You do not find you in the time allotted. You cannot do a deep dive to try to find information about the Bufflewhump specifically. But you are able to, like, out of the corner of your eye, you catch a book that does specify about, like, Fae contracts. And you're like, well, that's what we're in danger of breaking, so if I can't find anything about the creature itself, this is the next best thing, I guess. So you do grab a book on Fae contracts that you can read along the route. What exactly is would Kite be looking for?
I think the main thing is that Kite doesn't know fully like how to interact with Fae, but also would mostly be looking to see like. Sorry, I'm trying to think here.
That's fine.
Do you want to think aloud and just be like?
I guess one of my thoughts would be like, due to the gravity of the situation, Kite might be looking more of like a large scale information about what happens if you break contracts and like maybe ways to like fix or change contracts.
Okay, all right.
Legality loopholes.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the first thing that you notice as you're skimming through this book is that due to the sensitive nature of Fae contracts and the fact that a Fae may be reading that book, the wording is very specifically polite, and it's not like the sarcastic, oh, you should never pirate your Disney shows. Do not click this link to go to Sci-Hub where you can find like that's not a thing. That's like it's trying to be very respectful. So there's a lot of reading between the lines.
So it's real legalities.
Real legalities, yes. The vibe you're getting from the information you're reading is that it's possible to change or break contracts without it bringing the consequences outlined in the contracts, but it's never a good idea. Like that's not a good gamble to make. Because of how specific most Fae contracts are ridiculously specific to the point that a misplaced apostrophe could completely change the intent, the written intent. Fae contracts, when they're written, are rules as written, and when they're spoken, they're rules as intended. There's a lot of wordplay when it comes to an agreement. Generally speaking, when Fae make an agreement, they follow it to the letter, unless they're absolute assholes, in which case it's not like the monkey's paw aspect will have been written into the agreement as opposed to a retroactive, oh, now I'm going to be a dick about it. Like, they very rarely cheat the contracts they make. All of the trickery is in the actual agreement. Does that make sense?
What was that last sentence that you said?
I'm sorry?
All the trickery is in the agreement.
Yeah, the trickery is usually in the agreement. The flip side of that is that while you can generally trust that, as long as you're like being smart about it, that the Fae will hold up their end of the contract, the flip side is that if you run afoul of that contract, you're pretty much fucked. The Fae can pretty much take whatever payment they think is equivalent, be it the initial agreement, like, if I break this contract, you will own my soul. No, it doesn't matter the situation. They say, well, you owe me one soul now, and the Fae will always collect. But again, it hints that there may be ways to work around these contracts or like prevent the negative influences from like taking a hold if you can somehow work the Fae into like another edge case, or if you can prove that the Fae equally broke the contract. I'm trying to figure out like what exactly like world lores will answer Kite's initial question, which is, I guess, how does one not be fucked from this?
More or less.
Okay.
Though a lot of this is just like Kite is still kind of learning how to interact with Fae. So
okay.
Even at a base level, this is good for them.
Okay. I hope.
It's intense legalese.
Mm-hmm.
Rigel's just over here like, you can read and walk at the same time. That's cool.
And Gemini's gonna sit on Kite's head and just kind of explain a few things. Be a little helpful.
What Kite has learned to do / not do with Faith thus far. Not saying their name or their sexual orientation, because those things will be yoinked at the first possible option.
Be taken.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what else they've been taught.
Yeah, that's a pretty good start at least.
It's a good start. No one ever actually specified.
Contracts are important.
Don't say thank you, because that implies that you owe the Fae a favor, and a Fae will always collect on the favor.
The Fae will always collect. They're very efficient that way. I mean, it's their right to collect, but you know.
And also, they live for hundreds of thousands of years, so like they got time.
They'll
forget about it.
You guys find yourselves in front of where Brother John told you to go, and at first you don't see it because the area is so overgrown, it's so thick with brush and vines and flowers that you just think it's just part of the hillside, until you notice that slightly off the side of the path there appears to be an old and weathered stone statue on a pedestal. The statue is about the same size as Gemini herself. It looks like it was roughly hand carved out of a standing stone that was there, and the pedestal is made of the same material. It has been worn down with age. You can see there are spots where things have broken off, and it appears to depict the humanoid shape of a minotaur. You can see like a muzzle on the head, half of a horn coming out. The other half has obviously been snapped off at the base. You can see the thick arms, but like parts of it has been like covered in moss, and other parts have been worn away by the rain and the erosion as time goes by. It's in real rough shape, but you can see it. And when you see this statue, you realize that if you look in, you can see that hidden behind the overgrowth and the vines, there is in fact the entrance to a deep, dark cave off the path there.
I want to say that Loop's probably been like helping with navigation, like pushing vines away and using her body to kind of make the path as we go. And I think she would sniff at the air of the cave and see if she can sense anything.
The moment you take a whiff, your nose is assaulted with just decay and blood. It smells like an old slaughterhouse in there. Yeah, Loop smells bodies, death. Yeah, Loop smells death. It's faint and it's musty, so it's coming from further deep in the cave. It's not like right in front of you, but when you put your nose up to that cave entrance, you get a big whiff of that, like slamming into you full force.
I imagine,
the dogs do.
Yeah, I think that even though Loop might be a beast and a bear, like, and eats like fresh kills, I think from what you're describing, this kind of death is more like reek and rancid and like, you know,
pain,
defecation and stuff. And
it's a bit of both, actually. Yeah. It's a bit of both. Like it's not all fresh. You can tell that these kids, well, since you are an animal that hunts and whatnot, you can tell that it's a mixture of old and fresh kills.
Okay.
So
yeah, I'm certain that she kind of like pushes air out through her nose, like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Shakes her head a bit.
Statue near the front that like, or at the front that like indicates like, here it is. Is it like the kind of statue that probably would have like had offerings left at it at one point?
No. It's there's not like an obvious. Well, if you look at it, there's not an obvious place to like leave offerings. Like the statue itself is not the shrine.
Okay, the shrine is like inside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Gemini just kind of wants to go over to the little statue and pet the head.
Good idea.
You pet the head, and nothing happens, but you do feel better for having done it.
Yes.
Rigel's also gonna like peek his head like inside. and see if there are like, I think he's looking for like torch sconces or like that sort of thing.
Do you try and part the vines to like stick your head in, or are you still looking from a distance?
I think I'm looking on the outside, so I haven't like gone into the cave. I'm looking like along the sides of like the entranceway.
You try to look down the mouth of the cave to see if you see anything inside. Because of the overgrowth, the light is limited because it's blocking out the sun. You look and the light goes for a small distance and then stops, and it goes pitch black in there.
Ooh. Does it like tilt down, or is it like
from your current location you cannot see?
Sweet. Okay.
From what you can see, what is lit up, it seems to just be a single hallway that goes straight.
All right, I'm gonna go in.
Okay.
I'm gonna like push the vines aside. I'm gonna touch the plant, and then I'm gonna push the vines aside. And head in.
Loop will help like part the vines and isn't gonna let Rigel go without her, so.
Okay,
I got my sword and shield out.
Gemini's just gonna be like, thank God that Oriana's not here.
That's why I announced it.
The love tricks?
Fae love
that Fae
love as a
they love trickery. Not the love tricks of Fae.
Yeah.
That's funny though. I like that.
I know.
There are Fae love tricks, but that's like how they steal
that's a little
sexuality.
We do not kink shame the Fae, okay? They as long as they're all consenting, then like they can do as they please.
They can take your consent though.
Oh no.
That is true because you can give consent, can't you? Oh
yeah,
fuck.
You can get
take it. Fuck.
Accept the consent.
Shit.
Damn.
Now we're playing.
Can we not do that one?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. No.
I absolutely would not do that. I would not put anyone in that situation.
Non-con is on the list of no-goes. Dear God.
Oh, dear.
They'll take your consent and then they'll just stop because you're a non-consenting party.
They go, fuck, I didn't think this far.
Yeah, they go, shit. Well, now I have your consent now. Damn it.
I have your consent. What do
Hang
I do with it?
They're doing like the math in their head,
they
like,
just like turn around and they're like, okay, well, I have your consent now, so go ahead.
God.
Anyway, whew.
So what are Kite and Gemini going to do as you see Loop and Rigel enter this cave?
Be concerned but follow.
Okay.
It's behind me, it's fine. I got the shield up, we're good.
Say again, Estelle, I'm sorry, you cut out.
I said Gemini's just gonna be like floating, following, bit nervous because that is behind darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So
did anyone bring a torch?
So Rigel goes in, Loop goes in, Kite goes in, and as Kite walks into the darkness, the vines slide back into place, and you're just kind of hovering out there for a second. Do you go in? Is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay.
I said follow.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So you push aside.
In your basic inventory, you have 2 torches. I mean, if you brought your 2 torches, that's up to you.
Yeah. I think Loop will light her her new toy, which is the fire what's it calls it? Fire flushing. And it's like a torch, only I don't think it necessarily goes out. Maybe it needs to consume some sort of
mana.
Energy or something.
So your fire sticks, the fire on them isn't as the result of a spell. Like, it's not you cast the fire cantrip and ignite the sticks. It's just they just can ignite, right?
Yes.
So in that case, I would say that you don't have to like roll to cast magic. You just activate your stick as long as it is in your hand. So you are continually like telling it to be lit. It'll light. But if you put them down or drop them, if no one else picks them up to continue it, then the fire will go out.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So in that case, your marching order in this dark cave is going to be
first.
Rigel, Loop,
Rigel's first.
Kite, and then Gemini. So here's how this is going to work. As DM, I am going to tell you, the players, out of character, that this dungeon is a maze. But it's not a maze in the sense that there is a map you can follow and just trail the left side. We're going to be recreating the sensation of being lost in a maze. So what we are going to do is we are going to roll a d6 per person to determine which room of the maze your stumbling leads you to. Does that make sense?
Oh,
so it's theater of the mind maze. If you want to return to the room that you just left, if you want to backtrack, you can find the last room you were in. But beyond that, anytime you try to go elsewhere, you will have to roll to determine where you actually end up.
Cool.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes.
So here's what's going to happen. So as you guys are going down, Rigel has the halo lighting his space. Loop has her fire stick lighting her space. Kite and Gemini are following behind. Everyone except for Kite starts to feel a little woozy. The further you get in this cave, the walls seem to start closing in on you. And even if you previously haven't had experience with like claustrophobia, you're starting to get a little upset. You're starting to sweat a little bit. Your steps are a little unsure. I want everyone to roll 1d6 for me.
I got a 2.
Okay.
Oop, that was a 5. Never mind.
I got a 1.
Oh my god, 3 of us got ones. Never mind.
Who's
No, I rolled a 5. Okay, 4.
Okay. So here's what happens.
Hey, it's my number.
The 3 of you who are not Kite, I must stress this, all right? The 3 of you who are not Kite, as you're tramping along, your thoughts get a little muddled. And your mind starts going off, like chasing after thoughts that have nothing to do with what you're doing here. Like you'll look at a rock and you'll think of something in a similar shape you saw last week, or how Goose's mashed potatoes have the same texture to this before you dive your spoon into them. And spoons are shiny, and oh, my halo's really shiny. Is my halo a spoon? And you end up losing yourself inside this twisting, dark, dank, cavernous area. Kite, you notice that the loop in front of you, in particular, is not looking great. And Gemini and Rigel continue walking forward, and you stop to assist Loop. How do you attempt to get Loop's attention to ask what's wrong?
I think Kite would just pull on. Loop is currently in
bear
wolf form. Bear
wolf.
Okay, so I think that Kite would kind of start to notice that she's having a rough time, and just kind of grab her on the shoulder and just give her a very gentle, "Hey, are you doing okay?"
I think even with light tap, she's kind of I wouldn't say jumpy, because I think she's really muddled. So she kind of looks around like she didn't realize it was you, and looks at you and is looking at your face, but doesn't seem to recognize you almost, and is what?
Okay, it's just are you okay?
Yeah, of course. No. Cave, bears lives in caves. It's no problem. But she kind of is slurring her words.
Kite's pretty sure something wrong is going on. Just from that alone, I think Kite's been around at least this group enough to know that that's more when they
putting up a front, I suppose.
Yeah, putting up a front, or even just when everyone goes to party in the foyer and has a little bit of alcohol, if that's a thing that they do.
Yeah.
So Kite just stops for a second and is "Who are you? What's your name?"
Oh.
My name, what? I'm Loop. What are you talking about?
All right.
Who are you? Who are you?
Who are any of us, really?
Who are any of us, really?
Asking the monk a philosophical question.
Yeah.
And Kite decides to blind fire a dispel off.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
All right. What spell are you casting?
Dispel.
You're gonna cast Dispel. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I misheard what you were saying. Okay. So what exactly do you want your spell to do? Do you just want to see what the initial reaction loop has to the spell is, or are you like, what's your intention with this?
I think my intention is Kite assumes that either there's a force that's acting on loop in the cave, or there's a force in the cave. Oh, sorry. There's a force that either has affected loop, or there's a force in the cave that is impacting loop, if that makes sense. Like either a spell on loop or a spell on the area that is affecting loop.
Okay, that makes sense. All right.
So I think Kite's gonna first try dispelling loop to see what happens.
Okay. I like the idea of us rolling to determine how successful our spells are, but in this case, you're just like scientifically looking for a reaction as opposed to like doing something specific. So I'm just going to say it just happens in this instance. Or in this case, you cast Dispel and the torch goes out because that's technically an enchanted item.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
That's
great.
But then,
hang on, where Rigel and Gemini just keep walking, does that?
Yeah, we're just walking.
We will get to you guys in 1 second. Trust me. Remember,
if Kite and Loop are alone now, then do Kite's emergency light?
Oh yeah, no. In like the 2 seconds before Loop's fire stick reignites, because the dispel is a continuous spell, so it only like interrupts it for a brief time. Kite's emergency robot lights do kick on. Like Kite's got like a lit undercarriage, lines of energy like flow through their body in like a nice yellow color, I guess. And they do cast a small amount of light, nowhere as much as the fire stick did. Yeah, no, it makes like a boom, kind of like a lightsaber sound as it fires up.
Loop is like so entranced by like I want Nebula to describe like what kind of movements or what kind of components in the spell, like did they move their hands in front of Loop's face and was there a flash, or do they say something, or do they move their hands and close it like a fist, or what does it look like?
Kite grabs Loop on the other shoulder with their wrist that has the bracelet on it that casts the dispel, and just kind of gives them a good shake.
Okay, and then when the thing goes out and she like blinks and sees your thing, your carriage light up in yellow, and then her light comes on and she's like, "Whoa, that was cool. Do it again." So and she like tries to shake the light of her flame out.
So 2 things happen after Kite's lights kick in. First of all, we established previously that Kite wasn't aware that they had this feature, so this is new. But in amongst being shocked that, I didn't know, I never knew it did that before, Kite notices that they are the only light source until the fire stick turns on. Kite turns to where Gemini and Rigel were, with Rigel with the glowing halo, and they're gone. They're just not there. They don't even see. They don't even see the light from the halo like glistening offwhere in the darkness. It's just pitch black in front of them.
No brain cell. No brain cell. Watered on together. No brain cell. No brain cell.
The second thing that Kite notices, which happens mostly once the fire stick does burst back into existence, is that the flash of light reflects off of something. Both on Loop's offhand paw and also on Kite's hand. And underneath the neon glow of Kite's lights, kind of like how some substances will glow under a black light, the hand and paw that were used to move the vines away have some sort of like pollen on it.
Whoa, what?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's crazy.
Okay.
since Kite is a simulacrum, which is basically a fancy robot of sorts, like there's like biological components to it, it's pretty simple to realize for Kite that whatever is causing Loop to be loopy has to do with making contact with those vines.
Oh, whoops.
Uh-oh.
What would Kite like to do with this information and their half-drunk bear friend?
I'm not half drunk bear friend. I'm a half bear drunk friend.
Yeah, there we go. There it is.
Go gadget vacuum cleaner.
Does Kite say this and hope a vacuum cleaner pops out of their hands?
Yes.
I think Kite is going to take, hold on. First thing Kite's going to do is get the idea after everyone. The first thing Kite does is get surprised about the fact that they can light up.
Mm-hmm.
But that's got to be compartmentalized for later. The second thing is they realize that, everyone else is gone, and Loop's still here. So they're going to grab some rope out of their backpack and just tie it to Loop's wrist and to their own wrist.
Loop's like, are you not gonna ride me like a bear? Like a piggyback ride? Like you want me to lead you like a dog? Is that what this is about?
And then Kite just says, We'll talk about this later. Anyway.
Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta go do something just real quick. Sorry.
Sure thing. Kite just gets on Loop's back and just takes off.
Meanwhile,
for the others.
Yeehaw! Right on, cowboy!
Meanwhile, with the angel and fairy,
with the no brain cells club.
Halo.
Ooh, pretty lights. I like that Loop has finally gone Loop-y.
I'm gonna take this chance to heat up some food real quick.
I had to pee.
Gada's taken is just left for a little bit.
Convenient. What did I miss?
I'm back.
Nothing,
What did I
nothing.
miss?
Nothing.
Okay,
I got
good.
back. I had to
He can just
pee.
stay back.
Okay.
I had to pee so
As he
bad.
said that Faye needed to warm up some food, but I think they might be.
Okay, we can wait a second.
No, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Me and Nebula were just saying that Kite needs to jump on Loop's back and ride her like a cowboy, like yeah.
Conveniently
Just ride
enough,
off into the cave.
Rigel does have 50 feet of rope in his adventurer's pack.
Too
Which
bad
is
Rigel
also
and
which is
Kite
also
are
a bag
not in
of
the same
holding.
place. Oh yeah, that's cool.
So
I have a question
yes.
for you, DM. At this point, I have 4 inspiration. Would I be able to use an inspiration to, like, steal myself? Like, hang on. Focus, you fucking dumbass.
I would absolutely say yes. I would allow you to say I have an inspiration. Can I use that? Well, what's your inner spirit power?
My inner spirit power is Sacred Oath. If your action is in line with your Sacred Oath, I get 1 dice to spirit rolls for the next minute.
What is your Sacred Oath?
I don't have one right now.
Would you argue that your Paladin Oath is kind of like to the guild and to the mission?
I think for now, it's probably changes every time, but I think for now it's like protecting other people.
What I think you would be doing is trying to use your willpower to like muscle through the effects of this pollen, which would be a spirit roll. I would let you use your inner spirit to roll to try to like snap yourself out of it.
Okay.
Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. So it would technically be you triggering your inner spirit without going too far off base, but still like within the confines of what you are hoping to accomplish.
Right. Okay.
I will tell you that like you guys are not going to be drunk for the entirety of the cave. It's really a mechanic to separate you.
I'll be drunk for the
yeah,
whole
that
cave.
sounds
I don't
fun.
care.
That sounds fun. That's a
I just feel like it's like, hang on, we've done this before. We gotta fucking get our shit together.
Get my slap yourself.
I was thinking
Get out of it.
I was thinking like do the really dumb thing and slam my sword against my shield to like wake
Hey.
myself up. The loud
That's really
noise.
dumb.
Wake me. Rigel's stupid!
Okay.
Stupid Rigel's just not afraid.
High charisma. That does not mean he's smart.
Okay, so I want to ask. Okay, this is the DM voice. Are you sure you want to do that?
No, I don't want to do anything until Essie gets back.
Okay, well let me tell you this, right?
I'm back. What happened?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. Tegan's conspiring against you.
You're stupid.
Why?
No. So, we're going to really quickly finish up with the result of the roll with Kite and Loop first, and then we can move over to Rigel to figure out the result of that action. Okay.
Okay.
So, Kite, you have put a baby leash on the bear.
Baby leash a bear.
Are you planning on doing anything else at this moment, or is that like the entirety of your plan right now?
I think Kite's gonna try and take a oh god, what's the name of it? It's like a napkin, but it's like a cloth one.
Mm-hmm.
Handkerchief?
Handkerchief, thank you. They're gonna pull out a handkerchief that they would have, and I think maybe put a little bit of water from a water skin on it and try to wipe it off.
Okay.
Of both Loop's hand first, because it doesn't seem to be affecting them, but afterwards their own hand.
Because Loop's paw is like fur and like nooks and crannies for the pollen to get into, you get the majority of the visible pollen, and Loop doesn't like immediately go back to normal, but you have like removed the majority of what was on their skin. So hopefully it'll wear off, and you clean yourself up, and you're good. Loop still a little loopy, but it will wear off.
I'm
quicker.
always loopy. My name's Loop.
That's what Goose calls me. Loopy.
Loopy. Yeah.
Is Loop a master of the
Loopy
drunken
Loop.
fist?
Oh hell yeah!
That would
yeah.
be so funny.
That's
that
the
were
only.
true.
That's the only thing they know right now.
Loop is secretly Rock Lee.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, Estelle. It wasn't that Gemini was when you touch the vines to enter the cave, pollen rubbed off on your like hands and whatnot. And since all of you specifically stated that you move the vines out of your way, like no one tried to cut the vines down.
I did specifically say I was moving vines out of the way. No, I don't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, I was like, I have a sword. I could cut this down.
But none of you
that
did.
Might be really rude.
So all of you were affected.
Then the sword would
Kite.
be loopy. Ooh.
But okay.
Oh, so is Kite so I guess I can't really get an answer to this, but I'm wondering if because I thought it was that Kite was a simulacrum and that's not why they are affected, or is it that they just didn't touch the vines?
No, it's because they're a simulacrum. The pollen is affecting the people who are primarily biological and have skin to absorb the pollen with, whereas Kite being a construct, like they may look like a humanoid, but they're not going to be like absorbing it through their skin into a nervous system of sorts to make them loopy. If that makes sense.
Nobody can become loopy. Only I am.
I'm the only loopy you needy.
Exactly.
They can be a nervous system in certain situations.
Does Kite have a nervous? Kite has their own inner nervous system that they can turn on and off.
Or
has my nervous system on, nervous system off.
Or are they a system?
They are the nervous system.
Oh, they are the system that is nervous.
Yes.
Love it.
I do have a nervous system. It's me.
It's me.
Oriana is in here and he's like, oh fuck. I let Rigel touch another plant. She's gonna be pissed.
Literally what I was thinking when Rigel said, I'm gonna touch the plant. The DM,
like announced it. I'm gonna touch the plant, and then I did the plant.
What do you mean you touched the plant?
So Loop didn't.
God,
Loop didn't register that at all. So
I'ma do it.
Oriana in the background. No.
What did he do about it? Nothing. Typical.
Once you get your toddler in line, Kite, you continue on. And you walk for about as far as you had walked up until the point where you stopped and realized something was amiss, before you stop and realize something is amiss. Because you thought you had walked straight forward after where Rigel and Gemini had gone, but you see a sheet of vines covering the entrance to the cave, but from behind it, you are back at the entrance.
Oh, fuck.
And before anything else can happen, in your internal head, you're like, you thought you went the right way, like you were pretty certain that you just continued on the exact same path, and you question, like, how did I end up back here? And unbeknownst to you, a small blue light travels down your off-orange light strips, separates from your lines of lights, and floats into the cave behind you.
Wait, say that. I'm sorry. Describe that one more time. What did
you
say happened?
So Kite has a bunch of lines of light, like neon lights, in their undercarriage, and at the moment it's a off-orange. While Kite is marveling at how they got lost when they thought they were going the right direction, unbeknownst to either of you, a single small mote of blue light travels down one of those lines of energy before somehow exiting from the line, and then it floats down into the cave and disappears.
Gotcha. Sick as hell.
But neither of you notice this.
Gotcha. I mean, you're both kind of busy going, like, isn't that the door?
What the? Well, I'm not. I'm just like, oh, hey, we're at the door.
I guess we're there.
The
home.
the camera shifts over to Rigel, and I have to really quickly scroll to where you guys actually rolled what rooms you're going to enter. Here we go. Okay, so Rigel is going down this path. Mind you, they're alone. Gemini is not with them. But as Rigel was the front of the line.
I lost the light of the halo.
Mm-hmm.
The ADHD brain. Some got distracted.
We'll get to Gemini in a second. Trust me. So Rigel continues down this path. And the thoughts are muddled. Their steps are shaky. And he enters into this wide open room. I'm going to ask you, Tegan, in Rigel's current state, would he focus on snapping himself out of it first, or would he look at his surroundings first? Do you think even when he's drunk off of vine pollen, he would have the forethought to verify his surroundings first?
Hey,
Go ahead.
Aki's asking if they can listen in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I thought I'd ask.
Oh, you want to listen?
Absolutely. Hello, Aki.
Hey, Aki.
Hello.
Hey.
You have caught us in the middle of the adventure. Everyone
in the labyrinth.
Yes, they are in a maze, but it is a theater of the mind maze. So it's not like there's a map you got to follow or anything. The party that were not robots have been affected by the plant growth in the cave that has muddled their minds a bit. They're all a little drunk off of it, and they've been separated as a result. We are currently resolving where the Azamar Paladin gets off to in this dark maze.
It's Link.
All right.
It's totally not Link.
Another thing is that
Wait, what?
we are recording this session not for public handing out, but people that you do not know will hear this adventure at some point in the future. So just don't give out any personal information or anything.
Oh, I'll just mute myself then. Sorry, I didn't realize you guys were playing a game.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You're
Oh, you just wanted to hang out with us. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we're playing. We're doing a tabletop role playing game. It's great fun.
If you want to, you can roll up a character and come join us next time.
Yes.
No, it's
cool.
Okay.
It's cool.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, it's good. Should I leave?
No, you can
No,
you can stay and listen.
okay?
Absolutely. No, that's fine.
Okay.
You can meme with us in the
Cool,
VC. You can meme with us in the VC text group too if you like. Go for
Oh
it.
yeah, true. There's lots of memes in the VC text, so.
Okay. I'll go ahead and mute then.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. So.
Okay. Because he has experience adventuring, and because his specialty is swordplay, I would say yes. Probably even in his like an inebriated state, he would say like, okay, hang on, get my bearings first.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then like I think when he realizes that no one else is around, then he's gonna be like, okay, hang on, wait a minute, something's wrong.
So here's what happens.
And that's when he'd like try to snap out of it.
So Rigel enters this significantly larger room. He exits from the small, narrow passageway it opens up into a wider room. He looks down at the floor to realize that the dirty stone floor of the cave that they've been following thus far has given way to some very old and very damaged, but still somewhat orderly stone tiles. So at some point, there was like some sort of structure in here, some man-made structure. The second thing they notice is that there is a dead body in the middle of the floor. It's just out of the line of sight where he can see with his halo, but there is definitely like a full-ass corpse just there.
Okay. Yeah, it's snap out time.
It's snap out time? Okay.
It's snap out time.
How
dead body?
How does
hang on a sec.
How does Rigel snap himself out of it? Does he do the sword banging on the shield thing?
Or don't do the sword banging?
No,
on the
I don't think it's that. I think like seeing an actual dead body just like raises that like there is a problem here. There is a like the sense of danger kind of flips that kind of switch for it, you know? Like when you're driving on a road and you first hit that like ice patch. You know what I'm talking about. And,
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. I don't drive.
When you're riding in a car,
okay.
And the driver hits an ice patch, you know how everyone kind of like tenses up? Yeah.
Tegan, I live in Florida.
Yeah, you didn't used to live in Florida though. You lived in a place with snow at one point.
Yeah, but he didn't drive.
I didn't drive in that place though. Anyway.
Is that better?
Yes, that makes more sense.
When the vehicle hydroplanes and everyone kind of tenses up in the car and you become more aware of like everything the car is doing. That feeling.
Okay, all right.
He goes, all right, hang on. There's something actually dead here, and now I have to actually pay attention instead of just letting autopilot handle it.
All right.
When you're playing Minecraft and there's a fire in your apartment.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Yeah, sure.
Oh no, that's a deep cut.
Shut the fuck up, Neb. Shut the fuck up. No, you're not. I can hear it in your voice. No, you're not.
You're right, and you should say it.
Don't make fun of my trauma. I'm the DM. It's my turn to do that.
Is it really trauma if all of your action figures survived?
Anyway. So,
is it really trauma if you got to live with your wife afterwards?
True. No, trust me, it's still fucking trauma. It's still PTSD. I still, like, freak out when I smell smoke if I don't know something is, like, a candle's burning or anything. It's bad. Anyway.
Valid.
I'm going to ask you to roll for spirit to see if you can, and like you said, you wanted to use your inner power, your inner spirit, to activate your inner spirit power, which gives you an extra die on spirit rolls.
Oof, all right. This is gross. I hit my power.
Okay, so that's at least one
success.
One success? Okay.
One success and one
fail. So on only one success, you barely manage. You Rigel like shakes his head and like tries to like clear it out, like rubs his temple, and it does clear things up a little bit. You got like the blood's pumping through your body and it's like clearing up the effects. You're still a little loopy, but you're like more aware now that you were loopy, which gives you more presence of mind to know what's what.
I'm gonna check. I'm gonna do like an over the shoulder, like, is everybody still behind me?
Oh, no one's behind you. You are completely alone. You don't even see like lights in the darkness. It is like, and as a matter of fact, now that you're thinking about it, you barely remember the path you took to get here. Like, you're realizing, oh shit, I was just like one foot in front of the other. I don't know if I made a turn somewhere. I don't know if there was like a fork. I don't remember hearing anyone else. Like, I don't even remember when I last heard someone walking behind me. Like, it's
Right.
bad when you realize how little you remember about your journey here.
Okay.
So you are in this stone room with presumably just a corpse. Ta-da!
All right. I'm gonna go up to the corpse.
Mm-hmm.
Is it face down or face up?
It is face up. What do you know about corpses? Would you be able to estimate how?
What do you know?
Yeah, would Rigel be able to estimate like how long it's been dead just from look, or would that require like a serious roll? Do you think?
I think he could. If it's not decomposing, no.
Okay.
If it's like heading towards zombie like decomposition levels,
Desiccated.
possibly. Yeah.
We did have a little bit of experience with the first.
Yeah, we did have some
session
experience.
with
That's true.
Dead bodies, but they weren't like
Remind
like,
me.
left to the elements, really.
Remind me when Jun. Remind me what the time span was between the victims in that first adventure.
It was only a week between victims at the longest.
At the longest. Okay. All right. Oh.
Oh,
Sorry.
what happened?
I accidentally clicked general instead of game night. Confused.
Okay, so based on the previous experience, the body looks like it has gone through like the initial stages of like rigor mortis. Like it's not like a fresh kill, like this was done very recently, but it's not like zombified. Like you could tell this was probably done within the week.
Okay.
But one thing,
Is it like
Experience for that.
is it like a bloody mess sort of deal, or is it just like dead?
it looks like someone went at this with like something hacked into this body. Like none of the limbs are missing, but you can see the wounds that are on its chest and on its shoulders. Looks like something attacked this with something sharp. What is
sharp things I have experience with.
What is interesting to you in particular is that this person still appears to be wearing their clothes. Not like murder victims normally strip, but it's like aside from the bloody wounds, or aside from the wounds and the fact that he's dead, the rest of the body doesn't appear terribly scuffed up.
Okay. What is this, like a body in adventuring gear, or is this like regular clothes?
It looks
civilian attire.
It looks like regular clothes, but you can see that there's like it's wearing like a jacket like over its regular like tunic, and you can see over in the folds of it there is like a pouch of some sort on the inside of its coat.
Okay. I'm gonna brace myself, and I'm gonna inch forward. Let's do it.
Poke it with your sword.
Yeah, that's literally what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like with the flat end of the sword. I'm gonna probably stand near the feet and like smack at the ankle a little bit, but with the flat end, so it doesn't do additional damage.
So you're just tapping against it to see if like it jumps up and eats you.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
This is purely like a cautionary, like I don't want to get zombified.
Okay. You tap the flat of your blade against like its ankle, and rigor mortis, it doesn't really move, but it doesn't immediately hop up and try to eat you either. Like nothing happens.
Cool. Okay. Still on alert. I'm gonna check out that pouch.
Okay. Evil smile from the DM time.
Yeah, I fucking knew it.
Oh no.
I fucking knew it. But I'm stupid, so I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I want to know what's in there.
It'll make for a good.
Yeah,
I was okay.
I know he did.
When I explained to you what happens when you touch this pouch, you're going to realize why I wanted you to bang against your shield like a gong, because this is fun. So you Rigel reaches in and removes the pouch from this dead gentleman's possession, and when Rigel lifts it up to look at it, the not insignificant amount of coins within this pouch clink together and make a bit of a ringing sound, as gold money is meant to do. You recognize two things when this happens. The first is that this person was killed, but the body wasn't looted.
Right.
The second...
That's what I was afraid of, okay.
The second is that in response to the little clinking sound of the coins, you hear a soft chirp coming from directly above you.
Shield up. Shield up.
Shield up? Do you look up?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, shield up, but I'm peering over the shield.
For the first time since you since you have entered this room.
It's the first time you existed.
Yeah, so it's the first time I thought about...
You did a smart thing.
Doing a sword thing. I've done a sword thing.
For the first time since you entered this room, you look up to see what's on the ceiling of this room, and your face pales as 5 giant bats, each of them about the size of you, look at you.
Keys.
The first bat looks at you with like sleepy blinking eyes as they all slowly wake up from their nap at the first sound in this room since presumably that guy stopped screaming. And they look down at you and they give a little What do you do?
Could you say that sound again? I'm so glad you're recording.
They're a sleepy bat. They're a giant bloodthirsty bat, but they're a sleepy one. Give them some credit.
I'm gonna whisper, sorry. And I'm going to very gently set the coin purse down, but on like the fleshy part of the body so that they don't clink against the stone floor.
Okay. So you do that, and the bats like are watching your every move. Like, mind you, you are
moving so slow.
You are a literal snack with a giant glowing neon sign essentially pointing at you. Here I am.
I fucking am, aren't I?
Tell me how Rigel is going to exit this room before I tell you how the bats respond.
Very slowly.
Yeah.
Very quick.
When I did my initial lay of the land, where are my other exit points, or is there only one?
So you know that there's one where you came in from directly behind you. There are multiple exit points, various shapes and sizes. All of them just lead off into the darkness. Because you are standing over the body, which was in the middle of the room, you are technically equidistant to literally anyone. So I'm going to say you can tell me that you go back the way you came, or you try and exit out a different corridor.
Can I see... since my back is probably to the door that I came in from, I'm gonna venture that I can't see that one out of my peripheral, and I can probably see the other door out of my peripheral. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna raise my shield a little bit higher so that it's like over my head like an umbrella. And I'm going to very, very slowly slide my way out the other door.
I'm going to...
Using my footwork as a way to avoid making too much sound.
I'm going to ask you to... I imagine this is like... I imagine this will be a steal roll to see how successful your tactical maneuver is. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
So figure out how many dice that would be.
I think 1, because I'm prepared to be quiet, or try to be quiet, and 2, because I have practice with footwork.
Okay.
Because I know I was talking to you earlier about like his training with Oriana, and he's like, the footwork is very important. We got to get that down.
Right.
And she's like, what the fuck?
So 1, because you're attempting it. 2, because you're prepared. And 3, because this footwork relates to your swordplay expertise. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
All right. It's a steal roll, so you want to roll under your number.
2 successes.
2 successes. So, Rigel's soft shimmy, you put the shield above your head, You put the shield above your head, which kind of like prevents the light from blasting at the bats directly.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm trying to like, if I make it darker again, and I'm real quiet, maybe they'll just go back to sleep.
Rigel cannot see the bats because of the umbrella shield. Rigel gets almost completely all the way to the door before there is a loud thump back in the middle of the room behind him. And from his field of view, he sees the one bat drop down next to the corpse and look curiously at Rigel and chitter to itself softly, but it doesn't move forward to chase you or anything.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna continue to very slowly go towards the door and just be like, shh, don't wake up your friend.
And the bat just watches you very intently, but it watches you as you awkwardly shuffle out of the room. And
nice.
You turn a corner in down this corridor, and the bat is out of sight, and you do not hear it following you.
Nice. Okay. Are there any like pebbles and shit on the floor?
I mean, you have left from a stone tiled floor room, and you're back at like the more natural just stone floor of the cavern.
All right.
So there would be like detritus and whatnot if you're looking for a stone.
I'm looking for like a couple of stone, like probably like 15 small stones.
I imagine that as you travel down this particular corridor, you would find that many stones. Do you need them right now, or are you okay waiting for your next scene?
Yes.
Okay.
I need them right now. I'm gonna make an arrow and put in an R with the stones on the ground.
Okay. All right.
To try and indicate to my party, if they come through here, I went this way.
And you say Rigel doesn't have brains.
Rigel has adventuring brains only.
All right.
This is now an adventure. There was a bat and I almost died.
I'm going to say that since you are like this isn't like you're going to give up on this if you can't immediately find a way to mark this corridor. I'm going to say that you do that like off camera while we move on to the next person's scene,
fine.
But you do mark like that corridor.
Okay, cool.
All right. The camera then moves to elsewhere in the cave, and we see our friend Gemini. Let's see. Let me double check what room you're in.
I think it was 4.
Yes, it was 4. Okay. So you're traveling along. At first, you're following the light, but then you're still loopy as shit. Like, you're still loopy as hell. It feels like you never left the revelry last full moon. You feel like you're partying hard. How does Gemini party when she parties hard? Like, what's her preferred? Like, she's not a wallflower. Is she like on the dance floor, or is she like chatting someone up by the water fountain? Like, how crunk does Gemini get?
Oh god.
Gemini honestly just looks for people to annoy.
Okay, so okay.
All crunk, as you said, means no filter.
Mm-hmm.
So possibly mumbling to themselves like that. And then also looking for someone to prank. Like, where can I find someone to switch out sugar and salt with or something?
So, all right. So you are simultaneously having the time of your life while also realizing you're at the most boring party you've ever experienced. You have gone into every side room you can find. You follow down these paths. You can't find the bathroom. You don't hear the music anymore. You're pretty sure at one point there was music. But you cannot find anyone. You remember you were staring at this really pretty lamp, but then it got a bit too bright, so you looked away for a second and looked back, and it was gone, and that was very rude, whoever unplugged that. And you'll have words with them later, but for right now, you're having a hard time finding anyone to bother, and it's kind of getting on your nerves. Eventually, you reach the end of this hallway, and you go face first into a wall, and you have found a dead end, which is weird because normally houses don't have those. So what I'm going to ask is...
the audacity of the party to not be there for her to
with
annoy.
all of these clues pointing towards you not being at a party in someone's house and you're actually someone else, would Gemini be able to logic themselves out of this pollen-based stupor, do you think?
Yeah.
All right. I would ask you to roll steal to allow, like, the algebra to float around Gemini's head to figure out if she can find the value of X.
It's my number.
Hell yes! 1d6 and you got a success. Okay, so, like, it's only one success, though. So,
But it's my number.
It is your inner spirit. So, like, that counts as one success, and you also get inspiration. It's not like a nat 20 where you automatically do the best you possibly could. Sadly. But with one success, Gemini, like, starts putting, like, the clues in order. She hasn't, like, come to any grand conclusions about where she actually is. She's having a hard time remembering why she's here and what she's doing. But she has registered that, 1, this isn't a party. 2, it's really fucking dark. And 3, she is entirely alone. How does Gemini react to being lost in the darkness?
They're gonna just take a minute and just be like, okay, everyone's gone. There's no lights. There's just total darkness. There's a dead end right behind me. So if I go this way, I'll find people. I'll be fine. And so trying to logic themselves into being okay. But yeah, starting to freak out.
Okay. So that's the entirety of the content in, like, you rolled the dead end option. So that's the entirety of the content for your scene. So you're gonna continue back down the path you attempted, and you're gonna try and find somewhere else. But we'll get back to you in a second. Sorry that was short. All right.
It's fine.
So now that we have done everyone at once, we're going to roll per group. So Nebula and Jun, determine amongst yourself which of you wants to roll a d6. It doesn't really matter in the end. Maybe since Kite is going to be the one leading the loop, Neb should roll.
Yeah, why not?
I do want to add something before I roll. Before Kite would leave that room, I think Kite would take out their axe and chop down some of the vines so that on their way back out, they don't go loopy and lose their way again.
Okay, sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's not a problem at all. So Tegan, Essie, and Neb roll a d6 for me, and we'll determine where you go next.
Alrighty. I got a 3.
Fuck
me! God damn it!
I'm
the adventurer and I'm in a dungeon by myself, and I know exactly how Link feels. I am
chortling. Oh god, this is great.
So good.
Okay, so we're gonna resolve them in a similar. We're gonna resolve them in a similar order. We're gonna do Kite and Loop, then we're gonna do Rigel, and then we're gonna get to Gemini. Okay.
Okay.
So Kite, you lead Loop, and as you're traveling, you notice that, like, Loop is, like, starting to come to a little bit as the pollen is, like, wearing off because you have, like, removed it from her person.
Yep.
Loop, what do you say you start coming to and realizing what's going on?
I think I'm mostly just, like, shaking my head and unless Kite, like, asks, I don't think she'll really say anything.
Sure, I think Kite can ask if she's back with us yet.
Yeah, she shakes her head and nods and is like, "Yeah, I'm all right. What's going on? Where are the others? Like,
so everyone, or rather, from what I can gather, everyone kind of got drunk or some equivalent and just kept walking, and you were the only person that I could stop."
Oh, well, thanks, but crap.
I think it had something to do with the vines at the entrance of the cave. It had some pollen on it, but I'm not entirely sure.
Loop,
I tried dispelling you, and it didn't do anything.
Oh, I think I remember that. Yeah, Loop probably looks at her palms and wipes them off, or tries to.
And then Kite continues and says, I also tried going forward from when we stopped, and it brought us back to the cave. So now and I didn't see anyone else. And so I get the feeling that if we're not together, we're not going to be together if we keep walking.
Yeah, I think I see the helpfulness of this rope. And she is holding onto it. She's not gonna take it off.
Yeah.
The rope comes alive and eats you both, for it is a mimic. Ooh! I'm kidding.
How could this happen?
How could this happen to me? I made a mistake.
No.
Got nowhere to run.
Because I'm getting lost in this fucking maze.
As the pair of you walk along, you step over a particular patch of floor, and there's a bunch of rocks there, a bunch of like small stones, and you kick at it, and they go clattering all over about. Do either of you look down at these stones?
I think Kite does, because they have their head on a swivel now that their internal GPS isn't working. They're trying to see if they can get any ideas as to what's going on in this cave and if it's leading them anywhere particularly.
Okay, so
I don't think Luke would, because she's a bear. She's like, oh, okay, rocks. That's nothing new.
Okay. So Kite looks down, and right before Loop barrels through it and utterly destroys it, Kite notices that the stones on the floor are in a certain shape. They appear to be in the shape of the letter R, with an arrow pointing back the way you guys came from.
Pointing back the way we came from?
Uh-huh.
Oh, fuck me.
But then, of course, Loop barrels through them, and the stones go scattering every which way, and the shapes are no longer visible.
I think Kite is going to pull Loop back and say, wait a second, I think we might have passed by Rigel.
How do you know?
Well, there's just a line of arrows with an R going this way, and considering little adventurer man, I don't think that Kite would say that. Considering Rigel's apt for preparedness, I think maybe this is a sign for us. So,
To do what?
and then Kite kind of sits for a second, because Kite does not really process arrow go this way from the way that we came.
Yeah.
The path in front of you goes into a right turn, which enters into what appears to be a wide open room.
I should have made an X too. Fuck. Stupid. Next time.
Do you guys enter the room?
Yeah, I think Loop is like, it's big gold cavern. That looks a little more appealing to her than the straight narrow cave.
So does Loop just stomp on in?
And she's got her fire. She's got bear pads, so I'm not sure if it makes like a lot of noise, but I also don't think she's trying to conceal her footsteps.
Presence.
And also smell really well, though.
That is true. All right, so before Loop turns that corner, a new smell blasts her in the face. The whole place smells of death and detritus and corpses, but a new smell wafts under her nose, and she registers it as being a large amount of bat guano.
Ah, yes. In that case, she does not go forth into that good night. She's like, ugh, there's bats in here.
Bat guano. You could just say bat shit.
Bat shit. Okay, yeah, sure. I just like saying guano, okay?
Yeah,
it's a fun word to say. How often do you get to say guano? Exactly, John. You see, I was taking my chance. I was shooting my shot.
I'm making an ingredient in the next potion I have you make guano.
Hell yeah.
Hell
we should
yes.
Get some while we have access to it.
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, no.
To make the guano, you have to poop.
Let's.
Who has a bag of holding again?
I do.
Oh my god. Don't worry,
How
Mother
much
Dragon.
do you want?
We may have fucked up the adventure, but we came back with all this bat guano, which I'm sure will be useful for the next session.
64 cubic feet bat guano.
Oriana's proud. You may have touched the plants, but you brought back.
Oriana may
bad
also
news.
be a little
Ingredients.
dead considering the smell.
I can't wait to go back and be like, Kite let me touch another plant and I got drunk. I warned him first.
God. So yeah, what do you guys want to do? You can choose to not enter the room and just go back the way you came if you like. Like, I'm not going to say you have to interact with a bat room.
No. I think Loop would do something with the fire that she's got. Like, I know that feces is flammable, so why not, like, she leans the torch into the room to see if she can, like, see what's the smell is and see if she can, like, see the bottom of the cave and plugs her nose as she kind of leans in and just investigates.
So Loop leans in and dangles out their fire stick. And sees a couple of things. First of all, there is a dead body just in the center of the room. That's surprising. Oh shit, that's there. But because she knows to look for it, she does see that the walls and the floors, the stone tile floors, are stained with presumably bat guano. Of course, where there's bat guano on the floor, there's bats on the ceiling. So she looks up and sees 4 giant bats fluffing themselves up. They're slowly coming awake, and they look very grumpy about it.
I think Loop would set fire to the whole thing. Just like, okay, let's follow where the bats are gonna go. I don't know if she says this out loud to Kite.
Oh my
it's
god!
Just kind of like her own thing that she does. She's just like, okay, let me set fire to the.
So without warning her adventuring partner, she just chucks the fire stick at the bat guano, and the entire thing. Hold on, I have to Google now.
She's not chucking it. It's her special fire fleshing thing, and she's just gonna set it on fire, and then she's no.
I have just had to Google how flammable is bat guano.
Extremely.
Oh shit. Yes. Oh no. That's a problem. So
it's extremely. You wouldn't be able to actually enter the room with it.
It is flammable
That's
and
highly from the guano builds, and boom.
Oh my god. It isn't just highly flammable, it's an explosive. And I just said this room was coded in it. Holy fuck. So
here's the thing, though.
Hey, good news. Kite, you're gonna get to use your healing abilities finally. You're with the cleric. This is the best possible scenario.
Oh my.
Okay. No, I think what's gonna happen is that Kite's gonna turn into a charred piece of charcoal in a second here.
Well,
but here's the thing. Doesn't the stick need to be held to have fire on it?
Yeah.
If you drop it, it will go out, but like after us, like we described it after a second. But like
Loop is literally like setting fire to it without like she's not gonna let go of it. She like touches it to the ground and
Loop essentially closes the cover on the barbecue grill, then lights the match, then opens the grill to light the grill. Kite watches in slow motion. So Kite watches. Kite looks in the same because they're tied with a rope, right?
Why would you do that?
So Kite looks and sees the 5th bat in the corner. In the corner that Loop did not look in. There's a giant bat just sitting on the floor, looking at the pair of you. Kite sees the bat, sees the stained floor, sees Loop with the fire, watches as Loop just in one smooth motion just kind of bends down and nonchalantly presses the fire stick to the guano. Everything freeze frames, and it was at that moment they knew they fucked up. There is a fireball, a blast of concussive force that blows the pair of you back against the stone wall, the bend. as the fire flashes through that room, incinerating the body, you hear the screams of these giant bats as they are like flash fire set in flames. And the screaming lasts as the fire continues to rage and then goes very, very quiet.
So
the sound of the cam
go up a level.
the camera cuts to fucking Rigel, who's walking away, and he hears from behind him this muffled and then goes over to Gemini, who from an entirely different direction hears it slightly louder, but hears this and the caverns around you shake a little bit. And then the silence goes down. The camera cuts back to, like, Kite and Loop, who have, like, the Looney Tunes burnt smoldering on the front of them, like, covered in soot, as they stare wide-eyed at, like, the now otherwise empty room in front of them. And you both cough out like a puff of smoke. You've solved my Batroom puzzle, I guess.
You didn't expect
I guess. You can now smell, among the fire, the delicious scent of barbecued bat. It actually smells quite nice now.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna snack on them.
Are you gonna go back into the room now that you've cleared it out?
Yes, indeed. Why not?
So
is the money one giant money thing now?
No, they're dead.
No, there was an extra bat in the corner.
Well,
yeah, it was on fire.
There
no,
was.
It's not there anymore.
There was. You poke your heads back into the room, and there's still, like, some small pockets that are, like, actively burning through whatever, like, moss and stuff had grown in there. Like, the flash fire, like, is still burning in small pockets. The body is, like, a charred mound right now, and there's like a pile of 4 charred bats where their bodies fell, and then 1/5 one, like, in the corner. They're dead as a door now. They're fucked. Their bodies are still, like, smoldering. But amongst the few fires you see smoldering in this room, you notice that the humanoid corpse you had seen previously, there are some bits on it with the cloth burnt away. There are some bits that are gleaming. They're glowing a bit from being superheated, but there's some metal stuff on this body.
I'm gonna pinch it with my bear claws. I don't have nerve endings in those things.
I'm not. I don't think it. I'm sorry. Say again.
Kite's gonna just sit there with, like, head and hands and a little bit, and just.
He's like, I get it. Oriana's right.
Very quietly, Kite's just gonna say, "I mean this in the politest way possible, but what the fuck?"
I don't think Loop's responding. I think Loop's just doing her own thing.
Can she even hear me?
Maybe. I think her whole fur is all singed. She's like, all right.
This is what happens when you live amongst fairies.
You just start setting fire to things?
Yeah.
Once Kite regains their composure, can they attempt to heal up Loop a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Is that like a spell or a potion, or what do you got?
Actually, I think that might be an inner spirit power.
Your inner spirit power does it too.
I said you were comedically injured, so, like, you're not, like, I don't think this would be, like, something you'd want to waste a health potion on fixing, but, like, you can say, like, you use your magic a bit to, like, make sure they're not burnt or something. We'll call that good.
Was it like so fast of a flash fire that it like burns everything that it can and then it's done and it's like you're not even you
were thrown back from the concussive force. The flames themselves didn't really reach you.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Sure.
So yeah, Kai, you can, like, do some, like, light healing to to verify that you're not dead. And Loop picks up the shiny things from the corpse, and, like, a bit of the arm like comes with it, but then like turns to ash and like dissipates in like the non-existent wind when you pick him up, and you're like, ugh. And you are holding what appears to be one of a pair of gauntlets that this body was wearing underneath their jacket. They're human sized, so they won't fit
Phoenix
you.
Fire Gauntlet? Phoenix Fire Gauntlet?
No, actually, they look they're golden in design. They look like they're made out of like some gold thing, and they are they kind of have a swirly look to them. They look kind of like seashells.
Ooh.
They're not quite sized for your bare arms, but if you wanted to put them on, like stick your hand in it as kind of like a muffler for your hand just to see what they do, that would be an option for you.
I don't think she's going to try and fit her claws, or her giant ass bear paws, into the human like hand size thing. So I think she'll probably hand them to Kite or wait to get them like assessed at the guild. So
okay.
Kite's not going to put them on because they can't dispel themselves if they get mind taken over.
Ooh, that's a very good point.
Smart.
What if
Kite has the brain cell.
what if I told you? I'm sorry, they're not gold. They're mercury bound. So they are they're silver. They're silverish and shiny. Okay,
and you said they have shell designs on them?
They have shell designs on them, yes.
Cool.
If I told you that they are not cursed, would you as a player be more willing to figure out what they do? This is just me, the DM, being like, here's a cool thing if you want to interact with it.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Oops, sorry.
Because I was just gonna say that I don't think my character would use them right away, so I don't think it would matter if it was cursed or not.
I think Kite's just kind of on edge because everyone else is missing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, is filling the Oriana role.
More or less, actually.
God.
But I could have Kite just be curious about them and throw caution to the wind.
Okay. So you put the gauntlets on?
Sure.
You put the gauntlets on, and they don't do anything. They fit pretty snugly to your frame, as thin and light as you are, and they are shiny, so that's nice. But because you are a spellcaster, remind me how you cast spells. You're a cleric, so you have like a holy symbol you use, right?
It's actually a guild relic, so it's kind of like a bracelet that Mother provided.
Okay. So when you put these gauntlets on, there's a sort of a zing that foci objects give when they like make a connection to your magic, like when that connection is first made. And when you put the second gauntlet on, both gauntlets get that zing as it like registers your magic and makes a connection to it, and you realize that you can cast your spells through these gauntlets.
Ooh.
Ta-da!
Ooh.
If you'd like, you can take a point of my inspiration for that, because I actually would have asked if they were cursed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would
That's
probably
a good idea.
That would probably balance that out. Yeah.
Sure.
You still have some after that, though, right?
I think I have one more after that.
All right. As long as I'm not taking your last inspiration point, I have no problem with that being the balancing.
Okay. Also, sorry, you said a zing that foci objects give? What are foci objects?
Like focus.
So when
focus.
Yeah. So like a magic wand or like the bracelets, objects that you can use to cast spells when they make a connection with your magic specifically, kind of gives like a connection, like zing, like the connection's been made and you can feel it.
Sure.
So you know that similar to your bracelet, these gauntlets can be used to cast magic with.
All right. I think after that, Loop. Sorry, Jen. Do you think that Loop and Kite are just gonna stick in that room while Loop feasts and Kite kind of just contemplates life?
Yeah. I think that sounds good. Loop's got like the bodies like is used as like the embers and cooking the already charred bat meat, and yeah.
So we're gonna move on to the next person then. We're gonna move on to Rigel, actually. So Rigel, you're walking down this corridor, and you at no point have you encountered anyone else. You haven't encountered anyone,
Cool.
which
Okay.
you know out of character. You should have if you all came down the same path. So, ooh. But you do hear just randomly this from somewhere behind you, deeper into the caves, that shakes the entire structure around you. Some rocks fall from the sky, nothing too big. Some dirt splatters on you, and then it goes quiet again. Do you do anything in response to that?
Make another R on the ground and another arrow. And then I'm gonna keep going the direction I've been going, just because like I knew there were bats that way. I don't think there were any explosives, so that might be something else. Not necessarily my companions. So I'm gonna keep going.
I'm going to type in VC chat text real quick because we do have someone listening in. How do we all do with very large bugs?
Oh, I'm fine.
Fine.
Okay. I know that the players are fine, but I just want to make sure Aki is cool because I can change this to something else if... Okay, insects are fine. Okay, we're good.
What kind of insect?
Well...
Is it spider? Spiders are cool.
It's Pokemon.
Me.
Spiders aren't insects, silly. They're arachnids.
Yeah.
I love spiders.
No, you're not. You're not going to encounter very large spiders.
Okay.
What you do encounter, however, you make your stone path, your stone symbol, after it goes quiet from the thumb, and as you're like putting the last rock into place, you realize that the dead silence, so it goes dead silent, and then you start putting your rocks in place, and the rocks go clack, 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 and when you stop messing with the rocks, you expect to hear the dead silence again, but you don't. From further up the path, in the darkness, you hear skittering and shuffling, and you hear more rocks being moved about, and whatever is coming at you it's kind of like a drumming, like multiple buggy feet are tapping along the stone, and the sound is getting louder and louder, and you can tell whatever it's coming right at you.
All right, here we fucking go, I guess.
What do you want to do?
I'm a brace for impact.
Okay, you brace for impact, and out of the darkness in front of you, into the light cast by your halo, comes a bunch of beetles, like dog-sized beetles. And when they make contact with the light, the ones in the front go scream, and their feelers flash about, and their little chompers go chomping. You can see the light of your halo reflect off of their multi-segmented eyes. The chitinous shells in their back flit open as they flap their wings because they're startled to see you.
Okay, so there's room in here, though, that they could theoretically fly.
Theoretically, they are small enough, and the cavern is narrow, but you could duck, and they could go over you.
Okay.
But they see you, and they go into defense mode, and they start screeching at you, and they're still coming directly at you. What would you like to do?
I guess I'm gonna fight them. Oh, that's not... I don't want to turn and run. I don't think that's the smart thing to do. That exposes my back. I'm a Z-target one.
Z-target one? Okay.
I'm a Z-target one of them.
All right. And what exact...
Wait for the little arrow indicator to show me where to stab it, and I'm gonna stab it.
All right. So here's how...
Wow.
So similar to...
I'll use opportunity and perseverance. Let's go!
So these things are on the defense. If they see you as a possible threat.
I'm also on the defense.
Right. Well, what I'm saying
Double
is
defense.
I have given these insects a number similar to how you all have a number, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to make a roll for whatever it is you think you want to do. Steel, spirit, whatever. You tell me what you're doing, you roll for it. but I'm also going to roll for your target. If you do not have more successes than the creature you are fighting, then you'll do whatever you'll get whatever result you got, but then the enemy will get to do something in return to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, like, even if you roll lower than your opponent, if you still got 2 successes, your attack will strike, but they'll be able to then attack you immediately.
Okay.
Does that?
Yes.
Okay.
That makes sense. I'm gonna say I'm probably gonna roll 3 d6s. Because this relies on like my training, which we've established I do all the time. And it is swordplay, which is my chosen expertise.
And you will get 1 dice automatically just for attempting to attack. So 3d6 sounds about right. So go ahead and roll.
Okay, 2 successes, 1's an inner spirit hit, and 1 failure.
Okay. So I was only gonna roll 1d6 for the bug anyway. So even if it succeeded, it wouldn't match yours. So
does that mean I hit 2 bugs?
At least.
Do I flip-flop?
I'm gonna say with 2 successes you do exactly what you intended to do. So if you had said, I'm going to do a trick shot to stab 2 bugs and then got 2 successes, I would have said, yes, you stabbed 2 bugs. But in this case, you Z-targeted one and struck that in particular.
Yeah.
So the bugs...
I tried to stick a weak point. Specifically.
Okay. So you take your sword and you thrust it out in front of you at these oncoming insects. And the beetle, like, realizes a split second too late that you are, in fact, armed and going to attack it. So you manage to skewer this bug immediately, like, right through. And it's not getting back out after this. It's wiggling about in its death throes, but you have, like, shish kebabbed this beetle. By attacking the front runner of this horde, however, you've created, like, a fork in the path of this stampede of large beetles. And you realize as more and more come into the light of your halo, there's more than 5. Like, this is like a small fleet of these beetles.
Gross. All right.
The beetles, in response to you skewering the person at the head of the pack, fan out on both sides and start they're continuing on their trajectory, crawling up the walls, up onto the ceiling. Most of them run past you because it's a stampede, but a couple of them like react to you as an aggressor, and they are also fanning out their wings and starting to hiss and chitter and advance on you specifically. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna take up a defensive position, I guess. I'm gonna react to what they do.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my sword and shield combo to my advantage. And I'm going to try to, if they come at me, I'm going to try to, like, bat them out of the way and then skewer as a response to the attack.
Okay. So, in that case, I'm going to roll, because they're now prepared to fight you, because they now view you as a proper enemy. So I'm going to roll...
I'm prepared to fight them too, fuck!
I'm going to roll 2d6 to see if any of the bugs successfully attack you. You roll to see if you can successfully, like, bat them off. All right?
Okay. Do you think this is going to be 3d6 again because it's the same
vibe? If you think so, then yes, absolutely. By all means. I have no problem with you continuing to use the same argument for each action. Like, it's fine. Okay. So
all successes.
Only one success. Nope, two successes. So you have 3 successes versus 2. Okay, good.
I have 3 successes and another inner spirit hit.
You're keeping track of these inner spirits, right?
I am. I'm keeping track of them on the DM character sheet.
Okay, good.
I'm up to 5 total.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Yeah, damn.
I mean, 4 of them are from right now, because I used one earlier today.
If you have a lot of questions for Gata later in the campaign.
I guess. Fuck.
I'm ready to ask my questions.
You come with note cards, and I'm like, oh, god damn it. So
when the DM secret note cards.
The first beetle lunges at you. It hops off of the wall with its little claspers out, hissing, ready to like stab at you. And you just like bop it in the face, like you like break its like what the equivalent it has to a nose. You shield bash it in the face, and it falls away. And another one was like skittering around your legs, going to try to go from low, but you see it in the flash of light against the metal of your shield when you blast the first one, and you jab at that one.
The next one, and I pull the last one. Pop it, twist it, pull it.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
No, you swipe at the one at your feet with your sword, and doing so dislodges the body of the first beetle you skewered. So it's less that you hit the second beetle and more like you smack that motherfucker with another motherfucker, and it goes skittering away from the force of the hit. More beetles come flying around your ankles as the ones that are not brave enough to fight you are scurrying out of your way. There is at least one more beetle that wants your blood. It leaps at you with both your shield and sword akimbo from your 2 previous strikes to go for your unprotected middle. And in media res, like we see like the slow-mo, like the fucking Matrix bullet time. What do you do for this with this oncoming threat?
I'm gonna try and, let's see. Oh, okay, so my my flank is exposed? Is that what's up? I'm trying to I'm moving as we do this, and I'm like, okay, so I bop, and then I follow through with my other arm, so my right side is exposed, I think?
Yes.
Because my shield is down and my sword is slash.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try and, I think, bring the sword back across, as a backslash response.
Mm-hmm. All right. So go ahead and roll if you like.
Yeah.
You're fucking.
Man, picking the 4 as an inner spirit was a good move.
Your audio literally blacked out
4.
because you went over the top.
I got so excited.
You got so excited on my end. Your audio just went, and then it was silence as you kept screaming.
God.
So how many successes is that?
Cool. That's 2 more successes.
Okay.
And one of them is an inner spirit hit.
So I'm gonna roll the 2d6 for the bug. If it matches it, you are going to be injured from this fighting.
Okay.
You'll hit it, but okay, so that was only 1 success. So no, you do a backslash. You look into this creature's eyes, it thinks it's got you where it wants you, and then with barely breaking a sweat, you go on that backslash, slow fluid, and you slice this thing in half. The 2 halves of the bug fall behind you and land on the ground in a wet splat, and the last of the horde goes skittering past you and disappear in the darkness behind you. And you are left alone with the corpses of your slain enemies, completely unharmed.
Okay, is there bug goo?
Would you like there to be bug goo?
No, there doesn't have to be bug goo.
No, these are crunchy bugs.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna. Oh, this is gonna be gross.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna take the antennae of some of these bugs.
Oh shit. Okay.
I'm gonna rewrite my arrow thing. I'm gonna put okay after it.
All right.
That's nice.
So you use
indicate that I am unharmed. It's an attempt to communicate that. Yeah, there's a lot of dead bugs here. I went this way, and I am okay.
You use the shiny pieces of these insect corpses to write your message on the floor, and you continue on.
Off screen, I do want to do a quick once over to make sure none of these. This is going to be a non-existent roll for me because I don't have any experience in this. But if any of these bug parts would be useful to my potion making friend. And if not, I'm just gonna leave them. If not, I'm just gonna leave them. But if so, I'm gonna take what I think would be useful, and then I'm gonna dip.
In the 4 coma accompanying comic at the end of this adventure, it cuts back to you in the cave, holding a bug corpse and looking it over, thinking, "Would this be a good gift for Oriana?" I touched a plant.
In your bag.
As long as you put a bow on it, yeah.
I touched a plant.
Are beetle eyes an acceptable thing? I have to let her know I touched the plant, but Kite let me, so that's his fault. But also, are beetle eyes used in potions? I think beetle eyes are used in potions.
So does Ragwell just open the bag of holding and stick a whole bug in there?
I don't think so, because that would be creepy. But I think, like, if there was a select part that he thought was useful, I think he'd do that.
Or the final two panels are Oriana looking at the bag of holding with a note on it that says, "Don't eat dead dove." Or dead bug, don't eat. And Oriana opens it and looks in and closes and says, "I don't know what I was expecting."
Don't know what I was expecting. Rigel touched a plant because Nebula are all spaced out.
Yep.
Nice. Thanks for spacing out. It's a good time.
It was a good time. But
new rule: Rigel can't touch plants.
Rigel cannot. No touching plants. No touching. No, Rigel. Bad.
Drop it.
Oriana, I'ma touch it.
That's
how he gets her attention. When he wants to do something, he just goes, "Oriana, I'ma touch it," and she like pops her head out of a crowd and says, "Don't you dare!
Don't you dare!"
Faces into existence.
What's in your mouth?
Literally, like we joked about, like Rigel skittering across the floor while everyone else is like, "What's in your mouth? Drop it, drop it." But that's literally the relationship we are creating between these characters. Like, holy shit.
Although it turns out Rigel is fairly competent, so jokes on everyone else.
Fairly competent at swords. Anything else is a big question mark until proven otherwise, because holy fuck.
Swords and attempting to communicate without using any words.
Excuse me. 1 second.
You're good.
So, Rigel does continue on and eventually does reach a large room where they would have encountered the bugs had the boom not scared them and sent them running. It does appear that these beetles have been... This is another room where the floor is like... is tiled. There's no more bodies in here. But Rigel does find that the nest that these bugs had made are in amongst what appear to be a bunch of very crudely preserved animal pelts. There's like some dried blood splashed on the wall. There's just like piles of animal pelts of various creatures just all about. But obviously these beetles have been here long enough that this room appears to have been abandoned.
Right, gotcha.
And that's where that room ends.
Neat.
We cut to Gemini, who is completely unaware of what their friends are experiencing. They heard the of the explosion take place elsewhere in the cave.
They can only guess what that means.
They can only guess what that means. And from elsewhere, they heard what sounded like a thunderous skittering of something running through a cavern elsewhere, and then that also faded out. And they're traveling through the darkness. Does Gemini have any light source, or are they completely in the dark right now?
I know officially there's torches in the bag, but at the same time, Gemini doesn't really carry things.
Would you like Gemini to have a light source is the question. Which is more interesting to you on a storytelling level?
Glow stick.
You would like a single glow stick? Okay.
Yes, just a magic glow stick. It doesn't catch anything on fire, it just glows.
At this point in time, would Gemini, after hearing all these sounds, pull the glow stick out?
Yeah, like, maybe there's traps. Let me just crack that open. Well, not open.
Crack.
And I don't see any wires. Let me hover so I don't step on anything.
So Gemini hovers in place and pulls out an uncracked glow stick. And right before they go to crack the glow stick, they see a small blue flash out of the corner of their eyes. But when they turn to follow it, the little tiny mote that they swore they saw for a second disappears. Does Gemini continue to crack the glow stick?
Gemini follows the glow, the mote.
Okay.
Like goes towards the blue light that they swore they saw.
Gemini head towards the little blue light, and they pass by another tunnel that like intersects with the one they're traveling down. And for just a split second down that tunnel, they can also see that blue light. But then it seems to like round a corner somewhere and disappear again.
Wait, which light?
The little
like the blue light?
The little blue mote of light.
Okay, follows.
Gemini follows down that path, and they turn that corner, and they bump into something. And unlike with the dead end that they bumped into previously, where it was cold and hard and rock, this thing is still solid, but fleshy and furry and a little wet. Does Gemini crack the glow stick now?
Gemini's just gonna quietly say loop.
And there is a
Loop.
heavy huff of wet, stank air. This is the most disgusting exhale of breath. Is and it balloons around Gemini's face and chokes them for a second. And then you see
Not cracking that glow stick.
You see
Glow stick is going back in the pocket.
Gemini sees the blue light again as it passes by behind from one shoulder to the other. It passes behind whatever this living creature is, and the little blue mote of light lets off enough light to glint off the metal of a very large axe. And you see the light reflect off the axe and into the dead-looking black eyes of this creature that is staring directly at you. And then the light disappears, and you are in pitch blackness once more. The camera cuts first to Loop and Kite, and then again to Rigel, as all of you hear echoing throughout the caverns this furious cry as this creature opens its mouth and goes, "Arr!" And it echoes.
You cut out.
Sorry. I'll
Yeah.
Sorry, it was too loud.
Very intimidating.
I'll lean away from the mic and see if that picks it up again. It goes, "Oh," and it echoes out.
Okay, we heard a little bit of a burp, so I guess it was a little better.
Okay. Gemini, this thing roars in your face, and this disgusting blast of air slams into you again. What do you want to do?
Fly all the way to the ceiling.
You fly directly up. You okay, darling? What? Why? My wife came out and is like, "Is someone dead?" It's the monster's roar.
What kind of voices are you making?
Trying to figure out what dog wasn't being aggressive.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
That's
amazing.
No, I was trying to do Foley work.
That's amazing.
They're all laughing at me
Jessica.
and saying it's amazing.
That just means you did a really good
That just means I did a really good job. If you thought it was an aggressive animal, because it's what it's supposed to be. Can I get a kiss? I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
I'll make it up to you. I'm
George.
sorry. She's not happy with me.
She needs some ice cream.
I love you.
She deserves a tweet.
You deserve a
Sorry,
tweet. There's
Jess.
banana ice cream in the fridge. If you want some.
Love me, Jazz.
Okay. They say they love you. Okay. She's just laughing at me now.
Cute.
I love you, Stinky.
I love you, beautiful.
Did you see that?
Yes. They both like to lay on that little bag. They like being close to me, I think. So I don't know what to put that. It is very lame. They're cute cats, though. We have a cloth bag that we got from like the AT&T store that our phones came in, and it has like Marvin the Martian on it, and it's just like on the floor because it was knocked off a counter, and the cats have been like using it because it's a square, you know, so it's like, oh, this is my square of cloth,
My
and
square.
they've been laying on it like it's a cat bed, even though there's a legit cat bed right next to me. They just want to be
That's
close to
okay.
me,
Aww.
and they're like, oh, this is my square. This is where the cat goes. Okay. So yes, Gemini, you immediately fly straight for the roof. You don't like know how tall it is, so you kind of crash against it, but you do like slam up into the roof. And as you do, you feel the wind and you hear the whistle of that axe swiping through the air below you.
Ooh.
And the creature grunts with exertion as its metal axe slams into the rock walls, and the sparks that come from that connection light up just enough for you to see a flash of blood-stained brown fur across the front of this thing. The arm that's holding the axe looks humanoid, but again, it's big, it's buffy, and it's covered in this blood-stained brown fur. And the light reflects off of its eyes, and you can see that it's not looking to where you are. It's looking to where you were. And it makes a sound in frustration as it feels that its axe did not connect with anything small and fleshy. What do you want to do now?
So it's like, right, okay. Big thing. Do not go anywhere near it. There was the small light, but I should probably go back the other way and find everyone else. Obviously, no one would have gone past this big, furry guy because, he probably would have eaten them or something. Gemini sticks as high to the roof as possible and starts flying back the way they came.
I'm going to ask you to roll, because you cannot gauge how high the ceiling is with no light source. So your little fairy body and your wings are going to be skittering against the wall. I want you to roll to see how well you are able to get out of dodge without causing enough noise to make the thing realize where you are.
I'm going to say I get a +1 because I have an expertise in rooftops and trees. Moving across them.
I will let you have that. I don't think I would normally allow that because you're not really on a rooftop. You're literally trying to determine the location of the roof bottom. You're trying to deal with a ceiling as opposed to parkour. But since you do have experience moving across, I guess, weird terrain,
loose tiles and other things,
I'll let you have it this one time, okay?
One, I forgot. Would that be steel or skill? Which one did you say? Steel?
I would imagine it's steel, but if you have an argument for it being about an emotional thing,
okay, then it's 2 successes and 1 is my number.
Okay, you manage to leave this thing behind. You manage not to brush your wings against it. You use your hand to gently move yourself across to determine where it is without making too much noise. You manage to get away from this thing. You could hear the sound of it shuffling around. Trying to find you. It's smashing against the wall, and you hear the axe clang against the stone, and it lets out another grunt, an angry roar, as it realizes that it's completely and totally lost you. And eventually, the sounds of it fades away into the background. All right, back to the top of the order. Everyone, roll a d6 to see where you go next.
I'll roll this time for us. Snap, is that all right?
Sure.
Once Gemini's far enough away, they're just quietly, yikes. 1 is the loneliest number.
Got a 6.
Wait, Tegan, no!
Got a 6. I don't know what to tell you.
You got a 6. That you did.
Fucked is fucked, man.
How did I get all the way back to the entrance?
So yeah, we're actually gonna do that first. We're gonna do it in reverse order because I think interacting with the monster in the cave is the most dramatic. So I'll let Tegan sweat for 2 rounds. How's that?
Yeah, all right, I'm down. It gives me time to think about it.
Okay. Flying away from this monster, Gemini just goes down any corridor they can find. They try to backtrack, but there's a certain level of gotta get away. And eventually they do find them. So they turn a corner and they see light and they can smell fresh air. And they then realize, well, hold on a minute. Wait, hold on a minute. And you peek your head out of the front. The vines are not there anymore. They appear to have been cut down by something. But you see the back of that statue you gave pats to at the beginning of the cave, and you realize you found yourself all the way back at the entrance. There's no sign of your friends.
You remember that Essie gave that statue pats.
I remember a lot of things, my friend.
I think Gotta just remembers Essie's gonna pet anything that even looks slightly furry. So
I'm going to ask you a question as a DM, and I want you to answer not as a player who wants to play the most efficient game of D&D. I want you as a storyteller to tell me, would Gemini use this opportunity, now that she has encountered the monster, to take another look at that statue?
Yes, actually, I was about to tell you that.
Okay.
Nice.
So, having encountered the monster now, Gemini will flit over to the statue and, like, compare it. And Gemini saw, like, the shape of the arms, the hand holding the axe, the placement of the eyes, the shape of the snout. And even though the statue is, like, it's been messed with the passage of time, the carving and the details on it aren't as sharp, there's some obvious differences between the monster that they encountered and this artist's depiction of the Bufflewhump. It might be due to the fact that this was carved like decades ago, like hundreds of years ago, and whoever carved it didn't have a perfect likeness. But as someone who just encountered the beast in question, the differences are enough to give Gemini pause.
Sorry, you cut out there. What?
Oh, I did. Where did I cut out?
Give you pause. The differences are enough to give you pause.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Are you?
Yeah.
Do you want to do something else before we move to the next person, or are you good with us cutting off here?
Gemini's just gonna run back in.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. She flies back
Like,
in.
hang on a second. This thing is in there. Pat the statue once more.
Aw.
Your real person is not so nice. Runs back in.
We cut back to Kite and Loop. You heard various roarings from elsewhere in the cave. It's gone quiet again. How do you react to that?
I think Loop would want to like get up and go towards the yelling because they think that means that someone's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that Kite would make a more logical decision to like follow where the arrow was pointing.
I think Kite would try to pinpoint where the sound came from and likely be concerned that someone was in a fight. Because at this point, Kite thinks that they're all still, like, hazy.
Oh, true, true.
So,
I am still hazy. Hang on. I'm a very confident swordsman.
I'm always loopy. What are you talking about?
I'm always just me.
So between the two of you, with your robot senses and your bare ears, you're able to determine that the sound was loudest coming from one particular passage, and you follow that, trying to locate the sound. As you travel, you turn a corner and you see light. But unlike when you accidentally found yourselves back at the entrance, this is like flickering like torchlight. And there is an open doorway of what appears to be a man-made, like, rounded doorway that opens up into a dimly lit, but still lit, large room. How do you wish to proceed?
You said there's like, man-made doorway that's... So where's the flickering light coming from?
The flickering light is coming from within the room.
I want to sniff at the air to see if I can smell if there's somebody inside, or if there's somebody dead, or if it's just more bat guano.
You take a whiff, and you still have that underlying smell of death and decay that comes from like the rest of the cave. You also do smell the ashes of like torches, like something has been on fire, and you would presume that it is the light source. But you also smell, stronger here than anywhere else in the cave, a lot of fresh blood. Like, a lot of fresh blood. Very fresh blood, in fact. Like within the day, fresh blood. And that's what you get from there.
What do you think, Nebula?
Does Loop relay that?
Yeah, I think if Kite is like inquiring in whatever way that Kite does, I think Loop would turn to Kite and just be like, "It smells like blood."
Okay. Does Kite notice Kite's gonna inspect the doorway and see if they notice anything weird about it. I think mostly because they don't quite understand the concept of fairy doors yet, and they know that it's come up in the past, but and personally, I think we've also explained that like the Fae have to lead you through the door, but Kite still doesn't quite understand this. So I think they're going to try and see if anything is out of the ordinary with the door.
Okay. So yeah, I'm not even gonna ask you to roll for that. So Kite takes a look at the door, and the stone door, the stone archway rather, looks like it was man-made of a similar material as was the stone tiles in the bat room before y'all barbecued that place to shit. It's equally as weathered as the stone, but there are some obvious gashes in like the stone of the door where something struck it, like a bladed weapon or like a large claws. Something damaged this doorway, and the gashes aren't as weathered as like the natural weathering of the stone. So like these appear to be a relatively new appearance. You also notice there are some flecks of blood from a blood splatter, which if you follow it with your eyes, you look further into the room, and you do see that there are a bunch of blood stains just all coating this floor, just everywhere in this room.
Do the blood stains look like they're leading in a specific direction, or are they pools? Like, trying to think if it was like a slash that spread the blood across the wall, or if it was like a more or less a floor trap.
Ooh, that's very smart player moves. As a DM who does not use traps very often, I never would have thought of that. No, there's no trap there. Out of character, there's no trap. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. I'm not gonna rocks fall, everyone dies you. But in terms,
you could.
I could, but I won't. That's not fun for me. But in terms of like following the blood splatter to see where it comes from, the blood splatter that you follow looks like it sprayed from in the room towards the door. So something inside that room was damaged, as opposed to someone's like from the door slashing outward. But there are like some dried areas where they were clearly were pools at one point or another. Okay. But of course you're still outside the room, so you're not able to see like every corner yet.
All right, I'm gonna have Kite step in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Loop will be right behind him and hold the torch behind them both so that the light is cast into the room.
You step into the room and you look around, and the light from your fire stick, illuminates all the corners that the single torch that's currently mounted on a wall in the far corner does not. And you see, how do I describe this? So, up until now, every place you've been to, even the front of the cave, has looked like no one's been here in ages. Like, obviously there was a dead corpse, so like somebody, like that guy at least was there. But this place looks like relatively lived in. There is some crude wooden furniture that has been toppled over. There's a chair that's like in splinters in the one corner. There are a bunch of animal skins that are like, they were crudely removed from whatever they were hunted from. But there's some hanging on the walls to dry. There's piles of them in the corners that appear to have someone have slept on. There are multiple sets of shackles and manacles, chains attached to one of the far walls. And that is where the majority of the bloodstains are located, splattered against the wall where those chains are attached to and pooled in the ground underneath it.
Is it, are the chains, like, arranged in, what you could consider, like, human-shaped, or are they more, like, haphazard, or?
They are at levels where you would imagine someone would want to chain like a humanoid prisoner to, but their installation is uneven and varied. So whoever did this didn't do this with like precision of someone installing like this is a prison for holding prisoners. It's like someone had multiple sets and just plopped them in the wall as needed.
Okay.
The whole place looks ramshackle, and again, smells of the fresh blood that you see is just covering pretty much everything in splatters. The majority of the blood is where the manacles are, but the fresh splatters of them, and there's a lot of fresh splatters, kind of like is all over the place, all over the toppled over furniture, all over like the walls, all over the piles of rugs. Something happened here, and very recently too, but there is no body.
Does it smell? Yeah, I was gonna ask. Is there a body of an animal? Does it smell like animal blood or?
Nope. Well, does it smell of... Oh, that's a good point. Does it smell of animal blood? I would say that if you are going to specifically inspect it for signs of animal, I want you to roll for that.
Yeah.
So would that be like an emotion thing? You're like, oh no, this guy killed like a lot of dogs? Or is it like you're like CSI inspecting the crime scene?
I feel like it's more inspection, so I would say it's more calculated. So
all right,
steal.
so steal.
But I also get I have expertise in survival and with bear senses, so I think that's at least 2 extra.
So yes, are you okay? So that's at least 3d6 with your initial dice.
Yep. I don't know if I'm necessarily prepared for it. So
okay.
I don't think I would. Yeah, I'm just kind of like I don't think Loop goes around like tasting blood just to prepare herself in case this happens.
Right.
Yeah.
I think on the opposite end of the spectrum, I think Knight's going to be looking around the room to see if there's like any information like within either the crude furniture or otherwise that would give like any sort of idea as to what's going on here.
Okay.
But just for flavor, I imagine that Loop's like using their claws, like taking a pinky claw and dipping it in the blood, and then sniffing it and even putting it on her tongue to see if it tastes or smells specifically of anything she's react to before.
Okay.
So I'll do that now.
So both of you
and
roll.
If this is a steal, then I did not. I think I didn't get anything from that. Damn.
There's 0 successes?
0 successes, man.
All right. And what did you get? I mean, that would be a success either way, no matter what your number is. So, okay. So let's do Loop first. Let's resolve Loop first. So
Loop,
I
didn't get nothing. So.
Yeah, no. You dip your pinky claw in, and you look at it, and you expect how it like glistens in the light, and you take a big sniff, and you think about it for a second, and you like use your big bare tongue, and you lick the claw, and you go,
yeah.
And you go, and you turn around to Kite and say, I got nothing.
Exactly.
You get no information. It tastes like blood. It's fresh enough that it's like still warm. So at least you know it was like super fucking recent. But as for like what it came from, you have no fucking clue. No fucking clue.
I don't go around drinking blood out of wine glasses like a connoisseur.
I will say there is a lot of fresh blood for animals, I guess. Like, you would imagine with all this blood, there would be multiple bodies around, because there wouldn't be enough time to clear those bodies up, but not the blood, in order for the blood to still be warm by the time you got here to inspect it.
Real. Oh, maybe they're invisible, like the fairies.
Smart house back. Yeah, just the bear goes down and suction cups their lips, just hoovers it up, says, delicious. Ugh, gross.
This is what happens. What the fuck did I just eat? I didn't think about that. Ariana be pissed.
Yeah, it's like, why are you interacting with questionable fluids? You're gonna get bear AIDS. What the fuck?
And meanwhile, Kite's just like, I understand Oriana's level of stress now. I relate to it on a spiritual level.
The camera.
Correct. Everyone here is stupid.
The camera cuts back to like the training area where all of like Besticles' men are like pumping iron and like doing sparring, and Besticles and Oriana are like having their own bro moment that you don't get to see because it happened off camera. But then Oriana goes stiff and she like stares in the middle distance and she goes, "They've just done something stupid." And Besticles goes, "I'm sorry, what?" And it cuts back to y'all. Kite, you inspect the furniture, the knocked over furniture, and with only 1 success, you're not going to know what happened here, but I will tell you one thing that's of interest to you based on information you just gleaned. You saw those gashes in the stone doorway of something that could leave that kind of damage in old stone without completely decimating it. And you see there are gashes in the wood furniture as well, but of different sizes. There's some gashes that obviously look like they came from the same thing that damaged the doorway, but then there are some larger ones that look a little more crooked and jagged. But you can't tell what they were.
I'm going to use another point of inspiration here.
Okay, sure.
What are we missing? Is that too broad?
That's a bit too broad, but I can, if you'd like, I can tell you what specifically you would have learned had you rolled better on that last like investigation.
Sure, I'm good with that.
So the what you are missing is that, and I'm going to tell you this and then immediately cut to Rigel for dramatic effect.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
What you are missing and what like flashes in your eyes when you look at these two different kinds of marks is that there is more than one creature in this labyrinth. One of them is fighting with some sort of harsh bladed weapon, which is what the more uniform, smaller gashes is from. And something else has even bigger, even more dangerous claws. The camera cuts to Tegan, to Rigel. Hey, Tegan, how you doing?
I do have to tell you that right as you said that something is fighting with even bigger, more dangerous claws, my Legend of Zelda playlist cut to the Lionel fighting music.
You're fucked,
Perfect
my dude.
timing.
You're fucked, my dude.
I'm fucked. I'm boned. I'm gonna make a new character as a precaution.
So as that information,
No is the right response.
as that information flashes across Kite's face, the camera does that thing where it starts on the face and then moves quickly to one side to black out and then comes from the blackout to another character's face from the opposite direction. So we swipe to Rigel, who is staring up, blood drained from his face, as the light of his halo reflects off of two dark eyes of this massive creature standing directly in front of him. This thing has the face of a wildebeest with a little goatee coming off of it. The front of its body is all bloodied and slashed. It has two sets of curling horns, one set moving forward and the other curling back around its bovine-like ears. The front of its body is covered in blood, and it has two gorilla-knuckled arms, one of them holding itself upright in front of Rigel, and the other cradling a bundle of something to its chest. And it looks at you, and it opens its mouth to reveal rows of blood-stained white teeth. Not sharp teeth, but like blunt, like a bovine's teeth would be. And it lets out a loud "bawoo" directly into your face. What do you do?
Do I know what a
Bufflewhump is the name of the creature you were sent here to get.
Do I know what a Bufflewhump is supposed to look like?
Probably not.
Well,
if we never even heard of it.
I don't remember specifically if you spent a lot of time investigating it, but would Rigel recall the statue at the front of the shrine? I would imagine that unless Rigel was looking very specifically at the statue, it would look vaguely like this, a man-ish minotaur kind of thing. But this one is obviously much, much bigger.
Right. I'm trying to think if he would actually no.
This
was that, or if this was something else.
Is
this a minotaur, or is this the buffalo, the thing that we're actually looking for? Because if it's not the thing that we're looking for, I think that's an important distinction.
So
that's what I'm trying to figure out if I can figure out.
How about this?
Does that make sense?
In this moment, faced with this creature that is
covered in blood,
has wounds all over its front, covered in blood, holding a thing and just roared at Rigel. Would Rigel take a moment to like inspect it closer, or would Rigel jump into action?
I think he'd jump into action, but not be offensive.
Okay, so I'm going to say that.
I think there's going to be a little bit of like sussing out patterns here, so that would be active inspection during combat. Does that make sense?
How about this? How about for each combat action you do, I will also ask you to. I'll ask you to do 2 rolls. One for the combat action, and one for how much more new information he gains from that combat. And if at any point Rigel comes to a conclusion, or you, the player, come to a conclusion, you can then like readjust your course. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
So what is Rigel gonna do first?
Defensive. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait to see it make the first move. Shield up and prepped.
Okay.
I don't think we don't want to attack though.
You don't want to attack. You just want to defend.
No.
Okay.
Just defend.
So.
Because I'm not sure.
In that case.
At this point, I don't think Rigel knows as a person in this situation if he can take this by himself. But I don't think but I know that he doesn't think he can turn tail and run right now because he is not fast.
Okay. So what happens is I'm gonna roll for the Bufflewhump.
Okay.
Well, you roll first to see how well Rigel defends against the incoming attack.
Okay. I'm gonna keep using the same rules as last time.
Sure.
The 3.
Sure. That's perfectly fine.
2 successes, 1 spirit. I'm getting all the inspiration.
So,
I'm getting 600 inspiration.
So let me
send me some of that spirit.
Hey, DM.
Okay. So
hey DM, do I know if this is a Bufflewhump?
The Bufflewhump is also rolling 3d6, just so you know.
Oh, it is a Bufflewhump.
Well, the creature, okay?
Yeah,
the creature.
Oh, Jesus
All right,
Christ.
so Rigel raises their shield and braces himself against the blow, and the creature rears back on its hind legs as best it can because it's a bit too large to fit in this passageway. So its horns scrape across the top of the roof of the passageway, and with its free hand, it pulls back to do like a fucking Donkey Kong punch. And it swings with all of its might, and its fist connects with the shield, and it's like, you ever imagine what a gong must feel like to be hit?
Yeah.
That's what happened. That's what Rigel feels like. The concussive force of this creature hits the shield, and Rigel goes sliding back. Bracing allows Rigel to keep the footing, but like from head to toe, his body is ringing with the sensation of this hit. And I can't imagine how great Rigel's arm must feel.
Like garbage, absolute trash.
But yeah, no, that hit hard, and the creature gives another loud bawoo. But does so like it leans its head forward and like roars while shaking its mane to make itself look bigger. But doesn't immediately strike again, even though it has Rigel on the off foot. Roll another roll to see to determine if Rigel is able to determine anything new from that information.
I'm gonna say just 2 probably, because he. 1 to do something and 1 to actively analyze the battle situation. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. The defensive stance that Rigel took was to gain more information. So that counts as being prepared.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me.
I don't know if these are 1 success either way.
Okay, 1 success either way. So Rigel gleans that this thing is fucking stacked and is going to whoop his ass unless something is done quick. This thing is very, very powerful. But also, when the creature reared back, Rigel noticed that while its arms are humanoid, and it has like human, like gorilla-esque fists. Its back legs are bovine in nature. It's hooved, and he saw a tail, a long, swishy tail, lashing out behind it.
Okay, so this is a minotaur then, not a Bufflewhump, but fuck.
A Bufflewhump.
Bufflewhump. I'm bringing up a sticky note, and I'm gonna type on this thing Bufflewhump and just stick it on top of Rigel's stupid face over here.
If Rigel rolls even one more success gleaning roll, I will just share with you a picture of the thing you're fighting.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh, that makes me want to stick around. I'm gonna stick around one more turn. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna stick around exactly one more turn, and then I'm gonna have to figure out how to get the fuck out of here.
All right. So what are you going to do next? The creature is roared at you, but it isn't moving to attack again.
I'm gonna back further up, but not out of line of sight. Just making it very clear, like, okay, giving you space. I'll give you fucking space. I'm not coming any closer. No, we're not doing this. But like, I'm watching you. My eyeballs.
The creature
with my eyeballs.
The creature lowers its head and like splays its body down, like it's ready to pounce at you if you do anything. But it also shuffles back ever so slightly while making like grunting noises. So there's a little. It's not quite out of the range of the light from your halo yet, but it's definitely kind of retreating.
Gotcha.
Roll just because it's not going to attack. Just roll to see what information you glean. And I want to ask you a question. This is going to be a leading question, and there's no wrong answers. But are you going to focus more on the creature or on the bundle it's holding in its arm?
I think for now I'm going to focus on the creature, and assuming the creature doesn't attack again, I'll focus on the bundle.
Okay.
Because I think, like, once I realized I'm not in an active combat situation, it's going to be, like, a thinking situation.
So I would say you can actually go ahead and make that 3d6 then.
Okay.
Since your focus is now entirely on information.
Okay. 2 successes.
2 successes? Okay. So you look at this creature, and you see... Well, first of all, because you don't have much to compare it to because it hasn't like moved to like reveal more of its body, but you notice that the wounds on its like the blood on its body doesn't appear to be from something else. There are multiple gashes on this creature, and the blood is its own blood. This thing is wounded, and it does not seem to be coming after you. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take a quick screenshot. This is going to be great for anyone who is who's listening to this as an audio after the fact, but I will be sharing screenshots of the sources that I used to make this adventure, coupled with my DM notes, so you'll have already seen this. But this is what the Bufflewhump looks like. The artwork is credit to an artist named Kakai Kotaki, and the original 5e homebrew stat block for this creature was written by Reddit user An Extremely Large Dog, all one word.
Wow.
So that is what...
That looks cool as hell.
Rigel stands up to about this thing's goatee. Like, that's how much larger than Rigel this creature is.
Oh my goodness.
It's tall.
It's a tall boy.
Yeah. Well, but also it's bent over in a thing, so...
Yeah, if it stood up, like, on its hind legs.
Yeah, that would be huge.
When it reared up to do the blow, it definitely went twice Rigel's height in order to, like...
Oh, easily, yeah.
But yes, that is what you see. What does Rigel want to do now?
I'm gonna shield the sword. Sheathe the sword.
The creature.
But I'm leaving the shield out.
The creature, pointedly.
I'm doing it real slow. I'm putting the sword right in the sheath, and then like arm down, empty, but like the shield is still up.
Where is your sword sheath located? Is it on your back?
It is on my back. Yeah.
So
it's just like Link. It's Link.
It's just like Link. I assumed it was Link, but I just want to make sure. So the creature watches like as you raise the sword and like tenses up to like bounce at you, but then you put it in the sheath and slowly it goes shh, And when your hand removes itself from the hilt of the blade and you lower your hand to show that it's empty, the creature doesn't necessarily like relax, but like that tenseness of it's going to attack does lessen, and it watches you. And it doesn't, it keeps moving its head back and forth, kind of like a snake would, like scare away a predator. It's like shuffling its mane, but it's just watching you.
Okay. I'm gonna I don't know if it knows whatever the common language is here. But with my one arm's still like out showing it's empty, and the other arm like, and the shield still firmly raised, I'm gonna be like, hello? I'm from the shoe, and I'm not here to hurt you.
When you say hello, the creature huffs, but still looks like it's going to like, it's like it's planning to do something when you, like, it thinks it's a trick, right? It thinks you're going to try to trick it. But when you say, I'm from the shoe, something in this creature's eyes sparks recognition. And its little bovine ears flip. It doesn't like perk up like a dog, but it does a little flick that cows do. And this is the first time you've seen it do anything that wasn't like immediately for combat. And its head slowly raises up as you say, I'm not going to hurt you, and it stares at you. And it stops being so aggressive in its movements. It's looking at you curious.
Okay, as it stops being aggressive, I'm gonna stop being super defensive. The shield is still gonna be up, but it's not gonna be like full-on defensive raised. It's gonna come down a little bit, and my posture is gonna relax a little bit, like we're testing this out to see how it goes.
And the creature is looking at you curiously, and it huffs, but it's less of a growling like get away. It's more like a gorilla's like.
Okay. I'm gonna be like, there are 4 of us who came here to help the Bufflewhump. There is a rumor that it was killing people.
And when you say that, it rears up and it shakes its head and it huffs loudly as it shakes its head back and forth, going, no, 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 no. Okay. Its horns scrape along the top of the roof as it violently reacts to that accusation. But it doesn't come at you.
I'm gonna be like, that's what we figured. And I'm gonna like more relax. I'm still tense, but I'm like more relaxed. That's what we figured. We're just here to sort some stuff out. You look injured? We have a healer with us, but I
Before you can say a single word past healer, the Bufflewhump, which you now know is the Bufflewhump, uses its full body to, in a single stride, reach out, slam its hand in front of Rigel, and pull its whole body like a monkey directly up to Rigel and get like right in Rigel's face. And there's a pause before he reveals what he has in his arms. And as bloodied as the Bufflewhump is, there is an elven woman covered in furs, similar to, well, Rigel didn't count the furs in the bug room. Fresher furs than the ones in the bug room, but they are equally as shoddily like collected. And this woman is pale with blood loss. And she has a gash like going down her chest, and she looks feverish, and she's unconscious, and the Bufflewhump makes like gorilla grunting noises, like not really offering her to you, but like revealing like this is what he has in his arms.
Got it. Okay. I'm gonna reach in my bag, and I reach in my bag and I pull out the bedroll.
Okay. You don't have any like healing potions or anything in your inventory.
I don't have any healing potions. I have a dagger, a flint kit, 2 torches, some rope, and a bedroll. But I figure the bedroll will probably be better than the furs.
Okay.
Because I can strip I can tear the bedroll apart, right?
Mm-hmm.
And use it to bandage her.
Okay, so you want to go ahead and try and like stop her bleeding?
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay.
I'm gonna let him know, like, hey, she might wince, but I'm gonna do my best.
And he gives like a very sentient nodding motion, like he understands. And he patiently waits for you to prepare the bandage for her.
Okay. And I'd say Rigel's probably bandaged his own injuries some.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, aside from the, like, pardon me, ma'am, I do have to look at your chest. It will be respectfully, I promise. He's gonna...
Fucking Boy Scout paladin over here, what the fuck? Look at a boob, my man. It's fine. It's life or death. It's fine.
If Oriana found out he looked at a boob in a life or death situation in a lewd way,
well,
he would be beaten within an inch of his life, and it would be his own fault.
Well, don't like tip your hat and say, "Well, pardon me, ma'am. Don't mind if I do." Like, just
It's just gonna be like, sorry. Like, I think he's narrating it so that the Bufflewhump knows he's like, I'm being respectful.
God. So yeah,
that's what you're supposed
Not
to do.
Not allowed to look at the titty. It's too
it is an honor.
It is an honor, ma'am.
Like whenever you're bandaging someone's injuries that's severe enough like that, and you have someone nervous like the Minotaur is, that's literally what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to narrate to say what you're doing,
smart.
So that they don't like panic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the Bufflewhump like holds her and moves her at your direction so you can properly bandage her up. She's still unconscious and she's still super fucking pale, but you have at least staunched the wound so she's not immediately bleeding all over you and Bufflewhump. And the Bufflewhump like visibly calms down when he's like, "Oh, this person is helping her." And the Bufflewump looks at you, and you see shining in those eyes like adoration. Like this Bufflewump is so fucking grateful that you showed up.
A charm.
But before anything else can happen, you hear echoing through the caves the same roar that you heard back when Gemini encountered the beast. And it's coming from deep within the cave. And the Bufflewump immediately goes back into defensive mode and spins around and almost like takes your head clean off with its tail as it turns to face the sound, and it tenses up and it gives a little growl.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go in front of the Bufflewump. I'm gonna like duck between its legs, sort of thing, to like get in front of the Bufflewump, so I can see what's coming. And I'm gonna brace, and I'm gonna tell the Bufflewump to try to get her to the entrance.
Leave this other Bufflewump to me, and the other one just comes in and like pushes Rigel over.
So defending others is my thing right now, though. Currently, that's my oath, is to protect others. So this will do my oath thing.
Do this?
Rigel doesn't see this. Rigel doesn't see this because he is facing towards the danger and being the
wrong direction.
Facing the paladin, being the paladin he was always meant to be, and. The Bufflewump's face goes through a number of complex emotions, looking at the girl in his arms and looking at Rigel. And then eventually, like, it comes to a decision, and it nods and huffs. And then with its free hand, it reaches over, and it picks Rigel up by the back of his collar. And turns Rigel around and looks him...
Football run.
Looks Rigel dead in the eyes and gives that like head shaking no again while staring directly at him, and then deposits Rigel on his back and then turns and continues down the path that he was going.
Okay.
So you have been
cool.
So you're now riding the Bufflewump.
Hell yeah, that's sick.
So you've probably had practice with riding Loop, so no worries.
So let's see here. We're gonna do another roll. But before we do that, let's see here. So let's just recap where we're all at. So Rigel is with the Bufflewump and the injured Elven girl. They are presumably heading for the exit.
Is the Elven girl pretty?
I mean, she's close to death.
I mean, other than being dead, like, is she pretty?
I mean, if this, you know what? How about this? Roll Spirit, and if you have more than one success rolling Spirit for like in this moment, then you will think she's absolutely beautiful. How's that?
Okay. So
because
so what? 2d6 then?
Sure. Succeed.
It looks like Zelda.
Succeed. Don't know.
Witch
I didn't.
Zelda.
Succeeding at the spirit roll in the middle of this instance will be your emotions taking over. So you like allow yourself to be like, hey.
I have like a moment of like, whew, she hot.
The girl attached to that titty that I respectfully gazed at, she's actually attractive.
The girl.
I got 2 successes. She's fucking gorgeous.
Okay, so like when you were bandaging her up, you were like respectfully like titty. Oh god,
I'm
titty.
like respectfully, I'm like, there's a titty there, and I just like look at her face. I'm like, oh fuck.
Oh fuck. Damn, girl.
Damn.
You gonna die, but you fine.
Don't die.
Hey.
If I let this girl die, Oriana will personally murder me because she's hot.
Oriana doesn't have a sexuality just yet.
Yeah, we're still working on it.
Yet.
Rigel will be like, let me tell you about this titty I respectfully looked at. We'll see if that...
Let me tell you about this titty I had to touch. It was not an option.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Literally that meme. Oh my god. I have to save all these memes and share them in the group when I offer this to my subscribers.
Please save the Elmo on fire bit.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so let's recap. So we have...
Now she's just like, I'm riding a Bufflewhump, holy fuck.
Rigel,
so cool.
Rigel with the Bufflewhump. Then back we have Loop with Kite. They never separated. And then we have fucking Gemini. I don't know why I was gonna call her Georgia. I'm like, that's not her name. That's not Georgia. It's Gemini. I'm like, what the fuck? Gemini's still on their own, but Gemini has encountered the beast. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask Essie alone to roll because I want to wrap the adventure up, and because it's a 1 in 6 chance, if you guys don't find each other together, I'm gonna have to like plot wise bring you together for the final fight.
No problem.
Essie did step away.
Of course, Essie
can't
stepped away. Essie did step away. Okay, what was the last thing Essie rolled? Essie rolled a 6, right? Because they encountered the Minotaur.
Essie last typed also 8 minutes. Nope. 10 minutes ago. Oh, they're back.
Oh, okay. So in that case, would you mind rolling? You rolled a 2. Okay. So what
Your spirit, I think.
No. That was yes. Number 2. Number 2 is the bat room.
That's right.
All right.
I did write down all the rooms.
So what I'm gonna do is.
Oh, you're smart.
Oh come on!
I've just been winging it.
It didn't really come into play, but yeah.
Yeah, there would have been no way.
Garage,
there would have been
blood room.
There would have been no way for you to There would have been no way for you to properly like find your way around because you could only ever backtrack the last room you were in per the maze rules we're using to like, keep the sense of you're lost in a maze like prevalent through the adventure.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with having maps in a maze is that once the players have seen the map, they can estimate like where other rooms are in relation. When you're actually in a building, in a maze, you don't have as good a sense of like, oh, well, this wall must be the wall for this room over here. Like you wouldn't have that. So, actually we have been to every single room in this maze, which is hooray.
Nice.
Good job. And you only encountered one dead end. I expected a lot more of those.
I'm glad we did. Well, in Tegan terms, they encountered the dead end like many times because they rolled so many fucking 4s.
So
I only roll 4s when it matters.
Yeah.
So Gemini, attempting to escape from what they perceive to be the angry Bufflewhump, end up just following a path, and they reach a room, where it's dead quiet. They exit out from a pathway into a much larger space. They can't really tell where the roof is anymore. From the sound of their wings, like it's expansive compared to the tunnels. And as they take deep breaths in, trying to calm themselves from their escape, it sounds as if it's completely silent. I will ask you now, does it feel like this is where they would pop that glow stick? And this is not a trap. This is me asking directly. Oh, no, you did get to the entrance and you ran back in. Okay, either way. Okay, so you do yes. Essie's using text right now. So Gemini pops that glow stick and raises it up, and it's only after there's enough light for you to see it that you realize, it smells bad in here. What the fuck? As like it all hits you at once. There are a bunch of corpses that are just littered about. This place looks like someone had a really bad 4th of July barbecue in here, because the walls are like scalded and singed. The still steaming corpses of what you appear to be giant furry brown animals are just kind of lying there. You do notice in the light from your glow stick that there are some shiny things on the floor.
Shiny!
Shiny!
And you dive down, and next to what was a body, you find 4 individual gold pieces that are still warm to the touch. And the tattered, burnt remains of what was like someone's satchel next to it. The coins apparently have spilled out from this pouch.
Right, so that's going in my pocket.
Yeah, no.
And
No, the black outlines of Kite and Loop are off at the end of a different corridor. Like they wouldn't see that in this instance, but that would be hilarious. The camera the camera pans.
A bite mark that I recognize as Loop. I'm like, oh,
Hold on, I'd know that bear anywhere. That bear-shaped outline. No, the camera like pans over where Gemini is pointedly not looking because the gold distracted them, and you do see like the comedically bear-shaped outline of Kite and Loop against the wall.
Amazing.
But
beautiful.
yeah. So you pick up the coins, and as you're marveling at it, a little bit of blue light glints off of the metal from somewhere behind you.
I am going back, turning around. Do I see the light?
You see the little blue mote of light, and it's kind of hovering in place a little bit, just floating there.
And I'm gonna hold my hand out like, hi? You seem to move. Do you want to come here?
And fancifully, the little thing flits over as though it were a carefree butterfly flapping on the wind. It bounces a little bit, does a little spin in the air, and it slowly lowers itself onto your fingertips. And when it connects with your finger, you get a very rude and very sharp zap, like you touched a bug light. And
this is what you get.
I
And
got bug zapped.
I need to ask you, do you cry out when this thing stings you? It's unexpected. It's unexpected, and it was a sharp pain.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say I do.
You want to go ahead and Foley that scream for me? That sharp ah?
Yeah.
As you give out that sharp eh, you realize that was the first serious amount of sound you've made since you started running away from the Bufflewhump. And you hear the sound echo down the corridor that the light came from, and there's a pause, and then the growl again, but this time a lot closer than you expected it to be from the path directly in front of you. The blue light like dances in front of you for a second before flying down that exact corridor, and when it reaches not even 10 feet away, you see the light from this mode of light reflects off of the metal of the axe, and you see the light of the Bufflewhump's eyes glaring directly at you. What would you like to do?
Wait, is that also a Bufflewhump? Are there 2 Bufflewhump?
Well,
Yeah,
from
there's 2 creatures.
from the perspective of Gemini, this is the
that's
Bufflewhump.
the Bufflewhump.
Yes.
Gotcha, okay.
Yes.
Is it?
It looks,
Right.
but as Gemini was explained to, it doesn't look exactly like the statue.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Right. Well, Gemini's gonna like fly around like, hey, no hitting. Come on. I'm not even doing anything.
I've done
I'm just
nothing
looking for
wrong.
my friends.
So you start yelling this, and your cries echo down the hallways. Back in the bloody room where the two of you, private eyes, are inspecting the crime scene, you hear the and then the and then the sound of your good friend Gemini being like, "Hey, I'm a little guy. It's my birthday. You wouldn't hit a little guy at his birthday, would you? Look at me. I'm wearing glasses. You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses."
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Doing that old routine. And you realize that you can actually hear it from one of the very specific paths leading out from where you are. He's very close by.
Kite just takes off.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say that we're hearing this, me and Kite?
Yes. Loop and Kite are hearing this, like, very close by, like, in the next room over.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'm going after Kite, yeah.
You guys dash down, and you burst into the room that, once you get in there, you remember, oh, yeah, this is where... This is where that happened. I say this whole thing smacks of gender and knock over the barbecue, turn this 4th of July into the 4th of shit. That's what this room was. Have you never? You must have seen. It's a quote from Drill on Twitter.
Is that what it's a quote from? I have never heard the quote, but I know what it's talking about.
This whole thing smacks of gender, I say, as I knock over the barbecue and turn the 4th of July into the 4th of shit. Yes, exactly. I love it. Anyway.
What?
You know,
but okay.
you know what Drill is, right, Jen? Please.
Isn't he a rapper?
Oh my God! No.
And then I don't know who this is.
No, at Drill went on Twitter. It's a shitpost account, and it's from the perspective of a fictional character who's kind of like low-key, like a boomer conservative, but someone who doesn't fully understand what online lingo is. So they just say shit, and it's infinitely quotable. The actual guy isn't.
At Drill.
At Drill. Yes.
Gotcha.
Every single thing this person posts is a fucking gold mine. It's so good. You need to... God, it's so good. Anyway, I love Drill quotes. They're so good. Drill's the one who's like, if they won't let me get into the lion pit at the zoo, I will flip them off and walk backwards into hell. I will flip off God and walk backwards into hell. That's the guy who did that original quote.
I see.
Pretty sure that was a Tumblr post.
Yeah, a lot of these shit posts are like original Tumblr posts, but not all of them.
They're very good. Anyway, more on topic. So the two of you rush down this hallway and you burst into the room where the 4th of shit happened. And now that there is like a proper light source in here, such as a glow stick, it illuminates the entire room, and you see the creature for the very first time. But this is the first time that anyone has seen this creature in full light. And since, like, from a player perspective, the jig is up, you guys know that this is not the Bufflewhump. I'll tell you right out now, you're looking at essentially a murderous Scooby-Doo villain. The dead black eyes of this creature that reflected in the light are dead and black because they are dead and black. This guy has made what appears to be a crudely sewn mask out of an actual bull's head. The blood-stained brown fur on its arms and covering its torso are a series of animal pelts that have been attached together haphazardly and hang off his frame, kind of like a fucking hula skirt on multiple levels, just flapping as he swings his giant fucking axe, constantly trying to, like, whack the pixie out of the air. He's tall for a humanoid, but he's standing upright and with the horns on the bull mask, it's not high enough for him to swing and hit the fairy that's flying above him. But dear God, is he doing his absolute best. He's just swinging and swinging.
With the mask on, is he not really that much taller than a tall human?
Yes. This is like a tall guy, but like a regular tall guy, not like demigod, fae, wilderness guardian tall.
Exactly. Okay. Well, I want to sneak up behind him since I can see that Gemini is providing a perfect distraction.
Okay.
And I want to hit him like right at the base of the spine so that he kind of crumples.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Okay, so
I will warn you
another one for.
Sorry, I will warn you before you roll. As this is meant to be the boss battle at the end of the dungeon, even if you get 2 successes, it's not going to immediately send him down. Like
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think this is what Loop would think would like do the thing.
If you get 3 successes, if you manage to get 3 successes on this, then I'll have that severely hinder his movement at the very least, but he's still going to be fighting you guys.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I don't want him to be. So I'm an expert at surviving in the outdoors now. So I'm good at dueling with powerful foes, so that gets me.
Okay, yeah.
At least +1.
You have a distraction. That's +1.
And I have good. So
I will say the distraction counts as being prepared because, like, you have the extra preparedness of him not knowing you're there yet.
Okay, so that's 3 altogether. Is that right?
Yeah, sounds right. Expertise, preparedness, and the initial roll. So 3d6.
And I guess if this is a preparedness roll, then I'm trying to roll steal. Is that right?
I mean, unless you want to argue that this is an emotional thing, you see the monster and you want to rush in there to beat him up. Like, it could be either, depending on how you feel.
The thing is that
you
the
see
monk...
someone trying to attack your friend.
Yes. The thing is that the monk class says that if I roll a successful spirit attack, which I don't understand why it would be a spirit attack and not like a steel attack. So I think this would be a spirit attack.
Okay, so do you want to activate your inner spirit as well using one of your inspirations?
I don't know if I have inspiration. I
hold on a minute. Let me look at the rules again because I wanted to make sure I know what you're referencing. So as a monk, where is the monk on this list?
Yeah, my inner spirit power is Sling Strike, but I don't know if I have one of those.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm sure that I do, but I didn't keep. I don't know where I kept track of them.
Oh, I see. Well, how about this? You would have rolled at least one. No, if you don't know if
I'm sure.
If you don't know, you have it.
But I don't have where. Like there isn't like a place where
I'll say you have an inspiration so that you can activate your inner spirit power at least once this session. But going forward, I'll need you to pay attention and keep track of your inner spirits, your inspirations for later. But I'll let you have this one.
Sure,
I want you to do
I haven't done today. So
I want you to have a cool thing. So have this cool thing so you can do your cool monk thing. And that'll be fine.
Take my inspiration. I have many. Take Tegan's.
I mean, honestly, I do feel like because of how some people have more inspiration than others, because of how like numerically it's rolling out, gifting someone an inspiration or an important role, I feel like could be something we add in later. But for right now, I'll just let you have an inspiration. So go ahead and use your stunning strike.
Sounds good. Wow. So my Oh no, that's 3 successes because it's over my.
Yes,
number,
if you're.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Whew.
Okay. Holy shit. So what does stunning strike do?
So stunning strike. If I succeed on a spirit attack, the target is stunned, giving any other attackers +1 dice until my next turn.
Holy shit. Okay.
So this is like initiating, like the big boss battle first of all. And what I want it to be like in terms of flavor is that, like in Kung Fu Panda, you hit all the chi like spots, and then like this glowing energy kind of emanates from those points, kind of in Avatar: The Last Airbender, Earth, when Toph figures out metal bending, and you can see like the Doppler effect, kind of like. All she does is like hit 3 points on the back, real fast jabs, and it doesn't have to like stun him or like it doesn't have to incapacitate him, but we'll get some advantage on the next. Oh yeah, the blockheads and that's very true. Yeah, like I'm hitting the points that I can see. Hell yeah.
All right, what's going on? Yeah. So you rush over there. You're still holding the fire stick in your hand, and you, with your free hand, you do jab, 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 and there's a slight pause as like in bullet time, like the water ripple effect comes off of those 3 points, and the entire this creature, this minotaur, gives a full body shudder as it like emanates through his limbs and like stays still. Which means that he's stunned, until the next time you do something. So if the other two of you want to attempt an action, then I'll say, like, then the next time Loop does anything, the stun will have worn off.
I think, is it okay if Kate goes next?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you spoke up first, so go right ahead.
Go right ahead.
So I think as Loop is doing that, or rather, once Loop has properly hit it, Kite is going to cast Moonbeam and do so in such a way that it does not hit Loop or Gemini.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I will ask you, are you casting this magic using your regular foci, which is the bracelet the mother gave you, or are you using your new gauntlets?
Kite's going to use the new gauntlets.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to want you to do. I want you to explain to me what the spell, the Moonlight spell, does, and what you want to accomplish with it, and then I'm going to have you roll. If you are going for like a strategic, specific strike, you will roll for steal. If you are trying to use all your magical power to just like have it blast the guy, you will roll for spirit.
I think. Hold on. Would this constitute a shape changer?
Do shape changers get more damage from this spell?
It returns it to its original form, so I think that if it's like something that might be costumed, perhaps it destroys the outfit.
Oh.
That's neat.
That's a cool use of that.
How about, from your character perspective, Kite is aware that there are two creatures fighting in this dungeon. And maybe with the shoddy costume, Kite might be aware that this is not like the Fae Guardian Bufflewhump. But you don't know what this thing's true form is. So instead of saying that yes, that's how the spell will work, let's see how many successes you get. If your intention is to blast the costume off, I would argue that would be a spirit roll, personally, unless you think differently. I'm open to either.
I think I would agree with it. I know it's not necessarily Kite's strong point, but I think that at this point, Kite's kind of acting on instinct because Kite wants to protect their friends.
Okay. So roll for spirit with however many dice you think is natural. And then depending on how many successes you get, I'll tell you how successful it is at ripping the costume off this fucker.
I'm actually not really sure how many it would be.
The initial roll, would this attack be something you would consider being prepared for, casting offensive magic like this?
I think they'd be prepared only in that their circlet is something that would help them with it. I'm not sure if the gauntlets would.
Okay, so we'll say no to the prepared thing. Does either of your expertises come into play here?
I want to argue that battling undead would, because it's this character is using the cloaks of dead creatures, and although they're not a zombie, and I know that that's what that means, but it's using like these faux like the dead skin of these creatures to simulate the life of something that they're not.
You are specifically targeting the costume, which is a bunch of pieces of dead animals stuffed together. So I'll allow that. So that would be what, 2d6 then?
Yep.
Okay, roll 2d6, spirit.
Ooh, that's 2
nice.
One
nice.
For one inner spirit.
Very nice, very nice. So you hold out both arms, because you have a gauntlet on each arm, and you use the foci to cast the Moonbeam spell. You feel your magic flow through these foci, just like it flows through the normal bracelet you have. But almost like, how do I explain this? Like if you could visualize your magic, it entered the gauntlets one color, and then changed to a different color before being let loose. Like your magic entered it like a blue, and it exited like a green, if that makes any sense. Like something about your magic as it releases from the gauntlet changes. Not in a bad way, but it's in a way that it makes that like you recognize. And the Moonlight spell, if memory serves, cause a tower of moonlight to appear in a space that you determine. It like a tower of it from like floor to ceiling, just blast whatever's in that cone with moonlight, right?
Yes, it would also do damage, but I think in this case, the intent is just to either incapacitate it or
Right.
destroy the costume.
Flavor-wise, that's what you're trying to do. So
Exactly.
what happens is that an illusory moon appears in the space directly above all of you. And because, like, both Loop and Gemini can see it, like, you guys can, like, step back while this stunned enemy cannot. And what you expect to see is, like, a Kamehameha of light just blast this guy to smithereens. But what happens instead is the surface of this moon ripples like water on a lake. And a single large, but still single drop of water, like time is flowing backwards, like anti-drops from this reflection and travels down and splashes over this creature. As the spell is no longer Moonbeam, but Moondrop. The light of the moon reflects within this Moondrop, and when it hits the creature, it splashes over it, and the costume melts away as though it were like acid, as the skins of these animals are like washed away like sins. It's washed away from the power of this Moondrop, and the tatters and pieces of the costume kind of float in this puddle around this guy, and you see that it's just a guy. Just like a buff human man. He's like
some douche.
He's just some douche. He's not wearing a shirt. He's got bloodstains on his skin, and his hands are also bloodstained. You can see that.
Does he know Escape from Demon Slayer?
No, it is not No Escape from Human Slayer. It's just some dude. Like, the bloodstains are still on his body, but even those are slowly being washed away.
Okay, does he need some, like, psychiatric help? Like...
And
a hug, maybe? A mother?
Yeah.
It is not Bestacles. I know I made a parallel with him being shirtless, but he's not Bestacles. He's, like, underneath the suit, he's just, like, in, like, his, like, medieval whitey tighties, so, like, he's covered up, but he wasn't wearing anything under that. And he stands there for a second blinking. Like, he's still stunned, but, like, you can see, like, his eyes are, like, moving frantically. And he, like, looks at the stains on his hands as his hands, like, shake. And he goes to, like, drop the axe, but then his entire body stops. And you hear, I say you, I mean specifically Kite hears, no one else, a song. There is a faint humming of a voice that echoes through the caverns. The voice of a girl. He goes, And from one of the caverns, you see a small mote of sparkling blue light. And the light grows and it changes, and it's like time stops, and it's just you and this light in the far distance. And you see the light forms into a humanoid body. Its back turned towards you. It has long flowing hair, and it's barefoot, wearing a white sundress. The girl has her hands clasped behind her back. You can see them from the direction. And she turns and looks over her shoulder, and she looks directly at you. And then, like, your head is being pulled out from being submerged underwater. All the other senses of your, like, all your sight, your hearing comes swooshing back in as this vision just, like, snaps away in a burst of electrical static. And you, Kite, I'm going to say that you are stunned for the next round as you stare at where that person was, and you don't know how you know them. You don't know from where you know them. But a single name reverberates through your mind from somewhere deep inside the part of your psyche that has been locked away from as long as you can remember. And you recognize that person as Dorothy. Back in the present with the other party members who have not experienced any of this. They did not hear a voice. They did not see the light. All they know is that you did one hell of a spell, and this guy, like, freaked out for a second and then froze in place. and then Kite froze in place, and there's a beat as these things happen in Kite's mind. And then the man, the Minotaur, the adult man with the axe, spins around, and it's like there's this blue neon light glowing in his eyes that leaves a trail behind it as like the ghostly after image of this light in his eyes as he spins around, and he gives out that battle roar again, and he swings at Loop.
Here comes the man.
Here,
welcome,
it's the man.
Taxpayer.
It's the man.
Exactly. So I'm going to. Yeah, no, it's a lot, isn't it, bruh? It's a lot. I told you I had plans for you.
Oh, no, and I appreciate them a lot.
Alrighty, then.
Good thing you're stunned.
Stunned in real life and in game.
Loop.
Yeah, that's so good.
What is Loop going to do in response to this axe murderer snapping back to attention, and despite supposedly being stunned for a bit more time, having the ability to move and fight again?
She could see the blue in his eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
oh yeah, no, that you see that unnatural glow.
Yeah, and like the melt, like she witnessed the spell. I don't know if she saw Kite behind her, but she surely like saw that the spell worked and that he was frozen from her thing, and like he like looks over at her. This motion is unnatural based on everything that has just happened. Like, he should not be able to still be fighting right now. Yeah, that's what's really like weirding her out. Is it like she like saw the man underneath? Like, it's almost like she's seeing a reflection of her at like almost, because she's like, that's just a guy, and then that other thing was like this crazy like bear, and so she like she puts her arm up, but she doesn't have any like, she doesn't make a move to like, she's not gonna hit him, she's not gonna hurt him, she just puts her arm up to take like, to try and like stop the hilt of the axe from coming down. So it's a very monk style in like trying to stop anything from happening, but she's not, she's like she's kind of in this, kind of in between. You
cannot see me right now, but I have my hand on my head, like holding my temples, because I am mind blown. I did not make any connection between this guy's like bestial disguise and like the emotional shit that Loop goes through with their werebear form. That has blown me the fuck away. Holy shit.
It's a return, sir, for your mind-blowing explanation of what just happened.
Holy shit. Damn. Okay, so what I'm getting out of this is that like, because of that turmoil, because of that connection Loop's making, that this is going to be like an unprepared action. So you're going to be rolling less, right? How many will you be rolling?
Great question. I don't know if this is connected with like survival of nature, but it's survival of herself, and it definitely is connected with fighting a foe. So
I would not call it survival. I would call it fighting a larger foe, and you get at least one roll for attempting anything, so that would be 2d6. I will warn you, despite everything that just happened to Axe Murderer, he's still rolling 3d6.
Okay. I'm prepared for Loop to take a blow right here, because I think this is something that needs to happen for her.
It's more important.
Yeah.
For their character development.
Yeah, she got Inner Spirit and success, so 2 successes.
What's your Inner Spirit number again? Is it 3?
3.
Okay. For a second there, I was like, 3. All right, so if this guy gets all 3 successes, Loop is going to be the first character in this campaign so far to take serious damage to their body. Okay?
Other than, let's do it.
I did definitely almost die.
Okay, that's only 2 successes. This guy raises the axe and brings it down, and a Loop is able to like stop it by hitting the hilt. So the blade does not make contact, but it's very close. The blade gets real close to the body. And the impact means that the two of you are now like grappled and struggling as this guy continues to try and push down to make that blade connect. And Loop is like holding it in place and pushing back just as hard. I'm going to say that Kite will be snapped out of the stupor once Gemini makes a move, because Gemini hasn't done anything yet. Gemini, if you would like to do something.
Gemini would like to try and how do I put this? Gemini is specifically going after the hand with the axe
Okay.
to try and disarm him as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they do have a ceramic sword.
Okay. So you're
Like, it's not an iron sword, but
So
they
your
have a little sword thing.
your
that they
specific
can
attempt, your specific action is you want to try and like jab at him so he'll loosen his grip on the weapon. Is that what you're getting at?
I want to somehow get this weapon out of his hands because that is a dangerous giant weapon.
Okay. Okay. Good. So yeah, go ahead.
So I'm
And
going for steel. This is calculated. I'm gonna say it's a bit of a sleight of hand, maybe.
mm-hmm.
That's 2, 3, 3, I believe.
I'm just now reading up on chat. You thought I was gonna say that Loop is the first character to die. No. Oh.
Did it die? Oh, okay. My number is 4. Oh, all success with 1 inner spirit.
Okay, fantastic. This is actually going to be completely unopposed because of how he's grappling with Loop right now. So those 3 successes, just bam, you get them. Okay, so you go down and you start like jabbing and trying to like loosen the fingers to like quickly like sleight of hand remove it the same way you took the papers and replaced it with a slushie from Besticles previously. And you manage to, between you and Loop, knock the axe out of his hands. But the thing is, when you initially start jabbing, initially you're like, I'll jab him, he'll react because that's how normal human beings react when you stab them. Their bodies like flinch from it. And then I'll use that moment to knock the axe out of his hands. You jab this guy and there is no response. There is absolutely nothing. From no reaction to you jabbing this guy. Like you get in there, you get blood, you stab his hand good, nothing happens from this. And once you realize that, you then switch to actually moving the actual weapon. And between you and Loop pushing on it, you do manage to like knock it to the sides, and it flies out of his hands, and he is knocked off balance, and he kind of spins around a little bit. Kite, you are back in the fray. You like snap to attention. You realize what's happening when the axe clatters to your feet. What do you want to do?
I think Kite kind of leans in with where am I again? And then like tries to assess the situation. And has Kite been able to process what's happening?
What's happening in front of Kite? Like the battle or the Dorothy shit?
The battle at this point, because I think the Dorothy stuff is going to be sticking in their mind, but they do kind of have something that's actively happening that they have to make sure that their friends aren't hurt.
So from Kite popping in with the clattering of the axe, the 2 big apparent things that Kite would notice is that the axe that the Minotaur had is no longer had by the Minotaur. It's landed in front of Kite. And secondly, that the Minotaur is in front of them, like kind of spun around from the force of the axe being wrenched from their grasp. Anything else, they don't got anything.
I think I'm gonna have
They don't got no things.
Kite try to subdue them.
Okay, how are you gonna do that?
So I know that they're currently kind of in grapple with Loop, right?
No, the grapple is ended because like they use the force of the grapple with Gemini. The 2 of them work together to wrench the axe out of the guy's grasp.
Okay. I think Kite is gonna run up. Are they in front of them or behind them?
Because of how this guy is like spinning around with the force, I mean, yes? Question mark. You could get behind them if that's where you want to be.
I think I'm gonna get behind them.
Okay.
I'm gonna have Kite. Trying to think of how to frame this. I'm not gonna have Kite subdue them, but I'm gonna have Kite instead just make them go prone, and I'm gonna do this by having Kite grab their shoulders, jump backwards, and then fall.
So like an angry trust fall with no trust.
Correct. However, their tassel's gonna activate.
Oh! Explain what the tassel does for those who are listening. Explain the tassel. It's your magic item, right?
Yeah. So the tassel is the magic item, and what it does is because Kite's former life, they lived in this area that occasionally got gusts of wind, and they had a very light frame. it allows them to activate and cause featherfall and sort of like a weight shift. So, in such a way that gravity works properly, in such a way that gravity works to his advantage, because I don't actually currently know how that works as I'm sitting here. In any case, they're going to increase their weight so that it gets them to the ground and stabilizes them. And it's not going to impact them as heavily because of the featherfall.
Okay, so you want
also for those listening, that's totally where Kite got their name.
Right, because they're slight frame. We call them Kite. Because Kite, I don't know if I'm gonna like add a recording of me explaining your characters at the beginning of this for those who like listen later. But in case I don't, Kite is an amnesiac who doesn't remember where they came from. So they're learning things about themselves as the party goes along. So let me just make sure I got this straight. Your end goal is you want to have Kite be essentially a large weight underneath the Minotaur, holding him down? Or do you want to, like, rotate in the air and suplex him?
Can I do that?
If you want to, like, jump up to get an arm around this guy's neck and then slam him to the ground, you absolutely could roll for that if you want.
I am absolutely going to do that then. Kite's going to go in for a suplex.
Okay.
Yeah.
You roll at least 2d6 because using your magic item counts as being prepared. And of course the initial roll. So do either of your other things, your what's the word for it? Expertise work towards suplexing a Minotaur?
I'm thinking about it really hard. And
What are your two expertises again?
Battling undead and hospitality.
If you yell "pardon me" while doing it, I think it counts as hospitality.
I was gonna say hospitality counts because you're taking out the trash.
Ooh. Yeah, roll 3d6 just because that's fucking funny.
Hell yeah.
All right. Actually, I didn't know if this would be a steal or a spirit.
Success if you get steal.
If you want, I mean, it could be either if you want. 2 successes for steal, like, we can, yeah, you're doing like a fucking wrestling move and slamming this guy to the ground. Like, that could be spirit.
Calculated, right?
That could be spirit, but this was you like doing the math and moving quickly, so sure, we'll count that as steal. I like how
it's the robot math, and
I like how we get so excited about what we're going to do that we forget to figure out what stat we're rolling for first. We just roll, we just go for it.
We've been doing that like every game.
It's so good. So yeah, with 2 successes, you manage to jump up and you like get your arm underneath this guy's like neck, and before like any reaction can happen, you go down and spin, and this guy is slammed into the ground at a weight that it like cracks the fucking stone tiles beneath you. Not like a Dragon Ball Z crater, but like you hear the stone tiles shatter under this guy as you slam him down. And I have like a very light HP system, keeping track of how many hits this guy has taken as to when the fight should stop. And you know how in like 3rd edition, I guess, or 4th edition, there was the bloodied status where it would tell you when the monster is like nearing death. They would say like, oh, the monster is bloodied, so you could calculate like, oh, okay, this many more hits and he'd go down, right? Like with that, between the attack on his back from Loop and then being suplexed into the ground, this guy's not looking great. The blood that was like staying on his body, he's now like spurting blood out of his torso. And there's a beat where with the magic item, Kite is holding them down. And then just when you think everything's calmed down, you feel the body shift beneath you. And all of the muscles tense, and slowly and agonizingly, despite the massive amounts of weight coming from this magic item on the simulacrum, this person is pushing himself up. You can see the muscles. you can see the muscles in his body are straining underneath this force. This human body should not be able to lift this much. And yet it is, as it pushes itself up into like a push-up position, trying to get back to standing, and its head raises up. And Loop and Gemini, you see this. Kite does it because Kite's on the guy's back. You see that blue light is flaring in this guy's eyes. And before you can do anything else, you hear bada boom, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom, as it gets louder and louder and louder. And then from the far wall, you see, in one fell swoop, the wall shatters, and who comes bursting through that wall but riding triumphantly on the back of a much larger horned beast? It's Rigel and the Bufflewhump.
Rigel!
Which, oh yes, Kool-Aid Man's through the wall.
Fuck yeah.
And enters the fray. The Bufflewhump has like bedroll plasters on it. I'm kind of stealing off-camera like actions from you and from Rigel, and I hope you're okay with that.
No,
but
that's fine.
I desperately wanted you here for the final battle.
Yes, please, I love it.
The horn.
My entire background was going, okay, I just gotta find my friends, and I gotta be able to tell this thing which ones are my friends.
The Bufflewhump smashes through the wall. It's got bed sheet straps over its chest where you can see like the blood is seeping through. So this thing was clearly fighting. They're axe-shaped wounds, so it kind of clicks. Like, okay, that makes sense. And the Bufflewhump stands at its full height in this large room. It's the light from Loop's single flame stick bouncing around on its furred body. It stands up with its big, massive fist. It doesn't pound its chest because it's wounded, but it does bring its arms up in like that Kong pose, and it goes, "Bawoo!" And Rigel's also there, standing on its shoulder.
Rigel's also there.
Yeah, I am.
Rigel, you haven't had any cool actions in this fight. Do you want to do something cool
Before everyone else.
before everyone else?
So Gemini's in the air still.
Gemini's in the air.
Gemini's in the air wearing sunglasses.
Right, of course, because they're cool.
Because they're moonbeam.
With a glow stick. So, like...
With the glow
Just doing like a rave party, like.
So basically, Gemini's as normal as they've ever been, so they're okay. Don't worry about them.
Okay.
Loop has the fire stick and is like the main source of light in this room aside from the glow stick, and they're just kind of standing there. And then you see what remains of a bull costume is in tatters on the ground in a puddle, and you see that there's this human guy with unnaturally blue glowing eyes who's being held down by Kite. And, like, you can't really tell what's going on there, but you're pretty sure Kite suplexed him? Question mark? And that's...
Kite's, like, arms still wrapped around him?
Yes.
Or did he suplex him and then stand back up?
No, it's still on the ground.
The point of the suplex was to keep the guy down, so Kite was, like, using the weight of the magic item to, like, make himself heavier to keep the guy down.
Yeah, right, okay.
But the guy is fighting against it and succeeding somehow.
Okay. Trying to figure out I don't know if I can do this. I wanna like, so I'm picturing like I'm on the if you scroll back up to the picture of the thing,
right.
I'm like in like the part where its mane is. I'm like up there, like I was holding onto the mane to ride through.
Okay.
So I didn't get left behind. So, so I didn't bounce off. I'm not stupid about it. I'm a little stupid. I'm not that stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And so like now I'm like up in like the space, not like on its head, but like the horns would be like around me when it like lifted its head up.
Oh, you're like framed by its horns?
Yeah,
oh, that's
I'm, like,
cool.
Oh, man.
Up there. I think I would like, I don't know if I can do this though, is the thing.
Well, ask and I'll say.
The coolest thing I can think of to do would be to jump off of the head from where I am and sword ground pound down into this dude's
I
head.
was thinking the exact same
Okay, cool.
fucking thing. So I'm going to ask you straight up. Do you have any inspiration around?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, Tegan's got inspiration for days.
How many inspiration do you have?
I have 5.
Okay, so you would need 3 successes in order to pull this off and not accidentally injure yourself or your friend Kite. But if you are willing to spend 3 inspiration, like 1 per success, I won't even ask you to roll. I'll just say you do it.
Yeah.
Because this is the end of the fight and we have to do something cool.
So cool.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna stab right through his fucking
Are you gonna yell at your friend Kite to get out of the way first?
Just do like a link yell,
like a link yell.
Yes.
I think
Loop can like reach forward and try and like drag him backwards, maybe, or something, because she knows this Rigel move. Like,
yeah, I think it's gonna be a like out of the way. I got it, kind of like shout, but not like that is definitely the intent behind the shout, but maybe those aren't the words that actually come out of the mouth because like there's a lot going on.
I don't know if Kite would pick up on that, but Loop definitely would, and she'll just like take the back of Kite's like collar and just move him right out of the way.
Okay.
Well, he's underneath him, so you'd probably have to take both of Kite's legs and pull him. Right?
No.
Kite's on top.
Oh, Kite's on top. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought Kite was underneath, had suplex.
Oh golly, no.
And the dude was on top. That's why I was like, wait, do I only see the arms?
So, okay. So this is me being greedy. Can I suggest one more thing to make it even cooler?
Oh, yeah.
Rigel has the shield, right?
Yeah, he does.
Would you like to shield surf down the Bufflewhump's arms and then jump off from the end of the arm to do the downward slash?
Oh my god. You gotta use all 5 of your inspiration.
No, I'll just give that to you because I want the Bufflewhump. No, okay, you're just gonna jump.
I will save a shield surf for like a different moment, but I think at this point, like running like a little bit up and down like the Bufflewhump's nose, and then like doing a straight up ground pound before this thing can snatch me out of the way again. Would be the move.
So, yeah, you yell, get out of the way, and Loop's like, oh shit, and does grab Kite's collar and is able to, like, pull them back. And without the weight on the back anymore, this guy springs up and lets out... Well, the guy springs back up to standing and, like, rears his head to the sky and lets out that inhuman roar at the same time as Rigel runs down the length of the Bufflewhump snout. And the Bufflewhump also snaps its head up at the last second to, like, springboard Rigel up into the air and lets out its own bow at the exact same time. And Rigel does that little thing where like pulls out the sword of the sheath in slow motion, like spins it into the backhand, like holding the sword, puts the hand on top of the hilt, does a little crouch, and goes straight down. And I'm sure y'all know this, but the final fight with the Ganon in the Wind Waker, when the sword comes down and makes connection with the guy's forehead, it is that exact moment. And Rigel's sword slams into this guy's skull, and like his feet are on like this guy's shoulders, and the guy is still standing upright with his sword in his head as the light dies. The blue light fades from his eyes and goes completely dead. But in the silence, the guy's mouth opens, and in his voice, he goes, da, 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 da. And then still standing perfectly straight, the body kind of like locks in and like goes lax, and he is dead. And the
oblivious to everything else in the room, I'm gonna turn to Kite and say, "Hey, I got a girl that needs healing real bad." Like I'm like, this is epic, cool.
This is epic.
Here's the thing.
Sorry, Nebula needs a moment.
Are you okay? Are you all right?
I'm good.
Deep breaths.
Kite is gonna still be a little bit shaken by what just happened, but Is Rigel gonna shake Kite, do you think?
Yeah, Rigel's gonna like, he's gonna be like, I got a girl that needs healing, and he's gonna see Kite not move and go up and like put his hand on her shoulder and be like, you good?
Shake him.
Gonna be like,
hey.
No, just like rest on the shoulder, like, hey, you good?
I don't know. And then Kite's gonna turn around and see that this elf woman is not in a good state and just immediately sober up.
Yeah. The elf, so I didn't mention this, but when they burst through the wall, the elf woman wasn't actually with them. I would off panel, like in media res, you like snap back and you see that like the Bufflewhump and Rigel like set her outside the cave before rushing back in a safe spot.
Gotcha.
So like she's like not with you guys right now. But she's outside the cave, not where she can be axe murdered by a Minotaur person in a costume. So
yeah, just in case.
Okay. Instead, then Kite will be surprised by the Bufflewhump instead, and be like, "Oh, okay."
I mean, he needs healing too.
Take me though.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna be like, right, okay, so this is the Bufflewhump. And I'm gonna turn to the Bufflewhump and I'm gonna say, this is the healer.
And the Bufflewhump like gives a very human grin, but like it has like cow teeth, so like it looks a little weird. But it snorts out and gives a little wildebeest head shake when it does.
Kite gives them a polite smile and a little curtsy.
Aww.
Gemini's gonna go over to the Bufflewhump and just like pat the head. Hi. I like your statue.
And the Bufflewhump like preens and like leans into the pet almost to the point where it like knocks Gemini out of the sky. But luckily it doesn't. And he gives like a happy little brrr, little cow noises. I'm gonna go ahead and have us like cut to you guys exiting the cave because there's nothing else in the cave for you guys to like interact with.
Actually, there is
one
thing. And I don't know how it would happen, but Loop's going to somehow like interact with the dead man. She's not gonna go out with everyone right away. She's gonna stay there for a little bit.
I mean, I gotta get my sword out of its head.
Well,
unless I can get a new sword at the shoe.
She'll help like hold the body as you pull.
Gemini honestly kind of wants to look into the eye because the blue light was it the same as the light in your eyes? That's weird. Because the blue light.
Oh, the little blue mote that she was chasing around?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when you were fighting it, I will say that you did recognize that it was the same blue mote.
Okay.
But that light is gone now. Now that it's dead, it's the eyes are completely vacant. He's just fucking dead.
Then Gemini
Luke
wants to
bury the body with respect and pay its dues.
The Bufflewhump sees you interact with the body and moves itself over. It does the gorilla thing where it like puts its big its forearms out and then swings its lower half after it, and that's what makes the bump noise as it runs like that. And it like it gorillas its way over to the body and looks at it and gets real close and then lets out a very angry huff and it falls over. And the Bufflewhump reaches out and picks up the body and like holds it out to you to like take your sword out, Rigel.
I do that.
And then it cradles the body just like it cradled the elven woman, and shakes its head to gesture towards the hole in the wall that it just burst through, and it starts heading out.
Okay.
So at this point, the Bufflewhump with natural ease leads you past some places you recognize. You pass through the Beetle Cavern. There's multiple dead ends that like it deftly avoids. You see a couple of places where there's this weird R in the floor. And does anyone ask about that, or do you just kind of?
Rigel just like shoves the rocks out of the way.
Yeah, I scooch him and I just go. We don't need these anymore.
And leads you all back to the entrance. And when you reach the entrance, there are a lot of people out there. Like, holy shit, there are a bunch of people. The Bufflewhump, exits behind you guys. You guys exit out into the bright sunlight first, and you kind of blink as you see the first real bright sunlight since you entered the cave proper.
I have glasses.
You have well, you're fine. But when your vision
Does not
clears,
care.
you see, well, first of all, there's Besticles with his entire entourage. They're all there in full armor, like ready to go. But they're not like, they watch you come out in awe. Brother John is there, and he and Peter Piper are actively assisting with like healing the elven woman who is now conscious, and they've like gotten her into like a blanket around her shoulders, and they're like actively like using magic to heal the wounds on her chest, and she's talking to you see the lesbian Genasi, whose name I've forgotten. That Oriana was like super into from the first session. She's there like taking the statement. The Boots member, the officer, is taking the statements of this elven woman. And standing in front of the whole group is Mother Dragon, who is standing there. Everyone else is like in various states of like concern or anxiousness, and she's there standing there looking perfectly fine. And she sees you come out, and she steps forward. And
is Oriana there at all?
No, Oriana's not there, actually.
Okay.
For reasons we'll get to, actually. She's not there. But Mother Dragon steps forward, and she looks at you, and you see a smile on her face, and she says, "Well done. I do not often give out praise, but this was a potential catastrophe, and you have all handled it wonderfully. I do not think any other member of the guild could have solved this issue as quickly and concisely as you." And she looks you over and she goes, "Are any of you injured from your fight?"
Loop is like, only psychologically. Walks away.
And
Nigel like rolls the shoulder for the arm that like is the main shield arm and goes, "Nah, I'm good."
And
I wait, what's the axe made out of? The guy's axe.
oh, that's true. Would you want to retroactively say that you like took it?
I would say, well, if you tell me it's on, then I'll just say I got a bit of a burn.
Oh, that's true. No, in my mind, the axe was like made out of like a yellowish material, so it would be like maybe not necessarily gold, but like something along those lines. It would be more of a decorative axe than anything.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. A decorative axe. Okay.
Yes. So Mother Dragon like watches Rigel like pretend to tough boy it and says, "Kite, if you wouldn't mind healing him, please," and then just completely ignores you and focuses entirely on the Bufflewhump. And the Bufflewhump looks down at Mother Dragon. The two of them share eye contact, and then he slowly reveals the body of the murderer with the bloodstains on his hands and the gash in his forehead. Kite looks through Mother as if she didn't. Oh no, Kite's having like Vietnam War flashbacks right over here. Like, holy shit.
The way I'm picturing it, yeah, that's fine. The way I'm picturing it is like his arm isn't actually injured. It's just like a little bit numb from the force
and
sort of thing. And now that the like adrenaline is wearing off, he's like, "I can't feel my arm. That stupid shield."
And the way Mother Dragon is seeing it is that Rigel's an idiot, and therefore is probably actually hurt somewhere, so probably needs to get hurt.
He did a good job.
He did do a good job.
His halo glowed a little bit brighter when he got praise.
Aww.
And Mother Dragon looks at the corpse of this man and gives a little huff, and she says, "So this was our murderous Bufflewhump, And Besticles steps forward and looks and says, "By the gods, 'tis simply a man! And you," and looks up at the Bufflewhump, who has like obvious wounds, says, "I greatly beg your pardon, fair beast. The information we had is pertaining to this murderer heavily implied a creature of your stature, though in hindsight the hoofprints were significantly smaller than you could ever have left." And the Bufflewhump leaves like a huff. But Besticles like bows his head and says, "I beg your forgiveness for ever believing for even a moment that I and my men could slay a creature as magnificent as you." And Mother Dragon puts a hand on Besticles' shoulder and says, "Oh, calm down now. You never would have stood a chance." And then she looks up and says, "Isn't that right, Wumpy?" And the Bufflewhump's demeanor completely changes as its tail starts wagging, and he like drops the body with like a thump to the ground, and it bends over, starts panting like a dog, and like and Mother Dragon steps forward and starts
Gemini's joining with the pets.
Starts scratching underneath his goatee and says, "Oh, I haven't seen you in years. I'm so sorry we had to meet again like this, but I'm so happy you're okay. What a good job you did protecting the forest." And the Bufflewhump is like, like his little back leg starts going, but because it's so large, the hoofs go thum, 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 and it shakes you all a little bit. Yeah. Is there anything else you guys would like to do before the story wraps up? Because this is kind of like where I plan on it to end.
I want to have Rigel like come up behind Kite a little bit and like put a hand on his shoulder from behind and be like, disassociate back at the shoe. Keep it together until you get there. It's not safe in the woods.
Before that happens,
yeah, go for it.
Gemini's gonna sit on Kite's head. Sorry,
I don't know how many dice I would do for this.
Okay.
Kite's going to see if, how do I describe this? If anyone's lying to them.
Ooh. So you're like doing like a group sense motive?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to be honest with you. In my mind's eye, trying to ascertain the group motive of everyone around them would require a very high roll. I'm talking like 4 successes, and I don't think it's fair to even ask you to roll for that. So either I want you to change your perspective from wondering if everyone is lying to you to trying to ascertain if you can determine if anyone is lying to you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You're looking if you can ascertain deceit in someone as opposed to the motives of everyone.
Kite's gonna try Mother.
And I would, you call it. Do you think that would be steel or spirit? I would argue that it is. You know what? This is not a reference to that at all. Not even in the slightest.
Are you kidding?
No, it's not a reference to that in the slightest.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Well, that was rolling in my mind that whole time.
I'm gonna take all of these fucking memes and just post them on Twitter and say my D&D game out of context, and no one's gonna know what the fuck has happened.
That's great.
But yeah, Neb, do you think that would be like? Is it an emotion thing where you're so overcome by what's happened that you're like desperately looking for an answer? Or are you going to like cold and calculated look at Mother Dragon for any sign of deception?
The problem is I can see this either way.
Maybe do a coin flip to see which one you roll for?
I think I'm going to go with spirit.
Okay.
Again, once I know that kind of makes things harder for Kite, but I'm going to say Kite is partially prepared for this.
Okay.
The reasoning being, I think Kite is put off by the experience that they had, and that being connected with the person that was dressed as the Bufflewhump. I think Kite recognizes that the gauntlets were tied to them in some way through what happened. And because of that, they think that this wasn't like a coincidence. And I'm also going to roll hospitality because Kite has been shown the hospitality by Mother. So Kite has been around her for a little while. He can kind of gauge a little bit of her.
Okay.
He might not be able to gauge her the best, but I think Kite is very keen on knowing when those around him are trying to trick him from past experiences of who he's dealt with.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
I'm also going to burn an inspiration on this.
Okay. So you want to let's have one extra success attached to it?
Sure.
Sure. Okay.
That is 2 spirit rolls.
All right.
Nice.
shit!
Oh, hell yeah.
So with the inspiration, brings it to 3 successes, right?
Yep.
So you're glowering at Mother. Maybe not outwardly, but inwardly you're glowering at Mother and not paying attention when Rigel is like trying to like touch you and like give you advice. Like you're focused on this woman. And she is like giving Wumpy neck scritches, and he shakes his head, and she like is talking about how huge his horns have gotten, what a big boy he is. And she turns briefly to like glance behind her, and then she does a double take. And when she makes eye contact with you, Mother is normally a stone-faced woman. You can't get a read on her unless she wants you to. Whenever she does show emotion, like for example, when Rigel was dying, are only in situations of severe duress. She is normally incredibly talented at keeping her thoughts to herself behind like 4 firewalls and proxies, right? But when she looks in your eyes, there is a flash of recognition, and her stone face falters for just a moment. And she looks about as upset as you. And she lets that wall stay down just long enough to look into your eyes before the wall goes back up, and she turns around and continues to play with the Bufflewhump as nothing ever happened. What you glean from that is that she knows something. Not that she's kept it from you, but that she is making connections about this scenario that maybe you're coming at. And now is not the time or the place. But you imagine that at some point in the near future, you and Mother are going to be having a talk.
Good luck with that
one.
I'll ask you one more time. Is there anything else anyone wants to do before we go to the end of game cutscene? Because I have one of those.
I do want to ask about the murderer's body. Mother acknowledged the Bufflewhump, and so did Besticles. What did you said the Bufflewhump like showed Mother the corpse? What has happened to the corpse?
So when she called the Bufflewhump Wumpy, the Bufflewhump like forgot that he was holding the corpse and like dropped it to the side like a sack of rice. So it's just kind of laying there, like arms akimbo, as rigor mortis like sets in. He's just dead.
I think Loop's gonna like put like a cloth over him and.
How respectful.
Yeah.
Some of Besticles' men are like coming over and asking questions like, so this was the murderer, this was the guy. Like, why was there like large hoof prints at the scenes of where the people he kidnapped were taken from? Like what? They're asking like leading questions.
Yeah, Loop doesn't she doesn't answer them because she doesn't have those answers. And I imagine that like Olivia or Olive comes in and
yes, that's her name.
Says, comes in and is like, no, we're still like looking into the details, tries to like stop their questioning. And because like that's the coroner's job. That's not Loop's fucking job. She doesn't answer them, and she like glares at them when they suggest that he's like a monster and all those things that like hurts her to her core.
Yikes.
And she's like
the last coroner was also a murderer. We established that in the first session. So I don't.
Yeah.
You know what?
A different coroner. I'm sure. I'm sure that Thatcher.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say Brother Thatch probably took over while they find a replacement.
Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of clerics that can do the job. It was just that Walter was very renowned for being like very well studied, and everybody's kind of like taken a big blow from him like turning out to be a murderer, even though his logic behind it is very like very it's like, okay, well, if these people are gonna die, then I'm gonna use them so that I can make sure that somebody lives. It's like it's a very logical process, but it's not moral.
It's very much a cool motive, still murder situation.
Yes.
But because he was so that gif.
Please put that in.
On the plus side, Walter's son is no longer sick.
That is on the plus side. His son is fine.
That's true.
He just has to be in jail now.
But yeah. So
maybe Walter's son could grow up to be the coroner. That'd be really cool.
Wait, how old was the son?
Only 10 years old or
Oh
so.
my God.
Maybe younger.
Was there
Oh my God.
Maybe younger.
Was there a mother?
He comes to the shoe.
You never
Oh
asked.
my God.
Oh my God, he comes to the shoe.
Oh my God.
That's a great idea.
After the
Oh,
investigation is over, we introduce an NPC that is the son of Walter, who has to like come to terms with the fact that people died for him to live, and that you all were the
under a brother.
He has
John.
a name. I do have a name for him. If
Okay.
you want to use that name.
Oh my God, it's
make up
amazing.
a different name instead.
No, that's the name.
No, put it in the doc.
Can you imagine?
His name is Mateo, as in a gift from the god.
Can you imagine the amount of like emotions that a 10-year-old child would go through knowing that multiple people were killed so that he could live, and that he then has to go live with the people who solved the crime and got his father sent to jail? Like the roller coaster.
Because they both like,
yes,
hey,
please. Oh,
hey,
God.
we both almost died for this stupid disease. What's up?
My God.
No, it's like he's guilty, and yet he's like happy to be alive, but guilty that he's happy.
Oh, that's so fucked up.
All of those things.
That's so fucked up.
Him and Rigel are gonna get along swimmingly.
Survivor's guilt from making it out.
Meet up, and they're just like, hey.
My God. Survivor's guilt from making it out, but also he's low-key upset because you guys took his dad away from him, even though he knows his dad's a murderer. Holy
so he's
shit.
mad at you, but also like you also help them, so there's like all these emotions. Oh, fuck yeah.
This NPC.
What if he turns into a villain?
Oh my God, what if he turns into a villain? Holy shit.
He vows to destroy the shoe from the inside out.
There's two paths he could take. One is like righteousness, or one is like follow in his father's footsteps.
My God.
So cool.
So,
before you do your after credit scene, Gavin,
okay. I was going to resolve Loop's thing, actually, but what do you want to do?
Gemini is looking at her friends here. Like, Rigel is pretending he's not hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Hurt? No, I'm not.
He is.
No, I'm not.
He totally
Loop
is.
is having a time with
Loop
everyone.
Loop is having a time.
Loop is having a time. Kite is also like halfway not here.
Mm-hmm.
He's having a time. Loop is having a time.
Everyone
Kite is having a time.
Everyone is not doing okay. And Gemini managed to get out of this unscathed, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, am I okay? am I gonna have a time?
No. So they're just like trying to urge all three of them together into one spot. Maybe use the rope to tie their hands together. That way, all three are right there.
Like Loop's like very
all
solid.
three right here, and I'm gonna stay right here with you. Look, we're going this way now. Look, there's some berries.
Loop's not like loopy. She's like very like in the moment. She just doesn't want to talk. She doesn't want to respond to like Gemini's like trying to be upbeat attitude.
Oh, no, not even trying to be upbeat right now. Right now,
there's some berries. Like no, she's gonna no.
Right now, just like, hey, all of you stay here. I can't really get into your heads right now.
Gemini goes into like mom mode.
Yeah. Without Oriana around, somebody's got to pick up.
Like, where's Oriana?
And you just hear his entire spine pop.
As Gemini leads the group of you away from the crowd of the various adventurers and the cops and the brother and the victims and all that, the Bufflewhump, the camera cuts from in front of the crowd to watch you guys walk away from it to some vantage point above the cave, looking down over all of the activity. And the camera pulls back, and you see the shoulder of a glowing blue girl. Her hair is down, she's wearing the white sundress, and she watches as the group passes by, and she smiles a little sadly before disappearing in that same burst of light and electrical like TV static that Kite saw. But for cinematic purposes, the static isn't part of her glow. It's like the screen upon which you are watching this like epic TV show take place. The screen statics and unfocuses, and when the static clears, she is gone as though she had never been standing there. And the screen blacks out and then fades back in, and you see like a timestamp at the bottom that says earlier in the day. And you see that you are in Mother Dragon's brewing room. She has her desk that she sits at, and there are a few things bubbling. You can see out of her window into the training area. Besticles' warriors, before they all gathered up and marched off to the cave, are all working out. And you hear a knock at the door. This is the part where I roleplay with myself for 5 minutes, so I really hope you all can get popcorn and buckle in. This
Ready.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
I have a snack.
Oh yeah.
Hang on, let me fully
here for
work
it.
for you.
Mother Dragon has the paperwork from the city, and she's like flipping through it and like looking at the information, and she's not muttering to herself, but she looks unsure. And there's a knock at the door, and she says, "Come in," in a sharp tone, and quickly puts the papers back in order, sets them to the side, and she sits up. The door opens, and you see Oriana walk in. And Mother Dragon says, "Thank you for joining me, Oriana. I apologize for calling for you on such short notice, but something has come up that requires my attention for the rest of the day, and I will not be able to make our previously agreed upon meeting time, so I wanted to have our conversation now before I am dragged away from the shoe. Will you take a seat?" And Oriana gives a little like curtsy bow kind of thing, and she does take a seat in front of the desk, and she straightens up and takes in a breath. And Mother Dragon says, "What was it that you wished to speak to me about?" And Oriana swallows, and she kind of like steels herself, raises her chin, and she says, "I came to the shoe at the behest of my previous teacher, one of your students. And they suggested that I come here and seek an apprenticeship with you." And Mother Dragon nods and says, an apprenticeship that has been going apace. And Oriana cuts her off, and she says, No, it hasn't. And I'm not going to pretend that it has. And she kind of looks away for a second. She can't look Mother Dragon in the eyes, and she says, "I have learned a lot in the time that I have been here. I have learned that you are a ridiculously powerful spellcaster, that your knowledge outstrips anything I could possibly learn from anyone else. I have learned exactly why my previous teacher thought you could teach me the things I wanted to know, because you clearly know them, and I am in awe of your abilities. But I have also learned," and she looks back at Mother Dragon, looks just dead in the eye this time, "I have also learned that you don't have time for me. I came here seeking something that I don't think you are currently able to give, and that's not fair to you or me. Your methods of teaching are manipulative and strange, and I came here expecting a chalkboard and homework and books, and that is not what I am going to get from you. And I've been in denial for weeks now, but it's not right of me to expect you to teach me the way that I want to be taught any more than is right for you to..." And she doesn't finish that statement. Oriana composes herself as Mother Dragon drills holes directly into her, like she is staring dead on. And Oriana says, "What you have to offer is not the professional relationship that I was seeking. The shoe, the guild, this is a family. A big family with all the problems that families have, and you at its head. And if I wanted to stay in a family that treats its members like... She takes a breath in as her breath is getting shaky. She goes, if I wanted to be manipulated... She steadies herself. She says, I don't think that the shoe is right for me. And Mother Dragon says nothing and stares at her. And a beat passes, and Oriana quickly stands and gives a bow, and she says, if you can give me until the end of the day, I can make alternative arrangements for staying somewhere in town. I fully intend to continue completing missions and working for the guild. I'm not leaving. You are the best repository of magical knowledge that I have ever found, and I am not stupid enough to just let that go away, but I want it to be on my terms. I want to learn from the missions that I accept, and I want... And she kind of licks her lips for a second. She says, and I want access to that huge fucking library of scrolls you have in that toy chest. If I have to earn those scrolls piece by piece, drip by drip, by completing missions and receiving rewards as though it were a professional fucking job, then by gods, I will do it that way. But I do not want what it is that you are offering. And she takes a shuddering breath, having blurted all of this out. And Mother Dragon looks down and then looks back up and says, well then, Miss Oriana, if that is the relationship that you desire with this guild, I see no reason to deny you. As long as you accept a commission a week, assuming that you are able to complete commissions in that time frame, you will not be penalized if a mission takes longer. I see no reason why you should have to leave your current arrangement. You will still have a bunk here, just like any other adventurer who stays overnight. Your room and board will not be taken out of any sort of wage. I see no reason to put that many barriers between you and your goal. Your work for the guild has been more than sufficient for us to offer you this extensive offer. And yes. Is there anything else you needed from me? And Oriana looks a little hurt that this is the reaction, but then she tilts her head as something occurs to her, and she says, that's a very gracious offer you're giving me. What's in it for you? And Mother Dragon, for the first time since Oriana has met this woman, cracks a warm, genuine smile and says, you're finally asking the right questions. And then she nods her head to motion to the door, and Oriana realizes she's being dismissed and gives a little curtsy, and she says, thank you, Guildmaster Dragon. And then she turns and leaves the room. And the door closes behind her, and Mother Dragon collapses backward into her seat and lets out a big puff of air in a display of emotion that has never been displayed in any of the other adventures that we've had thus far. And she leans her head back against the chair, and in a very unmotherly fashion, says to the empty room, shit. And the scene blacks out. And that is where we will end the adventure tonight.
Holy shit!
That's fucking wild!
Oh, man. Oh my god.
What did you guys think?
Are you still recording?
We're still recording right now, yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
God.
Holy shit! Well, good.
What the fuck?
Good fucking luck with your Peach episode, man.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna hurt Gata as much as I'm getting hurt today.
Okay, good.
I look forward to it.
I feel like it was a little self-serving to add that little scene at the end. But I didn't want to force where I wanted Oriana to have a scene like that, but I didn't want to force anyone else to have to roleplay Mother during that scene. So I was like, okay, well, I have the wheel, so I'll indulge myself for this one thing.
No, that was fantastic, because that way you got the interaction that you wanted, and it was dramatic for us to like have like we're like wanting Oriana to be part of us and seeing her go through this like. This is a perfect solution, I think. Wow, that was awesome.
I think so too.
Okay, good. Also, like every adventure up until now has been very self-contained, very one-shotty. But I have been yelling with you people in various like secret DM groups, like stuff we're not telling, like the character, the player for the character it affects. So like this was also me like knocking over a bunch of stuff we've been setting down. I'm sure some of you recognized some of that stuff, and getting it going in motion. I don't intend to run terribly often, but when I do run, I want to make the most of it and have like big dramatic cutscenes happen, because that's like my shtick.
Yeah, that was really well
it's
done.
really good.
It made me think of like all the beats that have happened so far and how to tie them together. So I did post a document in so that we can look at like what lore beats we're hitting. Because I like to keep track of that kind of stuff. That's cool.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the recording. But I'm not gonna leave the call or anything. I'm just gonna end the recording for people who listen after us. So from this point on, like, if you've been listening to all of this, I hope you enjoyed it.
I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did.
Holy fuck, it was 5 hours long.
Not worth it though. Fuck.
Shit. All right.
I don't even know if that was as long as my
glad we
first
started
session.
early?
I'm so glad we started early.
True.
All
My
right.
partner's in the other room, and I'm just like sweat beating, dripping down.
Oh no.
You're like, sorry, hang on, I got like stuff to process.
Stuff to sort out.
I'd say I'm sorry, but I'm not.
No,
All right. Bye guys. Bye everyone. Everyone say bye.
Bye.